on providing alternatives to young people so that they are not gathering in these teen takeovers. And today's oversight hearing is an extension of that work, thinking about how do we promote the well-being of young people in the care of DYRS. If you are joining us to testify online, please make sure to accept the upgrade to panelists offer when the committee staff send it to you. We will begin with public witnesses and then transition to our government witness. Public witnesses will have 5 minutes if they are representing an organization and 3 minutes if they are speaking for themselves. Government witnesses will have 10 minutes to speak with multiple rounds expected. Today, I am pleased to hear testimony from members of the community, advocates, and our agency partners about the mayor's budget for fiscal year 2027. I'm particularly interested in hearing from DYRS about what it believes it needs to be successful over the next year. I'm pleased to see the following. Our performance oversight hearing that the waiting placement population at YIC is generally trending downward, with the median stay at just 28 days. I'm also pleased to see that there have been improvements in overcrowding, despite recent spikes in March and April of this year. During this hearing, I'm also looking to check in on the ways we can maximize efficiency in this DYRS budget and ensure that the funds are being spent on the most sustainable operations. To this end, I want to understand the executive's decision to invest in overtime rather than focusing on recruiting more DYRS staff. I'm also interested in hearing about the executive's plan for utilizing funds to provide more robust supports for our DYRS youth that go beyond just expanding facilities. This budget includes very significant increases to the capital budget for more beds at the Youth Services Center and New Beginnings, but questions remain as to what investments there will be for more than just housing units. I want to understand how the executive plans to provide for stronger mental health services, mentorship, and career coaching for our youth that set them on a path towards success. An essential part of this is ensuring that DYRS can provide comprehensive re-entry services so that our youth have the tools they need to exit DYRS and transition safely back into the community. As we turn to the budget, I'm particularly interested in making sure that DYRS is providing youth with career coaching and job application guidance as part of that re-entry process. I'm also looking to work with the agency to ensure that we can get to a place where the agency is in full compliance with the Road Act. The Road Act is the district's primary legislative tool to battle juvenile recidivism. It requires that every child at DYRS have a specially tailored plan for rehabilitation and for their transition back to their homes. During this hearing, I hope to learn more about the agency's work to come into compliance with that landmark legislation. And I will just note also that I know there's, as I mentioned at the outset, great public interest in how do we prevent more of our young people ending up in the care of DYRS. And so I will continue to think about how do we prevent more young people entering that pipeline and what investments generally we should be making even outside of the agency. And so with that, I'm going to start and turn to our public witnesses for the day. First, we have Eduardo Ferrer from the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative, Anya Kreider with Disability Rights DC, Magdalena Chungus with the Council for Court Excellence, Dominique Moore with Life Rain. I am not seeing Dominique Moore, so we will go to Penelope Spain with Open City Advocates. I feel like you've spent a lot of time at the Wilson Building lately. With that, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Parker. My name is Eduardo Ferrer. I'm a Ward 5 resident, an associate professor at the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic, and policy director at the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the proposed budget for DYRS for fiscal year 27. Specifically, I asked this committee to eliminate the capital funds allocated over the next 4 years to expanding the number of jail and prison beds for children in the district, and to restore the cuts to operating funds for case management, economic opportunities development, youth engagement, and community outreach. As the chairperson well knows, DYRS's proposed capital budget for FY27 includes $29 million over 4 years to expand the number of housing units at the Youth Services Center by 10% and the number of housing units at New Beginnings by 50%. Moreover, DYRS's proposed operating budget seeks to increase DYRS's residential and secure facilities budget by a combined $14 million, while cutting its community-based services budget by over $4 million, a nearly 50% decrease, and also decreasing the investments in case management, educational and vocational opportunities, and violence prevention services. Now, first, expanding the number of beds at YSC and New Beginnings over the next 4 years and allocating significantly more money to residential and secure facility lines in the next year is unnecessary. While YSC has been near or at capacity since about January 2024, it was well under capacity for the 6 years prior to 2024 and has been mostly below or at capacity for the past few months, including being 10% under capacity as of yesterday morning. Moreover, the overcrowding and associated ills observed at YSC in 2024 and 2025 were in large part a function of DYRS's dysfunction, specifically DYRS's failure to meaningfully and timely address the awaiting placement population held at YSC and its staffing issues. Indeed, for much of 2024 and 2025, the awaiting placement population hovered between 20 and 30 young people and reached a high as 41 youth. Even as of yesterday, when YSC was under capacity, 19 youth, which represented over 20% of the youth at YSC, were youth who were awaiting placement. As a result, recent and historical data combined with the central role that the awaiting placement population played in overcrowding demonstrates that it's not necessary to build additional jail and prison beds for our children or significantly increase the residential and secure facilities budget next year. Instead, we need to actually address the awaiting placement population and staffing issues. Second, adding 40 new hardware secure housing units for youth will cost the district significantly more than the $29 million in capital expenditures because it will structurally change DYRS's operating budget moving forward. More housing units are not just a one-time fixed cost. Once more housing units are built, DYRS will need more youth development representatives, medical staff, food, clothes, electricity, water, cleaning staff, etc., to be able to run those units. Moreover, this increase in operating costs would come at a time when the cost of secure placement per day at DYRS has already ballooned over 50% between FY22 and FY25, increasing from $130,000 per day in FY22 to nearly $200,000 per day in FY25, or nearly $73 million per year, which, as the council member knows, is about the same as DPR's entire budget. As a result, given the proposal calls for building 10% more housing units at YSC and 50% more housing units at New Beginnings, we can expect the associated operating costs to be substantial. Given this administration is in its final months and the tightness of the FY27 budget, now is not the time to commit to this significant sunk cost and set DYRS's budget on a new trajectory that represents the outgoing mayor's philosophy and priorities. Third, by spending heavily on detention and incarceration while cutting direct investment in youth families and communities, DYRS proposed FY27 operating and capital budgets moves the district further away from what works. Detaining and incarcerating children does not promote rehabilitation or reduce recidivism. To the contrary, detaining children makes it more likely that a young person will recidivate, drop out of school, struggle to find gainful employment, makes it more likely that they'll end up in the adult system and that they'll suffer lifelong collateral consequences, including poor physical health in adulthood, worsening of existing physical and mental health problems, and a shorter life expectancy. This is not the path we should be committing to in this moment, especially when we know that DYRS does not provide rehabilitative services at YSC by design and is struggling mightily to provide meaningful rehabilitative services at New Beginnings. In sum, this budget seeks to bind future mayoral administrations to the same reactive, ineffective, and harmful carceral approach to developing our young people and promoting safe communities that has undergirded the current administration's philosophy and failures. Now is the time to turn the page, not ingrain this approach into our budgets for year to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Anya Kreider.
Good morning, Chair Member Parker and members of this committee. My name is Anya Kreider, and I'm an attorney at Disability Rights DC. In my personal capacity, I'm a proud Ward 5 resident. Disability Rights DC is the federally designated protection and advocacy program for people with disabilities in the District of Columbia. Per Disability Rights DC's federal mandate, Disability Rights DC staff serves the district residents with disabilities through individual representation, investigations of abuse and neglect, training, and systemic advocacy. Disability Rights DC has serious concerns about the current allotment of funds to DYRS regarding additional bed space in institutional settings. We continue to be concerned about room confinement as youth continue to report split floor time, and no data is currently maintained on room confinement across the agency. As we have previously testified, Disability Rights DC believes that at a very minimum, it is DYRS's responsibility to develop practices that align with and are responsive to DC law regarding room confinement and data keeping. Additionally, youth are entitled to at least 1 hour of large muscle activity per day. At YSC, this takes place either in the courtyard, also called the maze, or in the gym. As recently as this month, youth across units at YSC continue to report that they are not consistently getting 1 hour of large muscle activity each day. Basic operational obligations, such as providing opportunities for large muscle activity, limiting room confinement, and maintaining data, cannot be expected to improve with the expansion of bed capacity. In short, the inability of DYRS to protect the basic rights of youth in their custody counsels against expanding DYRS institutional capacity. Foundational to these concerns is appropriate staffing. How does DYRS plan to staff the additional institutional capacity proposed? For context, Disability Rights DC has seen incredible compassion and care from some YDRs, wiping tears, offering encouragement, and planning elaborate activities and programming. However, when looking at the current DC Department of Human Resources page, the YDR position includes, but is not limited to, the following tasks: conducting security checks of staff, visitors, and youth, including searches or weapons and contraband; managing crisis situations, engaging youth in positive activities, participating in individual and group counseling sessions with youth and their families. In effect, DYRS is asking YDRs to be corrections officers, activity coordinators, and therapists. The resulting concern is that when each of these roles is not fulfilled with a basic level of competency and reinforced by robust training, the well-being and safety of youth and staff is compromised. Ultimately, the fundamental obligations of DYRS are not met, as restraint protocols are not followed, programming is insufficient, and therapeutic interactions are sacrificed. Again, an already compromised staffing pool counsels against expanding DYRS institutional capacity. Lastly, Disability Rights DC has deep concerns about reinvestment in the Oak Hill facility, given its not-so-distant history, and adamantly opposes the inherently carceral space ever be reused for youth. Given this context, Disability Rights DC particularly appreciated Councilmember Parker's line of questioning at the recent Department of Behavioral Health budget hearing on April 24th. Disability Rights DC adamantly agrees that an effective non-police mental and behavioral health crisis response for youth is critical to investment in DC youth. Given the elimination of CHAMPS without appropriate reinvestment within CRT, alongside decreased staffing for school behavioral health, and a hotly contested school behavioral health plan, the mayor's budget appears to demonstrate a commitment to locking up DC's children over supporting them in the communities in which they deserve to thrive. Again, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony, and we welcome any opportunity to discuss.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Magdalena Chungus.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee for the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Magdalena Chungus. I'm the policy manager at Council for Court Excellence, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization which conducts research, educates, and advocates to make DC's unique legal systems more just, equitable, and accountable to the community. And we are also a member of the Thrive Under 25 Coalition. My testimony today concerns the proposed budget for the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services with a focus on fulfilling funding the independent oversight portion of the Recidivism Reduction at DYRS Amendment Act, previously the Road Act, and our concerns about proposed funding for an expanded number of beds at both New Beginnings and the Youth Services Center. We remain steadfast in the belief that DYRS must have independent oversight to ensure accountability and better protect incarcerated youth. This permanent oversight was codified in the Recidivism Reduction Act, but remains unfunded, resulting in the elimination of the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight, with no agency taking up its role as an independent watchdog. The OIJJFO provided valuable oversight since 2021, including maintaining publicly available data dashboards on population data on DYRS facilities and reports, such as their recent report detailing serious concerns with the fire safety systems and mental health care at the juvenile justice facilities. Independent oversight allows for unbiased independent investigation into incidents, such as alleged staff on youth physical and sexual violence. And there are ongoing lawsuits against DYRS that point to possible harms to our youth and exposure on the part of the DC government to expensive settlements. As passed, the Recidivism Reduction Act provides for permanent oversight of DYRS under the Office of the DC Auditor. However, since the law's passage in 2025, this provision has yet to be funded. The estimated funding at bill passage was $5.8 million over 4 years. This funding would allow for the hiring of 4 employees to inspect juvenile justice facilities and complete compliance reviews, which is an expansion of the previous OIJJFO office. We understand the added complication of where to locate this oversight body remains, given that ODCA was not inclined to house this independent oversight permanently, and we ask this committee to continue having conversations about where to house this oversight, including exploring the possibility of expanding the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children to include not just oversight of the Child and Family Services Agency, but also DYRS. Moving on to the capital budget. Of great concern to us is the mayor's proposed capital budget for DYRS, which includes an additional $46 million over the next 4 years to construct 10 additional beds at YSC and 30 at New Beginnings. The mayor's justification for expanded beds is unclear, but we do recognize YSC has dealt with overcrowding over the past few years, with the issue of committed youth awaiting relevant and appropriate placements, spending long periods of time, often months at YSC, before being placed, being one that we explored in our October 2025 report, Committed Youth Awaiting Placement in the DC Youth Services Center. The focus of this committee, however, and the agency should remain on decreasing wait times for committed youth at YSC, but expanding the number of beds at YSC is not a solution to the underlying problem of overcrowding, and instead could potentially create a lack of urgency in shortening wait times. When fully enacted, the Recidivism Reduction Act includes a provision that should help to address one cause of these delays. That is the need to develop individualized rehabilitation plans before dispositional hearings, implement them upon placement, and update them regularly. We also recognize prior to this oversight hearing in February, DYRS was able to decrease the overall population at YSC to around 75 youth. However, since that hearing, there has been a sharp increase in the number of youth held, up to 98 as of May 1st. We recommend the committee ask DYRS leadership what strategies they employed to lower the YSC population earlier this year, so emphasis can continue to be placed on moving young people swiftly through YSC, which is intended to be a short-term facility, rather than turning to expanding the number of beds. And turning to New Beginnings, this facility has not seen the same level of overcrowding as at YSC, yet the budget proposes a 50% increase in beds. To emphasize the detrimental impact of potentially incarcerating more children for longer at YSC or New Beginnings, we can look at the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's report on 2-year recidivism rates for system-involved young people that shows that people who were committed to DYRS had the highest recidivism rates as compared to youth only on probation or who went through a diversion program. We appreciate Councilmember Parker's continued commitment to improving the education and therapeutic treatment for youth incarcerated at YSC and at New Beginnings. We ask the committee to consider the asks of youth from their recent roundtable that they have also raised at previous hearings to center what investments will have the most positive impact on young people over more carceral solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Penelope Spain.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker. My name is Penelope Spain, and I'm a proud resident of Ward 4 and CEO of Open City Advocates. My written testimony is quite extensive, but today I'll focus on just 2 points. First, DYRS's proposed capital budget includes a misguided $29 million to build 40 new beds in DYRS's locked facilities, 10 at YSC and 30 at New Beginnings. During the 21 years that I've been working in DC's juvenile legal system, we've consistently fought to reduce the carceral capacity of our city, and instead advocated for the expansion of community-based services. I also see a $1 million for capital improvements to Oak Hill Youth Center. Having celebrated the closure of Oak Hill, it's profoundly disturbing to see Oak Hill facility renovation included in the mayor's budget requests. Please explore the ultimate need or purpose behind that expense. If it's intended for an eventual step-down program, we would oppose such efforts as they would unnecessarily delay children's return to their families and community. If youth are placed in some sort of annex or step-down site, please ask what purpose that would serve. Where would youth go to school or receive support services? Is the concept for such a program grounded in research and evidence? DYRS's young people already spend too much time exiled from the district. I strongly caution against any extension of programming that keeps them from returning to their city, their home, and their families. Another reason that we strongly stand against the expansion of DYRS's locked facilities is that DYRS is not doing a good job with the capacity it already has. In February, we testified about New Beginnings' failing program model, the absence of regular team decision-making meetings, and treating reentry as an afterthought rather than a team-created plan. The auditor's findings on New Beginnings are utterly alarming. No meaningful mental health or substance abuse services, treatment plans failing to address documented disorders, family involvement nearly absent, and a 70% recidivism rate. The program is failing every which way. 6 months have passed. The mayor's response is to add more beds rather than to expand or improve upon services. At this particular moment, when dollars are so scarce, why in the world would we spend more money to lock up more kids in a program that simply doesn't work? It's time to dedicate those scarce dollars to the programs and services that do work, and those services are overwhelmingly provided in the community with families involved, not in a jail for kids. When DYRS Director Abed testifies, I hope you'll explore with him the things that would actually serve the young people Open City Advocates represents. Ask about the access to community-based mental health services. Can we connect children with those services before they leave New Beginnings and truly establish a system that strives for continuity of care? And what efforts has DYRS made to ensure that children are quickly re-enrolled in school upon discharge? That's still something that my organization is regularly doing, given DYRS's consistent delays and failures. What improvements have been made in engaging and supporting caregivers and families? Mental health services, education, substance abuse treatment, family engagement. That's where we should be focusing our attention and our dollars, not more beds that are yielding failing results. Lastly, I'd like to raise a concern about the well-regarded and promising OASIS program, which is funded and run by DYRS. Sadly, OASIS's outward bound style education program primarily serves youth who are not committed to DYRS and not even in the delinquency system at all. DYRS youth should have priority access to OASIS. As far as I'm aware, youth from New Beginnings are occasionally recruited to help build the physical structures at OASIS. But rather than consistently serving the children who are incarcerated less than a quarter mile away, OASIS serves non-court involved children. As a prevention program, that's laudable. But DYRS's mission is, quote, to give court-involved youth the opportunity to become more productive citizens by building on the strengths of youth and their families in the least restrictive, most home-like environment consistent with public safety. If OASIS is to remain a DYRS-funded program, funded and managed by DYRS, DYRS should be looking for ways that each and every one of the youth committed to the agency can benefit from that opportunity. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have Mr. Ferrer's testimony. I just want to check here. I have Anya Kreider's written testimony. Magdalena Chongas, can you submit it
Well,
for us?
Yes, we would certainly.
I really appreciated the questions you had included, and so I want to be sure to lift those up. Where do I begin? I'll start with Mr. Ferrer. In the past calendar year, have any of your clients or young people that your team works with received individualized rehabilitation plans? And if so, what has been your take on how that process has played out?
In the past year, really nothing different has changed.
Nothing.
No, unfortunately. I think we are seeing DYRS continue to struggle with its planning and implementation.
And one critique I've heard from others that have seen some of these plans is that they're either too general or they are just carbon copy of other documents that already exist and don't quite speak to the specific needs that a young person has. And so that is something we will continue to push on, but that's troubling to hear that you haven't really seen or been engaged around it. I wanted to turn to the bed expansion. Everybody just about talked about that, and I hear you loud and clear. Um, I have not heard this from the mayor, but I can imagine the executive and the mayor would say, "Well, you all have been ranting and raving about overcrowding, and here's our answer to it." And you touch on a philosophy and a difference in philosophy in your testimony, Mr. Ferrer. In part, you, like we have, talked about expanding programmings, expanding supports. I will say there is a level of skepticism, even that I've heard and witnessed from the executive, that, there's almost like an eye roll, like, here you all go again, talking about services, programming, mental health services. For those watching that may be inclined to say, we have to do something now. And if there's overcrowding and or if there's a trajectory where juvenile delinquency is on the rise, we should be expanding beds at DYRS. I know you talked about this pretty eloquently in your testimony, but if you could make the case for folks watching, why services, why programming and mental health services is a more efficient, durable way to go.
There are a host of ways to answer this. I'll start with the fact that just to answer your direct question, investing in young people directly, investing in addressing root causes of why they've touched DYRS's system, as opposed to just kicking the can down the road by incarcerating them, by excluding them from the community, by removing them from anything productive and positive they have going on, is actually the way to achieve what we all want, which is safe, healthy communities. And so when we invest in young people directly, when we build up behavioral health services, when we connect them to education and jobs, that lowers recidivism. That improves outcomes for the young person, which in turn improves outcomes for the community, because now they're contributing, they're more likely to pay taxes, they're more likely to be engaged as parents, and they're more likely to help guide the next generation to the type of productive adults that we want. And so
absolutely. And admittedly, that work takes longer. It's less linear, I would say, than just saying we have a problem and here's how we're gonna detain more young people. But I appreciate your push there. But I just want to recognize that there is a tension between our engagement with the executive, where their philosophical approach is we should be expanding I don't know if it's fair to say they want to detain more youth, but they would say it's just a matter of fact that we should be making more space.
And just on that point, let's assume for the sake of argument that we're going to have the same number of young people at YSC, at New Beginnings, et cetera. We could be improving the process to move them along more quickly. And that's what the mayor has very intentionally abandoned. I mean, you look at the fact that DYRS says that they have to have evaluations for the YLS to be completed. That's just, again, false. The YLS does not require evaluations to be done. The YLS was a tool developed for lay people. And so that's a bottleneck that they've chosen to put into the system that has delayed the process. But even assuming even assuming for the sake of argument that we all agreed psychiatric evaluations are something that we want done before disposition, the executive controls the funding source for the number of evaluators at DBH's Court Assessment Center and could invest in that line item and speed up these evaluations. And so again, even if we were to credit, the rationale for why these psychiatric evaluations, then the answer is let's put more evaluators in the pipeline and get these things done more quickly. And so they have chosen on a host of levels to default to incarceration is the easiest path, and we're going to rely on that rather than actually investing in young people and a process that would get young people to rehabilitative services more quickly.
Understood. One last question, and this is more so for everyone. If there was a creative way to use some of those capital dollars to expand recreational outlets, would that be something that you support?
Absolutely. I would take that $29 million and put it as far upstream as we could. I think DPR is a great place to look for additional investments, particularly in light of the other issues we're trying to address in the city with respect to curfew. I think looking further upstream and plugging non-residential holes in our behavioral health system would be a great place to look.
That's interesting. I was thinking more recreational access for the young people detained at DYRS. And so I think Ms. Kreider's testimony, I believe it was, where we know many of them are not getting the minimum of the hour of large muscle recreational time. And there could be benefit to thinking about how do we expand access there. But it sounds like you're saying even going, as you put it, further upstream.
So I think if we go further upstream, there are going to be fewer kids at YSC and New Beginnings, which is going to make it easier to get that large muscle exercise. So I think we have to look at how we pull other levers to reduce the tensions at YSC and New Beginnings that will then make it easier to facilitate some of the places where DYRS is falling.
Understood. Look at me, I'm blowing through the clock. Ms. Kreider, I wanted to come to you. You mentioned room confinement. We have had ongoing discussions with the director, and they acknowledge that this is an issue in part because of Disability Rights DC's testimony previously and your focus. So thank you for your advocacy in this space. What progress, if any, have you seen the agency make around room confinement?
Thank you for the question. I certainly want to give credit where credit is due. And from a room confinement perspective, my understanding is that youth are no longer in their rooms during shift change. And I've gotten positive feedback on that from youth. My understanding is that from a staffing perspective, that raises some additional challenges, but I don't necessarily know details on that particularly. But the no confinement during shift change from a room confinement perspective is something we were happy to see.
And I know the directors also talked about digitalizing the log that the agency keeps. I know prior testimony spoke to it being handwritten and pretty subjective, pretty loose, if and when it was captured at all. And that too is an area I know the director is working on with his team.
Yeah, so I've also heard or been parts of those conversations. I think my concern is that at this point, we don't have data for last year. And while we're talking about planning for the future, at this point, my understanding is that no data is being kept for this year either. So we don't have last year, and we're set up to not have this year either. And I think it's concerning as far as understanding what's happening in the facilities if we have no immediate plan for collecting that data.
Understood. And then one last question. You two oppose the expansion of beds. You make a pretty clear case, but you also highlight that YDRs are not following protocols and or their engagement with young people, whether that's around restraints or engagement. I appreciate you pointing out that there are some exemplars amongst the group where they are going over and beyond in their attention and care for the young people at DYRS. Thinking of YDRs in particular, I have a question of whether or not training is the way to go. Obviously, we want to double down on training. What is the lever you would encourage us to think about to bring more YDRs in compliance, following the protocols, improving their engagement with young people there? at YSC in particular, but DYRS as an agency?
Certainly, the more YDRs we need, the more challenging it becomes. And Disability Rights DC would absolutely agree with what Mr. Ferrer was saying regarding putting those investments as far upstream as we can. I think from an immediate perspective, I think the role requires coaching and redirection in really intensive ways.
And it's also a question, I think, of oversight, just real-time oversight. When you say coaching, that's happening in the moment in the buildings. Yeah.
Yeah, and absolutely. And ideally, oversight from not just within the agency, but otherwise as well, which I know CCE.
Yes,
spoke
that's
to.
a great layup. It's like a great pivot. Ms. Chungus, thank you. I have heard you all loud and clear about the independent oversight office. And so I invite you to share more. How would you distinguish the function of this independent oversight team? And so one thing that is clear, they could aid in traveling between different facilities to check conditions, to check in on young people. What other aspects could an independent oversight aid with, in your opinion?
I think even looking at what OI JJFO has done in the past, right? Having specific reports about specific issues. They had their fire safety report, looking at the behavioral health at New Beginnings. So looking at some of these specific issue areas more in depth and collecting the data that oftentimes is needed. And as we know, like their dashboard that they were updating, which I think DYRS has absorbed some of those
Yes.
capabilities now. But making sure that that data is timely and updated, I think is helpful. But I think, also, right, in mentioning some of the ongoing lawsuits of DYRS, if the only people that are overseeing those issues are people within DYRS, that is a huge concern, particularly if we're talking about issues like physical and sexual violence that young people are experiencing at the hands of staff. So I think
So I'm
that
hearing
in
you say
particular.
reporting, engaging or oversight as it relates to lawsuits, checking in on different facilities. And the reason why I'm asking this is because this is something we're looking at, but you have to make the case. And so then my colleague is going to say, why are we doing this? Didn't we already have this? We cut this. We could use this money for vouchers or something. And we are wanting just to make the most compelling case possible. There's also this argument that I would imagine you would hear from the executive. Well, that's what the committee is for. You all are doing the oversight. I could tell you we don't have the capacity or the breadth to be on the ground in DRS every single day or to travel back and forth between different agencies. It's just not how the council functions. But I'd imagine there would be significant pushback to reestablishing an oversight arm, but it is something we're actively looking at.
And I would say the law already passed, right, to do this, right? So it's just a question of funding. So I think that demonstrates that there is support to have permanent oversight.
Yes, yes. I think it's worth noting the auditor's pushback, which you cited in your testimony. And the auditor's pushback, it was, frankly, if we hire someone, you all could hire someone. And again, this sense of, well, anything that the auditor can do, the council could do, and a concern about mission creep. I also wonder, and this is a genuine wonder, are people's perception about the benefit of an additional bureaucratic oversight office thinking about Mark Jordan? I think Mark Jordan did a great job, but to create something new, assuming it's not Mark Jordan, you have to detail and spell out. I can tell you any number of ineffective offices that we've empowered to do X, Y, and Z, that I do wonder if it is not the absolute best person and the mission is not absolutely airtight. Are we just spinning our wheels, wasting our money, and proving the naysayers right when they say this was a waste of time? Just throwing that out there. Did you want to respond before I move? Okay, I'm gonna turn to Ms. Spain. Did you want to weigh in there? But it sounded like you wanted
I
to jump
did.
in.
I think that in terms of looking at the Ombuds Office for Children, I think if you look at it from a client-centered or a child-centered and family-centered perspective, the breadth of areas that we need to explore in this city are far greater than simply the facilities oversight within New Beginnings and YSC. I think there are so many young people that we have in out-of-state residential treatment facilities.
That's right.
We have clients who have completed their therapeutic rehabilitative processes at those out-of-state facilities, and yet DYRS is choosing not to bring those children home. There are so many shortcomings in the case management of young people. We're not looking at what's happening in the community, our achievement centers, what's happening at the group homes. I think if you look at this from, taking a cases as the Ombuds Office does right now in the CFSA case, and looking at cases that are failing or that young people are falling through the cracks, exploring why and where they are falling through the cracks. It's not just within one facility, it's throughout the entire DYRS matrix.
I would agree with that. You also spoke about the Oasis program. I'm a big believer and a fan of the program. I, like you, want to see it expanded, both for young people not in the system, but also for incarcerated youth. I even wonder, should Oasis live with DRS? I'm not sure it's the right fit. It could be with DPR and be part of their extended programming. But should it be available to incarcerated youth? Do you have recommendations around operationalizing that?
Sure, I do. I think that, historically, DYRS has created opportunities for young people who are doing well in their programming at New Beginnings to receive incentives, right? To progress more quickly through the levels system, to have home passes. I think that we could very easily integrate the Oasis program into that program in a meaningful way, such that, when young people get to level 4, they get to go to the Oasis program once or twice a week, or when other young people from the district are not using that. There's the Oasis program is available to district youth on the weekends and on times when they're not in school. But by the mere proximity, we have this wonderful facility that could be used from 3 to 5 o'clock p.m., after school. And that could be an incentive program that keeps young people feeling good about their progress. It's, the large muscle. I mean, it's such a wonderful opportunity to be in the outdoors, to be physical, to be engaging with animals. There's so many wonderful rehabilitative aspects of that. Why we're not offering that when it's so easy? It's literally down the street from New Beginnings is appalling to me. In terms of where it sits, I think that that's an open debate. I do think that in our city, we tend to segregate young people who are in the delinquency system and only have programs for them, as opposed to, and that's not helpful for young people. I think that we need to do a better job of, opening up these silos so that if it's a DPR run program, it doesn't mean that DYRS can't coordinate with DPR, right? And then that's creating new opportunities to link with a new agency that's not looking at young people just through the lens of delinquency and control, but much more about, engaging them in all sorts of activities that might lead to greater engagement and connection when they return home. So I think that's my argument, but happy to explore that.
Thank you for that. That is something we are going to look into. I don't know what the agency would need to operationalize that, but that's something I'll ask the director. I do want to thank you all for your testimony, Mr. Ferrer. I wanted to ask one last question. It's not something you talked about, but on my last visit, I was able to witness the team checking in with a young person that was hoping to go to the next level in the sequential module process. And I was struck by how subjective it was. It was very much based on vibes. It was like, and this is determining whether or not that young person was going to go to the next level in order to exit detention. If you have any insight from your experience or recommendations for how we can tighten that process through this budget process, and I open that up for anybody, but I figured maybe based on some of your clients or team members, you might have some insight there.
Sure. I think your description of vibes is a great way to describe it, unfortunately. And I think it's vibes throughout, and it starts with the planning process. You raised earlier, plans are often not individualized. The level system is often not individualized as a result. And so young people are being measured against metrics that aren't necessarily relevant to them, which means that it's not actually helping the rehabilitative process. And so as a result, it ends up in just being vibes. Is this kid kind of doing well? Are they not doing well? Do people like him or do people like her? And it's not a kind of harder, kind of more
Yes.
consistent
Yes.
metric. And so I think it starts with, more than anything, the planning process and individualizing service plans and services and
Using
addressing the
that
needs
to
of each kid.
inform that process.
Right.
Yeah, I would say two things struck me in that observation. I'm trying not to say too much, but the young person met their goals and everybody praised them like you met your goals. But then it was couched in you're shy, you don't talk enough. And so therefore we're not sure if we're going to give you the next level. And that was like mind blowing to me that you just praised them for behaviorally meeting their goals, but because of a personality trait, they might be held back. And then secondly, when I then afterwards asked, well, when will they be able to revisit to go to the next level? It was, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, another month. It was, again, just vibes. It felt very loose. And we're talking about people's lives. Anyway, I was really troubled by that.
Yeah, and let me add just one more quick layer to that, right? This idea of shy could be this young person has experienced trauma. It could be an underlying disability that's not being addressed or accommodated. And so I think that is a great example of kind of all the layers that are being missed in the lack of individualized planning. I will say I have had one case recently where I thought DYRS did recognize the extensive needs of a young person and did tend to address those well, but that has been the outlier in my experience, not the
Can you say
level
more
of
about
care.
when you say they tended to their needs through the planning process, or
We pushed and we were able to get, for instance, speech and language
I got it.
pathology
I
to
got it.
be,
I got it.
and people understood kind of the cognitive level that the young person was at, in a way that they really worked to help the young person through the level system.
Understood.
But that has been an outlier, not.
So
the
zooming
norm.
out again, you would say the lever are those rehabilitation plans and allowing that to bleed through the entire process. Yeah. Anybody else want to jump in before we go to the next panel?
Just very briefly, I just wanted to echo what Mr. Ferrer said there. And he said, we pushed, right? And young people, if they don't have a really strong advocate or lawyer who is pushing from day one for those plans to be individualized, they simply are not being done. So I just want to say that advocacy is critical here. And I think that this is why I push so hard on family advocacy and family engagement, because so often young people's parents are the ones who are best able to advocate for their young people to be individualized. Another thing I want to say is that we talk a lot about discharge planning process. And I keep saying it needs to start from day one. We need to know where we're trying to go with this young person from the beginning, and that plan and the program needs to be tailored accordingly. And I think that's why we're seeing 70%, upwards of 70% recidivism rates for new beginnings, because it is clear, it's just this cookie cutter approach. I think what we need to be doing is much more akin to what happens in the school context with IEPs, with individualized plans that we mark them. We know what the progress is. It's it's not a perfect analogy, but it really is about the individualization that simply does not happen, especially when young people don't have a strong advocate at the table for them.
Absolutely. I smirked because I think many people would tell you it's not happening there either. But the point is well taken. But thank you all for your testimony. And I was a little flexible with time because we really are trying to get this right through this budget. So thank you to those waiting to testify. Next, we will hear from Joshua Miller with Open City Advocates, Jordan Tooney with Thrive Under 25, or is it Tony? Tony. Peggy Ramin, ACLU, DC. And Peggy is online. Antonio Myers. Antonio Myers, Gail Avent, Nene Taylor, and Marcel Queen. Okay, well, Marcel, when he comes back, can- Janice Patterson or Mama Joe. Not on. She's not on. Okay, so I'm gonna go through that list one more time. We have Joshua Miller, Jordan Tony, and then Peggy Ramin is online. Antonio Myers, not seeing. Gil Avent, not seeing. Nene Taylor, not seeing. Marcel Queen is out of the room but coming back. And then Mama Joe. All right. Mr. Miller, you can begin.
Hello. Chairperson Parker and members, members of your staff. Twice a month, I visit YSC and meet with the youth council there. The Open City Advocates and the Public Defender Service jointly facilitate these visits with separate sessions for committed youth and Title 16 youth. I just want to share a few things that I've been hearing. The facility provided soap is causing skin breakouts because it's not the kind of soap that African-American young men and women need. The hair products cause hair breakage. The youth reported that meal portions were small and that the food was undercooked or uncooked. During Ramadan, dates provided for breakfast, for breaking their fast, sorry, not breakfast, spoiled before the youth could use them. The 2-snack in the room limit, which is designed to prevent hoarding, made it impossible for fasting youth to store food for meals outside of standard service times. The Title 16 youth share one phone amongst 11 people, and they often don't have enough time to use it on the weekends. There's one barber for the entire facility, and the Title 16 youth say that they do not get privileged access, so they often don't have the ability to get a haircut at the right time. The Title 16 youth often mention that they have no access to credible messengers, to social workers or case managers. No judges visit their units, no council members either. And one young person told me, in his words, them orange shirts mean something, right? The children on the ATU unit wear different colored uniforms and they feel that stigma. So communication problems are a major theme in our conversations. Programs promised do not arrive. Snacks distributed at events are confiscated during searches right afterwards. Questions go unanswered. On one visit, a YDR said, and I'm quoting, I was standing right there, if it's not your turn, you don't need to know anything about it. Staff have even been asked to leave youth council sessions for repeatedly interrupting the youth. So they're there in the room and they just want to chime in, and they've been asked by other YDRs to leave. So one thing worth noting, these criticisms are real, but sometimes the young people will speak like very highly of their YDRs. They're often fans of the YDRs who make it into the room. They describe their care coordinators, by contrast, as deceptive, manipulative, and uncaring. This suggests to me and to others that case management is still struggling with the staffing issues they've seen, even where some Lyme staff are doing right by youth. Many of the issues we hear have been raised in earlier youth council sessions, but were only temporarily resolved. Corrective actions are not surviving the staff turnovers and operational changes we've seen over the last 6 months. The convergence across different populations at different times, different youth, suggests that simple things like hygiene access are just not being addressed at the facility level. This is the agency that the mayor thinks needs a raise, while everyone else tightens their belts. The mayor's response to the auditor's documentation of operational and programmatic failures is a construction plan, not remediation. The district should fix what is broken before adding beds to YSC and New Beginnings, at which point the new units won't be needed. We would ask you to ask DYRS in this hearing and throughout this budget process about the conditions youth are reporting from inside the facilities. So in my written testimony, I have a lot more to say about all this, but I did want to sort of make sure that we have an opportunity to talk about some of the ombuds and oversight issues at some point. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Jordan Tony.
Good morning, Chairman Parker, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jordan Tony, and I'm here today representing the Thrive Under 25 Coalition. We advocate for anyone who enters DC's adult judicial system before the age of 25. I am part of the emerging adult cohort leadership team. I'm also a Free Minds Port ambassador and change maker using my lived experience of incarceration to prevent youth violence. I recently completed an internship on Capitol Hill with Congresswoman Terry Sewell's office. Today, I'm here to urge the council to redirect funds allocated to building more beds for young people in locked facilities to community-based solutions. We know from neuroscience that harm is caused to youth's development when they are placed in confinement. It also breaks crucial ties to family, school, and community connections. Research shows it lowers the chances of young people completing high school and raises their chances of ending up in adult jails and prisons. While I myself was not in custody of DYRS, I did experience the harmful impacts of incarceration as a 17-year-old at the DC jail. I was fortunate that I did not have to experience an extended amount of time incarcerated, but even a short amount of time has a long-term effect. This is why I am so committed to community-based programming, not incarceration. We need this money to go into community programs aimed at mental health treatment, mentoring, education, youth development, and more. Not more beds for youth to be locked away from opportunities and locked into a future filled with traumatic effects of incarceration. Budget send a strong message about what we believe in. Please believe in youth and build possibilities, not beds and locked facilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will go online to Peggy Ramin.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker. My name is Peggy Raymond. I'm the Policy Counsel at the American Civil Liberties Union of the District of Columbia. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present testimony today on behalf of our over 14,000 members and supporters across the district. Our testimony addresses our recommendations regarding the district's FY27 budget for DYRS. The ACLU of DC supports stable funding levels for DYRS, but funds must be appropriately used by the agency to fulfill its commitment to improving conditions and access to programming and placements for young people that support rehabilitation and address recidivism. We believe investment in our justice-involved young people helps the district's young residents grow into healthy, successful adults, which will in turn make our communities safer. We continue to support the overarching goal of reducing the number of children that are in custody in the district overall. To accomplish this, we know the district must also fully fund the programs and resources young people and their families need in the community to lead healthy, productive, and safe lives, a goal we know that you are committed to, Councilmember Parker. A recent report, Building Safety Through Resources, A Better Path to Public Safety in DC, outlines a number of ways DC can better invest in community safety and security by supporting families, our young people, and community reentry. We believe FY27 funds must be used by DYRS to address existing issues and improve overall quality and delivery of programming and services to youth. Although we recognize some improvements have been made, basic health and safety concerns continue to be an issue for youth in DYRS custody, including issues with overcrowding, physical altercations, access to behavioral health services, and adequate programming, as we've heard from many colleagues today. Additionally, when it does come time for a young person to return to the community, discharge and reentry planning often falls short for children and their families. Despite this, the FY27 proposed budget for DYRS cuts funding in a number of budget areas that could help to alleviate some of these issues, including decreases in funding for case management, economic opportunities development, youth engagement, and community outreach. We are troubled that the proposed FY27 budget does not maintain investment in budget lines that support, for example, individualized case management and planning with youth and their families, educational and professional development opportunities and programming, violence preventative services and support programs, or community-based support services and outreach. DYRS funding should not skew toward increasing the capacity of its facilities to incarcerate even more children, while chronic understaffing and programming and service availability for kids currently in custody remains at issue. We hope DYRS will address why its proposed budget cuts important budget lines that provide programs and services to children, and how it will address existing gaps for children currently in custody and improve reentry into the community that will support kids' success. Justice-involved young people and their families need more investment in intervention, programming, and resources, not less. We seek to limit the current system's harm and reach, and to transform the district's approach to safety into a system focused on prevention, not punishment. Ultimately, this means dramatically reducing the number of kids in custody in the district and providing community investments that will address the root of youth involvement in the system. As we work toward that fundamental goal, we urge Council to provide full and stable funding to DYRS to address the well-documented need for improved access to programs, rehabilitation, treatment, and reentry services to kids in custody. DYRS must also do its part to use this much-needed funding to provide those programs and services that invest in the health, safety, and future success of kids in the district. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Marcel Queen.
Hello, how you doing? So I want to start off because I have two different issues. My first issue is regarding the Navy Yard. And then I would like to speak about the YC. So will I be able to do both at the same time? Thank you. So I share a unique role inside of the District of Columbia because I have my own organization, and I have been having my own organization for the last 4 to 5 years. And also I have sit on some of the boards and work with most of the district partners that actually engage with youth. So from Trigger Project to Guns Down Friday to the One's Office and multiple other agencies. And I do things in different agencies across the country for what I know how to do. So the first thing I want to start about is Navy Yard. I have came up with a complex way to actually solve it. I sat yesterday I had a meeting with the bid of Navy Yard. Navy Yard bid said they would love to support my idea. I've actually found a location, right? And the location I found is called the Gateway DC on 2700 Martin Luther King Avenue. It's an enclosed area. It's a one-way in, one-way out. Kids can't hop over the fence. I sat with the youth council, and the youth council with all the kids. I took down everything but what they would like to do to see as programming, right? And I came up with a compartmentalized list of what exactly they would like to see, what they would exactly be done. From there, I sat with the captain of MPD. MPD said that they would love to support. I've been having meetings with MPD, and also I have over 75 volunteers, and also Readers has partnered, and DC Black Broadway, just numerous of partners. And I'm on like the third stage of actually trying to acquire the property, and donations have been coming. I've actually, when I had the meeting with Navy, the bid of Navy Yard, I said, hey, since they have to kind of go in the house by 10 o'clock, let's make a strategy. I said, because we know that business owners, people that want to go out with their family in Navy Yard, since Six Flags has closed, right, there is no legitimate place for them to go, right? And they always advocated about themselves. They want to be kids. They just want to have fun, right? But it has to be a more structured way of going about it. Nothing against DPR. I've seen once they leave the DPR situation, I feel like they just kind of just let go and they just can just run around, right? So I came up with a transportation plan. Inside of the transportation plan, I have a meeting. Well, I'm trying to set a meeting with Metro. I want to have I want to have a Metro bus that picks up kids from 4 quadrants of the city and actually direct it to this place I found, Gateway DC. Then from there, I spoke to DCPS. DCPS, I said, can we actually, you know, find the kids that, because people that work with the kids every day, we know who we're dealing with, right? So that's my next stage of trying to actually figure out parents we can engage with and things like that. So I would like to have a further meeting with you as far when I get everything all together, but it has come a very far way. Dr. Mitchell has also supported, and Dr. Mitchell is all my close connections have actually came and it's coming together. So that's something I would like to share with you. And when it comes to DY, my dual role is also I'm a YDR, right? So I also do a lot of strategic planning for youth, but at the same time, I actually work as a YDR inside of DYRS at the same time, right? So I can share some of my personal experiences, right, of some of the things that I see. I know we talk about room confinement and we talk about and actually the more beds. As for me as an advocate, I would recommend more beds, right? Because for me as a YDR, you gotta, when it's overcrowded, when sometimes it's overcrowded, I might have 14 kids on here, right? It's 2 staff, and you have to realize from a staff perspective, excuse me, these are like my kids for real, because I do a lot of hours, right? From 6 o'clock in the morning to about 11 at night, right? So each kid has its own individual behaviors I have to manage. I have to oversee their growth, right? I have to see a lot of things that's going on. So when it is overcrowdedness, and when something goes on, because they're also kids and are also growing. So if a fight break off or something goes left, a lot can happen. I know that, you know, through the news and advocates, I hear a lot of kids are being hurt. A lot of kids are violent attacks and stuff like that. But if you can separate some of them, right, to keep the numbers down, because we can't just blame DYRS for everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in here with questions, and if you don't mind, I'll pick up there. That's an interesting perspective. And so what would you say if somebody were to say, well, why not just hire more staff or more YDRs so that you don't just have 2 per 14? That shouldn't be the ratio, by the way, but
Yeah, but even in ratio, if the facility has too many kids,
yeah,
we have to make a way to make it happen, right? Because they
understood.
have to still be there, right, until they go to the next judicial process, right? So even though that is not the ratio, but sometimes that's what it is, though.
In
right?
reality, what plays out. No, I get that.
So to your question though, right? Your question was adding more staff. Can you imagine, right? This right is what, 10 people? Can you imagine having 14 kids? And kids are not there for no reason, right? So can you imagine trying to, hey, come on, let's sit down, guys. Hey, we're gonna watch TV. Hey, we're trying to do this. How we trying to do this, trying to do this. The beds are more needed for safety reasons. Even for school, you know, I transition my kids from school at 6. They have to be in school by 7 o'clock. Excuse me if I'm wrong. I have to get all my kids up for school. I have to make sure and I teach my kids to make their bed. I still have to teach them manly things in the process, because a lot of kids don't come from households that have understanding. I have to transition all my kids over. I have to transition my kids over, and then I have to make my kids that, like somebody said here, that has an IEP and ADHD, whoever knows, because you know at YC we're not at that process yet, right? To behavioral manage it, right? And then I have to make all my kids sit down and listen to a teacher when both of them have not been going to school.
Okay.
That is a lot to be.
It is a lot. I totally sympathize with that. And I take to heart your testimony. I wanted to ask something separately, and then I am going to come to others.
Mhm.
In terms of training or support that YDRs receive from the agency, can you speak to that?
So
And if I could just say a little bit more, the reason why I'm asking that is because what I'm hearing from you is what I suspect, that YDRs are stretched thin, they're stressed, they're overwhelmed. It's a hard job. It's a high caseload. So what support are you receiving from the agency, if anything?
I mean, and there's one more thing I want to ask. So I'm sorry, but I want to say to your question, like I said, from my background, right? Because I work with kids from the household before I even came working with incarcerated kids, right? And I want to add that the hardest, we're dealing with this is a human being thing, right? We can't put stuff on DYRS and try to manage them better and stuff, but at the end, we're dealing with kids, right? And we're dealing with kids that coming through everyday struggles, right? And like I said before, I love all my kids. One of my kids just died. I had to go to their funeral. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, and it's a lot. You get what I'm trying to say?
Totally. No,
But then we all support each other. Like, we all go through that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how many kids that we see keep coming back? It's kids I've seen come back just because they don't have food and clothes at home. And it's not because we don't provide the structure, it's because they household.
yeah.
I seen kids, you know what I mean, about it. When I'm walking around, and the kids be like Queen, they address me by Queen. That's how I know it's my kids in the street. Hey, you got some money? You might get some food. It's really the family dynamic. We're not. We can't. It's the households. It's the structures.
I got it. One more question, then I'm going to pivot. There was a significant cut to credible messengers in this budget. Can you speak to how you work with the credible messenger team at DYRS and/or what value you've seen in that program?
So to be honest with you, I also went to Peace Academy. So for me working inside the community, I already know a lot of the credible messengers from me graduating from different district trainings for me to do this work. So I already had a lot of their numbers. So like with me, I keep seeing where my kid is going.
But what do you think is the impact if we
I'm
cut
about to
that
tell you.
program? Yeah.
So like with my kid, like since I'm dealing with a kid on an everyday basis and there's certain things I'm instilling in them, correct? Right. So I'm always speaking about school. I'm always speaking about your hygiene. I'm always speaking about how to deal with friends and family and de-escalation, correct? But once they leave with me, and sometimes as a YDR, we're like the closest thing to a parent and the most consistency that they have, right? When it comes to the credible messengers are there with them, and then they go to their schools and they go to their outside state transition. So with me, I keep in contact with the credible messengers because they're actually part of their whole life layout. I'm only restricted to a certain piece, right?
Yeah.
But they're actually, because once they leave, they go into their school. Once they leave YC, and then from there they're dealing with their parents. Then they're really like the piece of life that makes sure that our messages keep going along with our kids, though. Does that really make sense? What I
It
mean?
does make a lot of sense. And again, this budget, I think, was it the number 70%? It's a significant cut in that program, which to me would mean young people wouldn't have that support in the community or those outlets for additional mentorship and support.
Yeah, I like the credible messages. I think that's it's a bomb program, and a lot of the credible messages have returning citizens, so they know the struggle with it. They know they know the struggle, so they kind of respect them more than just a regular like that don't understand their walk of life, right?
Understood.
So yeah,
Understood. Thank you for that.
one more. That's the last
Yeah.
thing I want to add. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Another thing that is a tremendous issue that I also see is the room confinement. I noticed by being a YDR that from advocacy and stuff like that, a kid can throw a trash can, assault a child, spit on us, throw stuff, and then can only be in their room for 15 minutes. with the door open. All right. And if you're coming from a household, right, where you're not listening to your mother, right, you're not listening to school, you're not listening to anything. Now you're coming into a structured environment to basically tighten up what you have going on with yourself. A lot of kids, you know, when I work with, from me working there, I'm like, okay, it's at this point, I've talked to you. At this point, you're out of control in school. At this point, you hit somebody, I need you to take a step in your room so you can reevaluate yourself. And the kids be like, they say we can only be in our room for 15 minutes and the door gotta be open. So I don't care. I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. This is a joke. So then when it comes to staff morale, a lot of staff at YC be like, oh, why am I even saying anything to them? All they're gonna do is complain to the advocate, and then they just say they feel like it's a joke. They feel like we can't. They feel like, oh, we just gonna go tell our lawyer.
And this tension that you're spelling out is not to put words in your mouth, but I'm sensing like YDRs and others are on the ground doing the work, and you're spelling out some of the challenges and how to either maintain order and or actually support the young people.
We
Again,
can't support them.
what some of folks not necessarily doing the work are advocating for it. There's a tension there.
If you're not actually in the building, right? If you're not actually noticing a child's behavior, right, all day long, and you're advocating, right, and you're saying this, and this, the kids feel like YC and New Beginnings, they can just do what they want to do. They honestly feel like I don't have to go to my room. You can't put me in my room. I don't care if I cuss the teacher out. I don't care if
And so let's follow that train of thought. What do you think would change that? Are you saying more room confinement, more beds, more carceral systems?
What I'm saying is it has to be it has to be a system in place for, right? You'll have understanding, right, that this is not the way to go.
Understood.
Because then we're not, it's not about penalizing, right? It's not about anything like that. It's not about harming them in any type of way. It's about, I want you to leave here, right? Go home and become a citizen. But if you don't understand rules and guidelines and you don't understand structure, we're setting them up. You know how many kids I see go to the out-of-state programs? They come right back. You know how many kids I see that come? It's not just because of DYRS is really under fire by a lot of other things. So they're like, hey, this is the way we have to go about it. But what we're really doing is harming them, right? Because DYRS hands are, to be honest, are tied. How can you smack the teacher and throw some of the teacher face and then be like, you can go in your room with the door open, and then 15 minutes you can come back out, and then the teacher don't want to teach no more. And then you distract the whole class. Then nobody's learning. Everybody don't want to listen. Everybody's like, I can do what I want.
Thank you. Truly, thank you. Mr. Tony, I wanted to come to you. As someone who's been in a detention system in a setting, can you speak to that tension that we were just talking about, that there are real challenges, both in terms of behavior, but also ensuring that the young people in DYRS's care are on a more productive path when they leave out? In your testimony, you talked about not expanding beds, but also addressing the root causes of what might help the young people. Like, what might that be in the short term that you would encourage us to look at and invest in and do?
Yes, I would emphasize mental health resources within the community. Also expanding upon things like potentially the summer youth employment program. You know, a lot of times youth are simply looking for things to do, whether that's outside of their community or after school, different things of that nature. So I feel like a lot of the community-based solutions that are provided will be effective if provided the correct budget for it, and instead of you know, allocating money to more beds within the system.
Thank you for that. Mr. Miller, you talked about like some very specific challenges from the soap to hair products to food not being fresh. And so I will follow up with the director on that. I did want to talk about the credible messenger piece with you. What are some of the challenges you foresee if the cuts to the credible messenger program are sustained?
Well, I think we all work with credible messengers quite a lot, and they are some of the most valuable mentors that our clients encounter. Um, you know, I could see a world in which that budget was doubled, and it would be a really good investment, because they're often stretched thin. They're asked to work with a lot of different young people, and sometimes they connect well with some and not with others. And so in an ideal world, there would be way too many credible messengers and some wouldn't have enough to do. But that's not the situation that we find ourselves in. If we were to sort of increase that program to sort of professionalize it even more. And sometimes I think that also means increasing the pay so that it's a desirable program, so that, it's not like the first job that somebody wants to get, but it's the job that they want to keep for years and decades even, because the longer they spend at it, the more expertise they have in that particular role. I think that would be really great, and is the kind of thing that we need. Um, if you don't mind, I just want to mention
Yep,
one thing,
please.
which is that, what I have observed is that, a lot of the YDRs really need more support than they're getting. And I think that, for them, often the, the sort of rights and needs of the young people that they serve are their conditions of employment, right? So it's really difficult for them to sort of experience the trauma and the secondary trauma of that work and then be thrown back into another double shift. And so you asked the previous panel, like, why are we spending all this money on overtime when we could be spending on hiring? And I would sort of double endorse that. If the world were such that we had the resources that we needed and that money was spent on hiring a lot more YDRs, and reducing the overtime needs and making it such that that's a job that people can make a career out of, I think that would be a good thing to do. But
On that point, I would say, I imagine the agency would say, yeah, we want to hire. It's hard to hire people for these positions.
Yeah.
I think the executive would also say, frankly, you have a number of people that's kind of gaming the system. Now, I'm not supposed to say that, but I'm going to say that you have a number of people that have stacked the leaves that they're on the payroll, but they're actually not showing up. So,
I
I'm
don't
not
agree.
justifying the overtime, but I imagine that's what we're going to hear. And those are very real challenges. On that point, Mr. Queen, I wanted to, in terms of staff morale and then hiring, what steps could we take to improve staff morale there at the agency?
So, in my opinion, right, I see a lot of different classes come through, like a lot of different classes. This work is not just cut out for anybody. I've seen groups of 20 come in here and then they like, oh no, I don't want
Groups
to
of
work.
20
Like people that
staff members.
that's
I got
been
it.
hired, and they be just like, we might keep 6, right? And then from there, what I see is to work with kids, it's like a gift, right? And then you might not have that gift, right? And so then, like all my coworkers my coworkers are amazing. And I'm not saying there's not some ones that come through that just happen to come through, but the ones that's been situated and have understanding, that's their God's gift, right?
But what could we do or advocate for to improve morale or help the staff there so that they can stay?
To be honest with you, it's like what I said. It's hard to control. It's very hard to control how the setting is, though. Like it's if it's like you're almost controlled by the kids. If you want to be honest with you, because of how the laws are set up, like, you know, recently we're not allowed to put shift change. So when I'm leaving from 2:30, right, that means I have to, from when I leave shift change, right, I have to pass over the keys. I have to inform the next group of staff that's coming over to the next shift. I have to be like, hey, I need you to watch out for him. They had a petty little argument, but I don't know what can transpire. What's her name? Stomach is hurting. I already informed the nurse, right? But can you do a quick checkup, right? I have all these duties because my duties are to the kids and their needs, right? But you know, due to the room confinement, you know, they used to go inside their room for the 30-minute process of us. I have to clean up, get the area back in fact, right? And I have to do my programming. So, you know, I have to do programming and I have to make my programming, and it makes their day go fast because they're kids. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have cards. I'm gonna do some art stuff. I have to do this, and this. But now, because due to the room confinement thing, they just stay out throughout shift break, and then I don't even have enough time to get myself prepared to even prepare for them to start our day.
I got it. Thank you for that. Ms. Raymond, I did want to come to you. You talked about addressing the root causes as well. That seems to be a theme today. And it's, you know, it's something I'm sympathetic to. Like, more specifically, if I could ask you to weigh in on the reentry support, what more could we be doing to ensure that when our young people are leaving detention, that they are reintroduced to society so that they're not just coming back?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there are lots of recommendations that some folks have mentioned and even more that we can send along to your staff. But I think one thing that we've been thinking, and I know that you and your staff have been thinking about, is, you know, investment in community-based programming. So what programs can we provide through DPR to young people that are reentering so that they have safe spaces to go, you know, after school, and at night, places where they can hang out with their friends, and, you know, where parents and guardians can know that they are safe while those parents and guardians may be at work, for example. So I think that's one thing, is just making sure that we have safe spaces for our young people to gather, and spaces that they actually want to be in, right? So we really want to thank you, council member, for holding that youth forum, and would love to see more events like that so that we can make sure that, you know, kids are informing what types of programming and services places like DPR and their rec centers are offering. I also want to mention that, you know, and we echo lots of recommendations to this end in the report that I mentioned that ACLU DC released, but we want to make sure that families are supported as well, right? So are we investing in things like the DC child tax credit, in child care subsidies, in, you know, food and nutrition services, lots of holistic wraparound services and programming that support families who are welcoming a kid who is reentering and making sure that that reentry is as smooth as possible.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the plug for the child tax credit. It's an important policy, and in a budget season where everything is cut, it just becomes that much more difficult to get worthwhile programs over the finish line. I want to thank you all for your testimony. And I will be sure to follow up with the director. I am told Gail Avent is here, and then we also have Janice Patterson, affectionately referred to as Mama Joe. After they share, I will recess for about 10 to 15 minutes, so I can hopefully get to the DPR hearing momentarily, and then we'll take the director. Good to see you all. So again, Gail Avent and Janice Patterson. Yep.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you see? Wait a minute. I'm here.
We could see you now, and
thank you.
you could give your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilman Parker and other council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Gail Avent. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and the CEO and founder of Total Family Care Coalition, TFCC. I'm here today because the district is considering something that will shape the lives of our young people for decades, whether we need 2 youth detention centers. Based on the data, the research, and what we see every day working with youth and families, the answer is no. The district does not need 2 detention centers. We need accountability, coordination, and community-based solutions that work. TFCC promote family peer support. On a personal note, I have a son that was committed to DYRS. His life has been connected to system after system, whether it was juvenile system, adult justice system. Systems can never be apparent to our children. Should you approve the funding for the second detention center, think about how many youth that will lose sight of their dreams and aspirations. Let's talk about some numbers. Overcrowding at YSC is not a bed capacity problem. It is a system problem. Average daily population at YSC has risen, even though youth crime has not. More than 40% of the detainees are held longer than necessary due to court delays, lack of placement, and slow case processing. Length of stay has increased, not because youth are more dangerous, but because the system is slower. If we build a second detention center, we would simply double the space for the same inefficiencies. Families are distable when youth are detained longer than necessary. Research showed that family engagement go down between 40 and 60%. Parents do not feel comfortable in going into a facility to be searched and possibly script searched when trying to get visitation with their children. Some oversight was removed. Those problems has not improved. Building a second facility without oversight guaranteed the fair use and would be reciprocated in a new building. Good community-based program consistently reduce recidivism more effectively than detention and at a fraction of the cost. Every dollar spent on a second detention center is not a dollar spent on intervention that actually keep kids safe. The question before you is not whether we care about youth safety. We all do. The question for this council is, do you invest in what works? A second youth detention center will not reduce violence. It will not improve outcomes. It will not strengthen public safety. What will strengthen public safety is restoring independent oversight, fixing the bottleneck that keep youth detained unnecessarily, expanding community-based initiatives, including family support program, and keeping youth connected to their families and community. Our young people deserve solutions rooted in evidence and accountability and hope, not more sales. Thank you for the time and the commitment to youth and families of the District of Columbia. I will take any question you have before me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad we waited for you. I appreciated your testimony.
Thank you.
And then last but certainly not least, Ms. Patterson.
Good morning, council member and staff, and also my partners over here to the left. And Dr. Gellivan, you know, you have all my respect. Glad that you were here. As Councilmember Parker knows by now, and most of all the council member, I've given enough written testimonies for a lifetime. So I'm just going to speak from heart. I just want to pose one question, and that is, what about the children? And I think we all need to resonate with that. What about the children? And when we talk about investments, as Ms. Gale said, we already know the history of our dark and brown communities and how we thrive through the community village, families, and also what we call human skills in whoever touch us or work with us. And so I heard you say, what's the morale? What is it that we can do? What we can do is first sharpen our human skills. And if we talk about the climate of our facility and the climate of why we have created decades of histories of family-run organizations, and we need to question ourselves why only 1, 2, or 3 white kids come through our system, and our kids come multiple times. We have an 11-year-old that's been there 11 times, or a 12-year-old has been there 13 times. So we have to look at, I've heard housing, I've heard all of these things that we're talking about, Councilmember Parker. But we have to invest in what match the cultural need of each individual child that we serve. We do not have mom and dad. We do not have family. Matter of fact, I had the biggest war with Ronald Moulton about parents this morning and about we don't need to invest in them and on and on and on. But I won the battle, you know. The point of it is that we keep thinking, like y'all might say we're lived experience, we're peer specialists, but y'all lived experience and y'all peer specialists and y'all have same peers and y'all have good kids and bad kids and so do we. But what is the easy thing is I tell my judges, you can call another judge or you can call your resource or you have resources, okay? Our resources are ourselves. We talk about disparities, every grant, every proposal goes in, we list Ward 8, Ward 7, it's not disparities. We have survived poverty all our lives. It's about poverty of the spirit. So I want to just keep it natural and Dr. Gale, family engagement is the key. I actually was going to get up here and just say fun parent watch because really, we're here every day, all day. Dr. Gale event, and you want to know how we can provide service, it's because relationships and partnerships. How can a 75-year-old woman do all this work without a dime? It's because of relationship. My relationship with you, my relationship with you, and don't nobody have to wait for me to tell. I tell. I'm not an informant. I tell what I see. And I don't tell for us to rumble with each other. I tell us so we can work. I tell my deputy director, my director all the time, you said the morale of the staff. First of all, they got to come in the door wanting to be there. They got to come in there understanding the population and the target population that we're served. You have to understand that when a family comes in there, you know, you might smell this, you smell that. Well, I'm trying to figure out what group of children and family are you working with that you don't even know that. It shouldn't even be a discussion. It shouldn't even be a conversation. And we have all of our advocates and our colleagues and our PDS attorneys and everyone here. We should be asking what is wrong with us that we're all together. Why are children suffering? I have this conversation all the time with my director, the deputy director, and the staff because it's a real question, and my advocates are back there. Is something wrong that we all need to begin to look at us, that we got kids being rebooked, we got kids that are acting out. We got to look at ourselves. And thank you, Gail, for multiple years and decades of systemic failure. We always trying to fix us, but we don't want to fix the system. So that's what I have to say. And the other thing, I want to congratulate you on that meeting last week and the fact that those children were so bright. It brings tears to my eyes that all of us should be activated to really do something. They say it's not a team gathering. They're just trying to go someplace and have a good time. And we have to also hold our National Guard responsible, the Metro Transit Police responsible, MPD, because God just happened to have me down there at the waterfront at dinner. And my family was like, I don't want to have to fight. But I put 600 kids on a train. And we had all these police and all of this. So I'm just saying to you, human skills is a key factor on how we're going to transform our young people and working on the poverty of their spirit. That's what we gotta address. And so everyone, including all my directors, we're gonna get some shirts and we're gonna do you too, Councilmember
I'll
Parker.
wear it. I'll
We're
wear it.
gonna go down to these train stations every night. I worry about my grandson coming home from work. 75 National Guards stood in front of a train station entrance. Okay? 500 kids all over the place. No one's moving to see how they can get on the train.
Mm.
So I leave my nephew's birthday dinner and go because I want y'all to look at this picture.
Not to mention it's armed National Guard. So it's not just National Guard.
Yeah, it's National
Which we should be
Guard and
concerned about.
You're right, but it's National Guards and Mr. Parker. I watched the setup.
Mm.
They blocked they blocked it.
I
and
do have a couple of
yeah.
questions for you. Thank you for your testimony. Is it Dr. Avent?
It's Gail
I call
Avent.
her doctor.
Okay, well, all right, well, I will call you Miss Avent.
Okay.
I was gonna elevate you, but thank you for your testimony. Ms. Patterson, I wanted to just ask, how many people are part of the Parent Watch team? I know this funding issue has come up for years. And so how are you all being sustained currently? Or is this purely volunteer up until this point?
Well, we'll start with first a one-woman's orchestra. Then we're going to start with 40 years of doing this work and having relationships from the top to the bottom, to the crevices of the alleys, to the corner.
And if you could speak into the microphone, so that.
Those are one of the major reasons that we survive. We have had, and I have to include Gail, we have transformed systems, I know, over the last 42 years. I think Gail is right behind me. Okay? So their relationships, strong relationships, right? So you asking me how many people? I'm gonna tell you the same thing when Chancellor Reese said, hundreds of people call down here and say they're part of Parent Watch, but it's only really, historically, it's been a staff of 5 people, but we had a community resource network partnership that still exists, where we have partners and relationships where I can call on different agencies, including Total Family Care, to provide a service. I have relationships with directors and city leaders because we did the system of care. So it's on and on. When you ask me that question, that's how I'm trying to share with you how we can do this work.
Understood. Well, thank you for that. And then Ms. Avent, again, I think your testimony was pretty clear. I don't know if I have many new questions because not only did you push back on new beds and expanding incarceration options, but you also gave like direct recommendations for where that funding could go. And it aligns to much of what we've already heard today. So I just want to say thank you for your testimony. And then we're going to move on to the next portion of today's hearing.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is now 11:29 a.m. I am going to recess for 5 minutes. And then I was hoping I could jump to another hearing, but it seems like they are not ready. And so we're going to keep it moving. But so it's 11:29. We will resume at 11:34 with the director and his team. All right, we will resume today's hearing. And we are now moving to our government witness portion. We will first hear from the Public Defender Service and testimony provided by Katerina Semenyova. And then following a line of questions here, we'll move to Director Abed with the Youth Rehabilitation Services. With that, Ms. Semenyova, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Katerina Semenova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. With me today is Claire Kruger, an experienced attorney with PDS's Juvenile Services Program. Since it was started at the request of the Council in 1982, JSP has been providing support and legal assistance to youth by staffing legal rights offices in the district's youth detention facilities. Staff at JSP, including lawyers and law students, have daily interactions with youth and are able to help them with matters such as understanding their rights, filing grievances, and seeking help with matters that come up during the course of their detention. Through these interactions and through post-disposition representation, PDS sees firsthand that DYRS is failing at its essential mission of rehabilitating youth. The agency fails to provide trauma-informed mental health care and programming, such as vocational training and reentry support, that youth need to succeed in the community. Rather than addressing these gaps in the needs of youth, this budget prioritizes construction and physically expanding a failing carceral program. PDS urges the Council to reject much of this budget and to focus DYRS on its core mission of rehabilitation. The Mayor's proposed budget includes a request for $29 million to expand housing capacity at New Beginnings and YSC. This request aligns with a budget picture of cutting spending from communities and increasing spending on incarceration. In addition to being counterproductive to rehabilitation and public safety, this budget request makes little sense. By the time fiscal year 2027 begins, there will be only 3 months remaining in the current mayoral administration. Even if DYRS worked on this goal for 3 months, the work would barely make a dent in the planning that is necessary for a construction project of this scope. At the conclusion of the 3 months, a new mayoral administration would assume control of DYRS and would come with its own plan for the rehabilitation of youth. New leadership at the mayor's office and at DYRS should be given the latitude to make budget proposals and implement a new vision rather than being saddled with a mandate from the outgoing administration. Further, there is no critical need for additional secure bed detention space at YSC. YSC has been mostly below capacity since mid-April, despite the fact that DYRS has made little progress in moving youth who are awaiting placement out of YSC. At this time, approximately 18% of youth at YSC are in awaiting placement status. If the new administration focuses on placing youth in appropriate rehabilitative settings, the daily population numbers would be driven down further. Expanding bed space at YSC would only lead to more children spending more time in a setting that is not providing them with the care they need. Similarly, at New Beginnings, Council should reject the proposal to expand bed space when DYRS is not meeting the rehabilitative needs of the 57 youth it already has there. New Beginnings offers committed youth a one-size-fits-all program that largely ignores the therapeutic recommendations made in court-ordered expert evaluations. Many youth matriculate through the New Beginnings program slowly and with many setbacks without receiving the mental health treatment they need to successfully return to the community. This is corroborated by what youth have shared with PDS staff and by the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight report entitled Behavioral Services at New Beginnings, which provided a grim assessment of DYRS's mental health services and rehabilitative model. That report also found that 78% of released youth in 2023 had further involvement in the juvenile or criminal legal systems. The Council should also be particularly cautious about expanding bed space given DYRS's continued failure to manage overtime spending. Detained youth require staffing, and DYRS has not been able to hire qualified full-time employees to meet its staffing needs. Instead, DYRS continues to spend excessively on overtime, costs that will only increase with this proposed expansion. Rather than using scarce funds to detain more youth in facilities that fall far short of what youth need and what the district deserves, DYRS should dedicate resources to programming and rehabilitation. We outline specific programs and functions that DYRS should fund. Mental health support. PDS has repeatedly testified that district agencies, including DYRS, are failing to meet the mental health care needs of youth. Court-involved youth face myriad challenges that can include housing instability and homelessness, learning disabilities, commitment to CFSA, and a lack of educational and economic opportunities for themselves and their caregivers. Nearly all court-involved youth in the district are Black, and they shoulder also the burden of race-based disparities in health, as evidenced by a 15-year difference in life expectancy between Ward 8 and Ward 3 residents. Court-involved youth frequently have caregivers who have their own serious medical and mental health care problems. In addition, nearly all court-involved youth have been exposed to violence and trauma. To be clear, it is not that court-involved youth happen to face these challenges and have experiences of violence and trauma. Rather, it is because youth face these challenges and have these experiences that they have become court-involved. DYRS is supposed to care for and rehabilitate court-involved youth who have these high needs and much potential, and DYRS has a substantial budget to do so, but the agency has little to show for it. Youth continue to struggle because DYRS denies them meaningful mental health treatment. At YSC, youth get no more than occasional brief check-ins with a therapist and medication management. There's little by way of specialized therapy to address known trauma. The picture is similarly bleak at New Beginnings. The IJJFO report noted the deficits in DYRS's evaluations and implementation of care and concluded that, quote, DYRS must reinvest in comprehensive treatment resources, staff training, therapeutic programming that is more targeted and individualized to specific youth, and integrating family-based services to fulfill its mission. A major part of this investment must be using the budget to fund outside providers to deliver specific services to youth. DYRS must also enhance community-based services. Youth who leave YSC after a judge orders release leave with no discharge planning beyond medication. DYRS case management staff complete youth level of service and case plans for committed youth that are largely aspirational and recommend services that youth have no way of accessing. Without appropriate support, youth cannot connect to services. Even if youth have an intake appointment and are able to attend that appointment, they spend months waiting to start treatment. Spending months in the community without needed support amounts to a failure of case management and planning, which is again not addressed in this budget or identified as a priority. With respect to credible messengers, DYRS describes the Credible Messenger program as a mentoring service that transforms youth attitudes and behaviors around violence. DYRS recognizes that credible messengers are able to connect with the most challenging youth because they have come from the same communities, faced the same struggles, been involved in the criminal and juvenile legal systems, and have transformed their own lives. Despite touting the impact of the program, DYRS would drastically cut it. For youth, credible messengers are often among the few trusted adults in their lives. Youth rely on credible messengers for transportation, job coaching, violence interruption, access to mental health care, educational and vocational services, and to help them generally with real-world challenges. Youth have described that credible messengers or trusted mentors are critical for rehabilitation and reentry, and many youth who are not committed and therefore do not have credible messengers, such as Title 16 youth and predisposition youth, beg for an assigned credible messenger. Unfortunately, like mental health services, credible messengers are stretched too thin. Young people often know what they need to succeed, and they have time and again stated that it is mentorship. Rather than cutting back on credible messengers, DYRS should be committing more resources to this program. With respect to job training and readiness, in order to foster meaningful change in the lives of young people, DYRS also needs to invest in career readiness and jobs training. Youth need more than occasional summer jobs. They need pathways to careers and sufficient income to support themselves. While PDS appreciates the partnership with Carl's Cars that has resumed over the last several months, youth need much more time in vocational programs and much more variety in programming. Youth also need to learn interviewing skills, cooperation, and expectations in an employment setting. Generally, DYRS does not even begin discharge planning until youth reach level 6 at New Beginnings, but that planning does not usually involve job readiness or connection. While DYRS has a workforce development program in the community, youth are not connected to that community until they are home, which is too late to begin this part of reentry, and many youth complain that the program is not helpful. Again, nothing in this budget fixes the lack of a robust job readiness and job placement program. In closing, youth who are detained at YSC and New Beginnings and those who are committed to DYRS urgently need care and rehabilitation, which requires appropriately tailored, specific mental health services, quality mentorship, and real vocational opportunities. Given that DYRS is already failing at its core mission of rehabilitation, this budget, with its proposed multi-year spending on jail beds, does nothing to advance the cause of rehabilitation through treatment. District residents have an immense interest in having court-involved children get the care that they need from the local agency that is responsible for their rehabilitation. This committee should reallocate funding so that the budget does what it is supposed to do, foster rehabilitation and success for district youth. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. In your testimony, you spoke to the ways in which the agency fails to provide trauma-informed care. And that is something we've heard from a number of witnesses today. Can you expound on what that might look like both inside of the agency, but also in the community?
Sure. Thank you, council member. So I think inside of the agency, I'm thinking of two main things. So if we're talking about inside of YSC or inside of New Beginnings, you do have mental health providers there who I assume do provide trauma-informed care, and that is great and that is necessary. But I think two significant things are missing. So one is, while we know, or at least DYRS states that trauma-informed care is part of the YDR training, I personally, who have witnessed YDRs work with young people day in and day out for the last decade and have talked to youth at YSC, know that that training isn't translating to how youth are treated. And I'm not saying that YDRs aren't doing the best that they can do with what they have, but I do think that trauma-informed care needs to be incorporated on a much deeper level, both for training of YDRs, for continuing training for YDRs, but also in terms of the selection of YDRs, selecting people who may have a background in trauma-informed care. So I think some of it has to do with just like basic facility staff who are working day in and day out with the kids, because being at YSC, we know all of those kids have trauma, and then being incarcerated itself causes a lot of trauma. So the people who are face to face with these young people the most aren't the therapeutic staff, they are the YDRs. And so ensuring that those YDRs both are selected from a pool of people who have the best background to be able to provide trauma-informed care, and then are provided with robust training to be able to provide that. So I think that's one level. I think it's the day-to-day staff, but then I also think it goes a lot further than just the therapeutic staff that provide maybe the 15-minute check-ins at YSC, or even the mental health providers who are on the units at YSC. I think it goes deeper than that. As we shared in our testimony, there needs to be more specific individualized therapeutic programming that focuses on trauma-informed care, but that could mean a variety of things. Is that someone who's doing CBT therapy? Is that someone who is doing grief therapy specific to loss? Is that someone who is doing therapy around witnessing violence, right? And so I think being able to bring in outside mental health providers who have the specified training in very specific therapy that's tailored to the specific trauma of each child. For example, a child who's experienced homelessness or housing instability might not have the same type of trauma as a child who has experienced abuse and neglect, or who has experienced violence in the community. And some of them have all of that trauma. All of that's to say is I think therapy on the therapeutic side of things needs to be trauma informed, but in a much more specific and individualized way.
Yeah, no, that point is well taken. As the individualized therapeutics. I will say I did have a thought, like the agency is struggling to hire, is struggling to retain staff. While it's laudable to be thinking about trauma-informed folks, it seems as though the current hiring pool, let me say that, is not one overflowing with trauma-informed individuals seeking employment at the agency. And so we would have to be creative to build that type of pipeline over time.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think creativity is key here, and I think that's actually what's lacking. So I think creativity in terms of who we're bringing in, the pool that we're bringing in, and also how we're supporting the people who are brought in terms of their own vicarious trauma that they're experiencing while working there. I also think it's critical to talk about outside providers and contractors who can come into these facilities to provide that support, both to the YDRs, but also to the young people in terms of trauma-informed therapy. And And I want to say one other thing. I think all of this I'm talking about is very facility based, but we are also talking about continuums of care. And we know that many young people are released into the community without the supports they need and then re-engage. They were traumatized inside of the facility and then they re-enter the trauma that they were already experiencing prior to being incarcerated. And they are not being able to access the necessary supports that they need and the trauma-informed care that they need in terms of community-based interventions. And I'm talking about a variety of things. I'm talking about therapeutic trauma-informed care, but I'm talking about other pro-social supports that can also help resilience towards trauma.
Understood. On the individualized plans, that came up several times today. I know in a conversation with Mr. Ferrer, he was saying for the young people he and his team work with, he hasn't really seen these individualized plans. I know you and your testimony, Ms. Semenova, said these plans are largely aspirational and recommend services that youth have no way of accessing. In other words, it's words on a paper, and it's not really, in your experience, dictating what young people are receiving or navigating at the agency. Where's the breakdown? Like, what is the lever, in your opinion, to shift that one, these plans are being created and in the actuality, what's in the plan is actually happening, if that makes sense?
Yes, sure. So I will first just point out, like Professor Ferrer, I haven't seen an individualized rehabilitation plan specifically for a client who is committed in December. I still don't have that plan, and he's already in placement at this point. So that is something that is highly concerning. For the plans that I've seen, they're very sparse and don't say a lot. In terms of the YLS assessments that are supposed to dictate needs of young people. So it's a risk needs assessment. And so I think that's what my colleague was referring to. Those outline supports that a young person with those specific risk factors and those specific backgrounds and that specific need might need. And I think the breakdown kind of goes along the continuum. So if we're talking about a young person where the needs assessment is showing that they might have a higher level of needs that can only be treated inside of a secure facility, then the breakdown is what we've testified to. It's that those needs aren't being addressed in a specific and individualized way at that facility, taking into consideration.
First, we need to create the plans.
Yes.
And then making sure that there's like a more thoughtful, individualized plan put into place for the young people in question.
Right. So I do think it starts with creating a very specific and robust plan that is based on that specific child's individualized needs, documented diagnoses, trauma history, family involvement, all of that, educational attainment, vocational needs. I think so those specific plans are a starting point. But I guess what I'm also addressing is that in order for, even if we have those plans, once those are created, that's critical. But what's also critical is ensuring that those plans, those assessments, everything that's created prior to a young person coming into a facility are also hearkened back to throughout that child's time at the facility and upon discharge. So I think there's a lack of follow through even when there is some sort of plan as well.
This came up earlier. I was sharing that in a recent visit, I was able to witness like a check-in with a young person talking about them moving to the next level during their detention. And I was struck by just how subjective it felt. It wasn't, to your point, based on a plan and here are the very concrete goals that you either met or didn't meet. In fact, one of the reflections was, your behavior has improved drastically. You haven't had any issues. You actually met all of our goals, but we actually think you're kind of shy and you're not talking as much as perhaps you should. So we're not sure we're going to move you to the next level. Then when I asked, well, when might you revisit this? It felt like, oh, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 or 4. Again, it just felt very subjective versus a more structured process. Can you speak to your experience with the agency and how young people are moving from level to level, and how I'm told they receive a calendar with certain goals between this check-in and the next, how all of that plays out so that they are tracking their progress. Ideally, they would have an individualized plan that would bleed into that, progression model, but it doesn't seem without that plan that's happening. So what are you seeing there?
So I can tell you what we're seeing just from being on site at the facility and talking to young people. I will say that one thing that has been pretty difficult for us as advocates is to be able to actually access the documentation that shows kind of what goes on at each petition level. We're not very welcomed into those petition meetings. And I don't say that to say that it's adversarial. I just say we often don't find out about them when we ask about them. We often don't get a heads up of when they're going to happen. And so I personally haven't been to a level petition for a long time. I think when you say the word subjective, I think that's absolutely true. Now, I think DYRS might respond, it's not actually subjective because there is a kind of a list of things that a child is supposed to accomplish, right? And there's some points that they're supposed to achieve at each level in order to advance to the next level. But the problem is achieving those points, as you witnessed, is based on a subjective understanding of whether or not you have succeeded in that way. So I do absolutely think it's subjective, and I do think there's two issues with that. I think one being that each, as was stated in previous testimony today, each specific child is going to need very, very different things in order to succeed in their treatment plan. So moving on from level 1 to 2 for child 1 is going to look very different, should look very different. It doesn't, should look very different for what it looks like for child 2 to move on from level 1 to level 2, right? Because each of those children should have very different goals based on their treatment needs, and that is not the case. And so I think one main issue is the subjectivity you're talking about, but the kind of lack of individualized plan for each youth and the lack of individualized things that each child needs to meet in order to move on to the next level. I think another huge issue is that it's honestly not super clear for the young people either when they're trying to move on to each level. I think they understand basic concepts like I have to go to school, I have to participate in my therapy, I can't get into fights, right? So like there's the basic compliance understanding that they have in order to move on to each level. But when you talk to a young person about why didn't you make your level, unless there's some real obvious thing like I got into a big fight, they don't seem to understand the process itself either. And I think
I will say the team, they seemed earnest. They talked to the young person. I just was struck that something about the young person being shy would be used against them. That seems like a personality trait.
100%.
Now, I don't have all of the context there, but it is certainly something I'm interested in. How do we more formalize that process for a young person moving level to level? And that gets me to this next question. You mentioned in your testimony that the discharge planning doesn't often happen until the very end of the process, starting at level 6. And if you could just elaborate there, what you see, how does that process begin? What would when would it start in your recommendation? And I imagine you're going to say it should be connected to that rehabilitation plan that was started at the very beginning.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
And I would also hope that it was connected to what's required under the Road Act, which is that discharge planning is supposed to begin after 60 days of a child's entry into a secure placement. So hypothetically, if that was at New Beginnings, that child would probably be on level 1 or 2 at that point. So that is much earlier than what's actually happening. In fact, best practices say that discharge planning happens the second a child enters the door of a residential facility. And so I think level 6 is much later because that is when a child has already been there for at least 8 or 9 months. What I will say discharge planning looks like from my experience is that sometimes kids get a discharge. What I've seen more often is that kids get a discharge TDM on level 6. Some young people have to wait for that until they even reach home petition, which as you know is more like the level 7. And so that's at the very, very end of their time there. And I see a variety variety of issues with that. One, if that's the first time that we're talking about connecting that young person to vocational opportunities, to educational opportunities, to mental health opportunities, then you only have, a month to make sure that all of those things are in place. And what that usually looks like is that a kid exits that facility with some of those things not in place. So I think that's one issue, is things aren't in place for the young person when they step outside of the door. When a child steps outside of New Beginnings, they should be wrapped in a blanket of supports that already exist and that they're already familiar with. And so that gets to my second point. It's not only that not everything is set up in time, it's that that child hasn't had time to integrate into some of those reentry services that they're going to hopefully participate in. So for example, on level 4, if a child is doing really well, maybe a credible messenger could take them on some job interviews, or maybe a credible messenger could take them to get their ID earlier on, or maybe they could go on a tour of a school that they're interested in, or maybe they could go do some volunteer work somewhere to find out kind of what they're interested in. Because one thing that was very specifically noted in the OIJFFO's report on behavioral health assessments was this idea that best practice for young people reentering, or anyone reentering, is ensuring that they access community-based things or they access the environment they're going to be stepping into well before they step into it. Otherwise, it's like a shock. So many kids walk out of New Beginnings and they're like, oh my goodness, like the community, I'm free, and it doesn't reintegrate them in the best way, but also they're not wrapped in the services they need and they're not familiar with those services. So I think reentry planning, it's not only that it should be done earlier because we need things to be done in a timely way, but it's also so that that young person becomes integrated into those services earlier.
And to that point, there was value spoken about the credible messengers. I know not all credible messengers are created equally. Generally speaking, value for the credible messenger program that's been reduced significantly in this year's budget. How have you seen that program work at its best in supporting both the transition, but the supports that a young person needs?
I cannot speak high of the credible messengers. I know many of them well and personally, and I cannot speak more highly of them in terms of the support that they provide to young people and to their families. So I think it's both. I think when young people are at the facilities, I think it's critical to be engaging with a mentor and someone who has that lived experience and, keep your head up and stay the course and, kind of help uplifting young people who might feel very traumatized and frustrated and, having a hard time at the facility. So I think in terms of that facility work, that's just critical. And I think there are credible messengers on site at facilities, but I just do want to put in a plug for the fact that having your own personal credible messenger is very different than being in a group with a credible messenger. And so I think every young person who's incarcerated, Title 16 kids, secure detention kids, could benefit from that. And that's only to underscore how much more money could go into that program to provide more of them for young people who are incarcerated. In terms of young people in the community, I have seen credible messengers literally be the game changers in terms of a young people putting down a gun, in terms of a young person getting a job because they would have had no other way to maybe get a nice suit for a job, or to get driven to a job interview, or to have job interview support. And, DYRS does have workforce development in the community, and I applaud them for that. I think that that could be a lot more robust, but I do think credible messengers provide a lot of these game-changing supports, even in terms of transportation. A kid doesn't feel safe to take the bus. A credible messenger helps get them to school. That makes the difference between a child going to school or not going to school. And I don't have to tell you how much school engagement is critical to rehabilitation. But then I think that there's even more. I think that there's the support that the family can get from a credible messenger. And so while I think that every child could have a credible messenger, I also think a family engagement specialist or a credible messenger type person who works with a family who really is there to support kind of the interfamilial challenges that occur when a young person comes back home, and to be able to navigate those things with families because they too have experience of re-entering and having to re-engage with family. And so I think it's both critical for the child, but I think it's critical for family structures that, one, just need that support and guidance, but also could really use someone who is helping access mental health supports, even if it's just through transportation, accessing school, accessing jobs. So I
Understood.
think it's
Yeah,
critical.
that's something, I mean, the cut was pretty significant, but
Yeah.
that is something we're certainly looking at. A few other questions. One, there was a decline in population numbers, notably at YSC. I plan to ask the director about this, but from your perspective, what are some of the factors that you believe contributed to that?
Looking at the numbers, I just took a quick peek at the numbers more recently, specifically over the last couple of months. And I do think I don't have the data on arrests and papering charges in front of me, so I don't want to speak to something I don't know about. But what I will say is I don't think it's a significant drop in the awaiting placement population. And why I say that is because I know that you mentioned the median number, but the data shows that over the last 2 months, the average number of kids was still about 20% of the population, with a lot of those kids being there, with all of those kids actually over the last 2 months being there over 75 days, and some of them even over 100 days. So I still think that length of stay and the percentage of the population, even if the whole percentage of YSC has gone down, is still highly contributing to the amount of young people there. And
Of course.
all of that is to say that I think it has to be something else that's lessening. So and the other population there is the
But we
secure
would
detention.
acknowledge that the team has made progress in moving that awaiting placement timeline.
I think it has gone down somewhat. And it's no longer 41 kids or 30 kids at YSC who are awaiting placement. It's now down to around 20 kids. But again, that's still 20% of the population at YSC.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's still clearly work to do, but I do want to just acknowledge where the team is making progress.
Yes.
And so what I'm hearing you say is you think it may be even something else. And so do you have a sense of what that might be?
I don't.
And it's fine if not. I'm going to ask the director. I think he might say, here are the strategies we've implemented to drive down waiting placement and other things,
Sure.
but just wanted your perspective there.
Sure.
What kind of recreational programming should we be advocating for both at YSC and New Beginnings? I know there's some challenges at YSC just sheerly in terms of space, but I know the last time I was at YSC, I heard about new programming, new athletic partnerships, et cetera. Are you seeing those online, and or what additional programming should young people have access to?
I haven't personally seen, I know I was with you when we heard about those programs. I have not personally seen them in place yet. I haven't been at YSC this past week, or even last week, so I don't want to say that they're not online, but I haven't personally seen any of those programs online yet. So the main thing I would say is, while I think a robust number of recreational programs is critical to address all types of interests and all types of strengths, what I hear the most, and I think what you may have heard too from young people, is vocational training programs. And I think they need to be vocational training programs that really translate to things that youth can do in the community. So, not a 2-week long, let me go down to the culinary unit and stand with the chefs and, work in there for a little bit, but something that really they can take with them, some sort of certificate or a certificate of achievement or recommendation from the person that they worked with, something they can really put on their resume in order to transition and use that once they go into the community. So things that I've heard about, and again, we'd have to be really creative with this, but there's a lot of young people who are really interested in HVAC and plumbing, and I haven't seen that as something that's at YSC or New Beginnings. Again, I think we'd have to be creative about how that's done in a carceral setting, but I think more vocational, recreational programs are very critical, given what the young people have stated.
Okay. Last couple questions. Confinement practices. That's another area of progress that I anticipate hearing from the director. What are you seeing in terms of confinement practices throughout the agency?
So I haven't seen, I did understand that there was a period of lockdown at the facility recently, which
Yeah.
means that kids are going to, that inevitably means that kids are in confinement for a significant period of time. I would like to applaud DYRS. I love that kids are no longer in confinement during shift change. I think that that means that they are outside of their room for the entire day, as long as things are being done properly, which I think is hugely significant. And I know from young people that they really like that, because during shift change, a lot of times kids were kept in longer than necessary. So I think that's an amazing thing that DYRS has done, is to keep them out. I understand that creates hardships sometimes for YDRs, but I will say that one thing I would like to point out about confinement, or two things that we've noticed, is that there does still seem to be an issue with confinement on the intake unit. So for young people who for some reason can't be placed in regular programming, maybe because of safety concerns, or for a young person who maybe is a PINS youth, there's various things going on intake that violate the
You're talking about the young people that are essentially in the holding cells.
right. So in
You-
intake, as you've seen, I think it's
Yeah.
a lot harder for young people to be out on the floor for
Yeah.
significant periods of time if there's other people in intake. And so we have seen significant issues with cell confinement in intake. And even when the facility is under capacity, while there's less need for intake, it is still being used for a variety of reasons. So those young people are spending significant amounts of times in their cell, which amounts to, as you know, a lack of education, a lack of programming, a lack of gym time, a lack of maze time. And so I do still see a lot of confinement issues there. And then the other issue that sometimes comes up is, while, as you know, the law requires that confinement is used as brief a possible as time and only for non-putative reasons. I think that there's this understanding of the law. Well, if it's for less than an hour, if I keep them in there for less than an hour, then it doesn't trigger all the other parts of the law that are required, right? At an hour, a mental health person has to come check in. And so what we have seen sometimes is young people who are going on what staff call a cool out, because maybe they did just get into an incident and staff, maybe rightfully so, feel that a cool out is necessary. But then we just need to see assurances that that young person is coming out the second that they are calm and no longer a safety threat. And I have not seen that. And so we do see young people confined in their cells for periods of time after when it's supposed to just be like a cool out. And then that does border on putative confinement.
Got it. Parent engagement and then independent oversight. Let's start with parent engagement. What trends are you seeing with your clients in terms of their access to family and or parents?
I think we've shared this with you before. I would say almost 100% of the young people I talk to say that they are not able to speak to their families on the phone enough while they're incarcerated. So at YSC, for example, kids get 2 15-minute phone calls a week, which, as you know, for a young person, that if their parent isn't visiting them at the facility, that might be their only parent engagement. In terms of, I think, parent engagement for family therapy sessions, I can speak to my clients specifically. I haven't really seen a lot of that happen. I have a lot of my clients' parents telling me that they feel that they don't get as many updates as they want to about their child's progress at facilities or in various programming, and that they are not included in any sort of family therapy. I will say for DYRS that the recent TDMs that I've been to, that the staff have tried really hard to get the parent at least on the phone. So I have seen that, which I'm grateful for. I think it would be
And
one.
you would acknowledge that's a shift.
I would acknowledge that's an improvement from the past TDMs I've seen, although I do know that there are parents that would like to come in person to the TDM, and I think maybe can't get transportation there. So I think there could be improvements in terms of bringing parents into the facilities. I would say overall, my experience is that parent engagement and family engagement is not where it needs to be at all, and that it could be a lot more. And I will also say that I think rather than it being a top-down approach where every young person is getting the same amount of access to their family, or that family is engaged in the child's treatment in the same way. I think sometimes it is really caseworker dependent. So I feel like I have clients whose caseworker is very in touch with the parent and includes them in a lot of things. And then I have families who say they've never heard from the caseworker. So that's also definitely a challenge, is sometimes
what
it's
we
a.
heard earlier. If
Yeah.
you have someone advocating for you, you're gonna look up in ways that maybe others won't.
Right. Right.
Okay. And then last question here is about the independent oversight. We've heard that testimony a lot. And where there might be needed areas of focus, should there be independent oversight reestablished?
Where are you asking where you believe there should be the focus from an independent oversight body? Definitely back inside of both New Beginnings and YSC. I think specifically to population trends, but to critical incidents, to things that the oversight body already did, like fire safety, but even more significantly to things like programmatic offerings and the efficacy of the mental health and behavioral health supports there. I think that is all really critical inside of those facilities. And then I think also in terms of the other places that DYRS contracts with. So we have so many young people that we talk a lot less about who are in youth shelter homes and who are in group homes. And those are forms of detention, right? They're a lesser form, but those are still kids who are in detention who should be accessing quality care and treatment in those facilities. And then I also think that, we might have to be more creative with this, but I think in terms of the provision of services to the young people in the community and some way of like oversight over the coordination of those services and access to those services is really critical, because as people talk about here, we have a lot of resources, but we're very coordination poor. So what's the lever that's going to be able to get us to make sure that every child who is in DYRS custody, and I mean custody like they're committed, but they're at home, is accessing the services that they should be able to access by being committed to DYRS.
Was there anything you wanted to share or talk about that we didn't cover?
I think I just wanted to underscore in my testimony that I know I talked a lot about facilities, and as my colleague said, we very much believe that the funding should go into making community-based programming and what already exists in the facilities better and more robust, and not adding more to those facilities.
I hear you loud and clear. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next, we will have Director Sam Abed of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. I imagine you may be joined by members of your team as well. Before you take your seat, I have to swear you in. And the last time I got in trouble because I didn't read the specific words. Yeah, please. but not to hold up to the camera. Understood. If you could raise your right hand. All right. It is practice of this committee to place our government witnesses under oath per the council's rules. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Youth Affairs is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then Director, you may give your testimony. But before you begin, I just want to publicly acknowledge that there's a lot of work still left to do at DYRS, but there are numerous areas of improvement, and we've heard and talked about some of that today. And so I want to thank you for your partnership. I want to acknowledge the progress because I know sometimes when it's all negative, it may seem like we're mopping the ocean, but it is not lost on us the work that you and your team have contributed to that's showing signs of hope. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Chairperson Parker, and I really appreciate that acknowledgement, and it does mean a lot, not just to me, but to my team and the team that's watching online. So very much appreciated. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs, and community members. I'm Sam Abbott, Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about DYRS's fiscal year 27 budget. I'm accompanied by members of my executive team and the agency's financial team from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, who is joining us online, and they are ready to answer any specific budget questions when needed. I want to express my ongoing gratitude to Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Apia for their consistent leadership as the mayor remains focused on keeping public safety a top priority in this challenging fiscal landscape. The fiscal 27 budget prioritizes increased funding for public safety and economic growth in the district. The GROW DC proposed budget builds on the momentum of decreasing crime citywide by ensuring that DYRS and other core agencies in our public safety ecosystem have the resources they need. Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal 27 budget, GROW DC, was formulated with three key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy, to fund the services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investment and creates new jobs. We are navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and the federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. That being said, it's important to be clear, DC is still growing. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which we can build by making the kinds of strategic and targeted decisions that will allow DC to continue growing while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend on. During our recent performance oversight hearing, I outlined several of the agency's priorities and the progress that we have made in strengthening operations, improving safety, deepening partnerships, enhancing prevention efforts, and advancing innovative approaches to youth rehabilitation. Today, I'm pleased to expand on those updates and describe how DYRS will continue to make meaningful progress in fiscal 27 by strategically utilizing the resources proposed in this budget to meet the needs of the youth in our care. To date, in fiscal 26, DYRS has invested more than $8.2 million in community-based residential programs across our continuum of care. This investment increased capacity with a local shelter provider and increased the capacity of beds at an out-of-state residential treatment program. Currently, we are in the solicitation process to further expand our portfolio of residential treatment centers, especially those able to address the acute and highly specialized needs of some of our youth. The investments in expanding our continuum of care, as well as our continued focus on improving the efficiency of our placement process, have resulted in faster placements for committed youth. Since our performance oversight hearing, the number of days youth await placement has continued to decline, with the most recent data showing an average length of stay of 29 days. We still have outliers that take significantly longer to place, and we will continue to focus on continued improvement. However, this is a significant milestone. The team effort from procurement, the pre-commitment team, the placement team, care coordination, and external partners, including our providers, other district agencies, and the mayor's support has contributed to this overall success. The mayor's fiscal 27 budget allows DYRS to continue meeting young people where they are. It invests in youth engagement initiatives designed to increase participation among committed youth and strengthen pathways toward skill development and long-term economic stability. One example is our new construction training program, which provides 12 weeks of hands-on instruction in carpentry, plumbing fundamentals, blueprint reading, construction math, and tool safety. Through this initiative, youth at New Beginnings who have completed high school or earned their GED build state-of-the-art tiny houses in partnership with our facilities management team. Graduates of this training will receive an OSHA 10 job site safety certification as well as a CFC HVAC certification, which is a requirement for technicians to service equipment with refrigerants. The young people in the photographs that I provided you are the participants in that program. These youth also participate in an internship at the Oasis campus through a collaboration with the See Forever Foundation, where they develop additional carpentry skills under the guidance of a certified carpenter. This structured project-based training builds confidence, teamwork, and problem-solving skills while opening tangible pathways to apprenticeships, advanced trades, and long-term employment in the construction industry. Good morning, Chair. Councilmember Bonds. Good to see you. The fiscal 27 budget sustains several of our innovative programs designed to create environments that feel home-like, supportive, and developmentally appropriate. DYRS is partnering with DC United to connect accredited Major League Soccer level coaches with our youth. Through an MOU with the Twinning Project, an internationally recognized initiative connecting professional sports clubs with incarcerated individuals, our youth will participate in a structured educational program focused on coaching and mentorship. The goal is to build discipline, strengthen communication and leadership skills, and prepare young people for potential employment opportunities after their commitment ends. This initiative will begin in late July as a pilot program for our Title 16 youth at YSC. We are also excited about the partnership facilitated by Councilmember Pinto, which introduced us to a group of local pickleball coaches who will volunteer at YSC. They are eager to teach the sport and engage our young people in positive, enriching ways. These types of community-based partnerships are meaningful and part of our broader strategy to strengthen youth engagement, belonging, and wellness. DYRS also launched a family engagement initiative this year by designating a dedicated family engagement coordinator. This coordinator has been engaging with internal staff and external stakeholders to develop an agency-wide strategy to strengthen engagement with families of our youth who are vital partners in the rehabilitation process. Additionally, Parent Watch and the Elders Council are serving as subject matter experts, offering essential guidance as we expand this work. The mayor's fiscal 27 Grow DC budget further supports DYRS's operations by providing the resources necessary to sustain the progress we have made in alignment with Mayor Bowser's vision for public safety. In fiscal 26, we focused on strengthening safety and security, addressing staffing challenges, and modernizing our internal infrastructure to better serve our youth. These efforts included significant IT modernization and capital improvements. With the fiscal 27 budget, DYRS will continue these efforts with an investment of over $2 million to enhance technological compatibility, update IT equipment used by our medical unit, and upgrade key databases to improve reporting accuracy and efficiency. We're also upgrading our radio infrastructure at New Beginnings and evaluating options to integrate our portable radios into the district citywide radio system to improve safety and communication reliability. Ongoing capital projects will continue in fiscal 27, including critical HVAC repairs, the development of more functional and therapeutic outdoor courtyard spaces, and the installation of additional security enhancements to improve safety and efficiency within our intake unit and maze area. These infrastructure investments are essential for creating safe, healthy, and supportive environments where youth can heal, learn, and grow. Lastly, the fiscal 27 budget includes $46 million for capital improvements at YSC and New Beginnings. These funds will help DYRS relieve population pressures at YSC by adding housing units and expanding space at both sites. I look forward to working closely with council and our community partners to determine how these enhancements can best serve our youth and reduce our reliance on out-of-state placements. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate Mayor Bowser's ongoing investments in DYRS, which demonstrate her commitment to youth accountability and community safety while providing young people in the District of Columbia with robust rehabilitation services, right opportunities, and the specialized care they need to thrive. I welcome your questions and look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Director. Before jumping in, and we'll have 10-minute rounds, I do want to acknowledge that we've been joined by my at-large colleague, Anita Bonds, and I appreciate your consistent engagement with DYRS. She said to me offline that we have to get these young people together, and I think her presence here is important, so thank you. Director, I'll jump right in. I wanted to follow up on the capital funds that were included in the budget. We heard from a number of folk today that say we shouldn't be using these dollars to expand beds, and instead we should use that money elsewhere or find money to invest in programming and preventative services. How many beds in total will these capital budget projects create? And can you provide context for the decision to expand beds at New Beginnings and YSC in the budget?
Absolutely. So the contemplated beds are one additional, I believe 10-bed unit is what we can fit at YSC, and 3 additional units, each 10 beds at New Beginnings. So it would be 40 total beds across the system, but they would be split 10 and 30. The idea behind this, number one, is we have had an issue with overcrowding at YSC in particular, and we also have population compatibility issues, I'll say. So we have young people that have community beefs that come in that we have to keep separated. We have people that create conflicts or have conflicts while they're with us and need to be separated. And having any additional space will help in terms of population management at YSC. Looking over to New Beginnings, first I'll just say we haven't decided as an agency like what should we do with these beds, but we have considered a number of options. And as I mentioned in my remarks, I want to work with council and with our communities to understand what the best approach is. The ideas that we have been discussing and that I think are relevant are to look at New Beginnings, additional space. One option would be to look at them for the Title 16 youth. I know in the past we have had Title 16 youth at New Beginnings. We have prioritized using those beds for placements. Having additional space may allow us to move that population over there and create some unique programming for them. There would still be some challenges with that in terms of how we do education because of the restrictions that we have imposed on Title 16 youth. They can't be mixed with the other youth. So we would have to look at how we do that to ensure that we do good education programming. But the upside is they would have access to some of the vocational programming that we're doing out on that campus, whether it be at New Beginnings or at Oasis. And so that is one option that I think is compelling. Another option that we have considered is the need for enhanced mental health space. And I know that there has been tremendous lengthy conversations about the need for a dedicated PRTF program. I don't know that it is feasible to do an actual PRTF at the New Beginnings campus. But I do think it would be feasible to have some higher level of mental health programming. And I have had some initial discussions with Dr. Bennett at the Health Department and Dr. Bazaron at DBH in terms of how could that look like, what kind of regulatory structure. And I do think there is a lot more work that we would need to look at in terms of whether that needs to be regulated like as a hospital, or is there some sort of intermediate level that we could look at? How would we staff it? Would it be operated by DBH or operated by DYRS? But that's a population that we certainly have a need for and would be a potential use for the space. And then I'm open to any suggestions to see what could we best utilize that space for.
It's interesting you talk about establishing a PRTF. That's exactly what my team and I discussed. Like, this is a need. Now, I know there are some advocates there that would say, no, we don't even want that. But I do think for severe traumatic instances and young people with severe psychiatric needs, there is currently not a facility that is meeting their needs as it relates to DYRS. So we will look more at that. One question I had as it relates to YSC, where might there be space to build an extra wing or unit?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Yes.
So I know you've been there, so I'm going to sort of walk you through in our mind's eyes. If you are standing in the maze, right, and looking back towards where central control is, to the right of that area, there is another outdoor space that is on the non-secure side of the facility. And so it would be
And
in
that is not the recreational space.
It is not part of the recreational space. It is, because it's on the non-secure side, we do not use it for the detained youth, but there is some space out there. And we have worked with DGS to evaluate, how would we actually construct something while we're continuing to operate, because we would need to continue to operate. And they are confident that we could move materials and operate at the same time. And if you'd like to visit and kind of walk through that space, it probably would be easiest to describe,
And do you have a spec of how much something like that at YSC might cost versus New Beginnings? Because we see the capital dollars, but how are you imagining dividing up those capital dollars? In other words, if we have $48 million, are you thinking that's half and half, or might the YSC development costs?
For YSC development, it was $9 million estimated by DGS.
9 million, and that would allow you in that courtyard space to build an additional unit of 10 beds. And then I'm imagining the remainder would be for the New Beginnings site.
20 million.
Okay. The 20 million would be for the New Beginnings. Understood. Do you all have an estimate of operating costs that might be associated with this additional space? And so the point is well taken. We heard that earlier today that, you create more beds. Hypothetically, you are looking to fill them, which means you need more YDRs, you need more staff, personnel, services, and programming. What are the operating costs associated with this additional capacity?
I didn't think so. Yeah, we would have to evaluate that, but looking at how we staff a unit, we would have, if you look at YSC, that's a 24-hour unit. We would need 2 staff to supervise youth on that unit. And, when you run 24 hours a day, each of those posts would account to about 5 positions, 5 people, right? Because you've got to change shifts.
Understood.
So it would be somewhat over maybe 10 or 11 FTEs to man that position or man that unit. Same for the 3 additional units. But we'd have to look a little bit deeper in terms of, ancillary costs for things like food service, for behavioral health, for that type of expansion. And it would depend largely, I think, on what kind of programming we're doing, how
Understood.
that looks.
And if you had to prioritize between added capacity at YSC or added capacity at New Beginning, what might you say is the bigger priority?
I mean, it's sort of like, do you want your left or your right arm? But
If you write what you write, you might say, I
right.
need my right.
So I think that the space at New Beginnings would have a significant impact on the population at YSC. So
So you would say New Beginnings capacity there is probably more worthwhile.
yes.
And then a last question here that I'm going to have time for in this round before turning to my colleague. Is it your understanding that this investment was an attempt by the executive to deal with overcrowding, or is this, or are these bids because, as you said, like you just realize it might allow you to move Title 16 or other strategic choices?
Well, it's really
Councilmember Bonds.
Well, thank you very much, council member. You're my council member, so I'm here to support you. I'm a Ward 5 resident, and I'm here also to support all that we're doing to address this population. As you were talking with the director, chairman, I was thinking, are we at a point where we're finally acknowledging that we need an alternative educational process for some of our young people? And I know, don't kill me yet, because what I'm really wondering about is when I listened to the previous testimony from the Public Defender Service. I listened intensely. Thank you very much. I understood much of what you said, and it bears on me. And what bears on me is this issue that we have talked about since COVID. And it's become more apparent since COVID every year. And that's this trauma-informed care. And how are we really managing that? Not just in your institution, but in our schools. And my colleague may not like this when we talk about curfew and we talk about the takeovers, the gatherings. How are we really managing that? Because there are young people who have created their own world, and we're trying hard to chisel our way in, but they have created their own world. And unfortunately, many of them end up in your care. And so I just really want to understand, are we being real? Are we just going to continue to say we've got to have, more staff? As the Public Defender Service says, we need to be more intentional, more impactful with the services we already provide. What are we really doing? How do you see the horizon? You've been there now for long enough to have done an evaluation of where we really are. And be honest, because I think we're at a point, we got to be honest. It's not getting any better. 200 is the number, comes and goes, 200 is the number. And then it expands. I understand from the security system that you have there with the workers, that they see more of the young people coming to the table with trauma, mental health, real needs. And if we're going to address the young people that, I'll say, congregate in your facility, how are we really going to, are we going to accept that we got a problem and let's do something about it? And let's do something about it now while we can, before we become the planet of the apes.
So there's a lot of topics there. So I'm going to try to unpack this, Councilmember Bonds, and I appreciate your passion. And I agree that there are many, many things that we can do before a young person reaches detention or even any kind of contact with the police. From the hearing that Councilmember Parker had, or I should say roundtable that you had, I heard the young people, talking about having safe spaces that they wanted to gather, they wanted to do things. And so I think that there certainly is work that we could do as a city to provide them those opportunities with appropriate levels of supervision. And I think that's probably what's been, missing when it's sort of done organically by social media in an open space. It can become a bit of a management problem. And it's generally a few young people that are engaging in behaviors that are unacceptable. And I heard very clearly how unfair our young people feel about having the whole thing shut down because of a few bad actors. And so I think when we look at how do you manage that, there has to be some sort of space, sort of definition of what that space is. Um, when you look at like a DPR event, kids sign up, they come out there. There are a lot of adult supervision, recruiting parents to come out there and be engaged with them. When you see these activities happening, and you have enough of the responsible adults in the community, they intervene early when they see kids horsing around. That is sort of normal behavior, but you can see where that would lead to something, and you can intervene at that point. So I think providing those opportunities in the community is important. I think we also need to look at structural things that we can do in the juvenile justice system to be an off-ramp to formal processing. And, one thing that Dr. Bazran has stood up, and I'm very happy that she's done this, is she is engaged in multisystemic therapy. And we have a provider now that can accept, or at least will be able to accept, young people into MST services. And when they reached out to me to say, hey, we're going to be able to start working with kids, my first thought was, let me call Dr. Woodland over at CSSD. Because something like MST is a great community-based intervention that could be used, and it could be paired with probation. But the intervention itself is intensive in-home family therapy. And so we need to use that resource. And of course, DYRS could use that, but if kids are committed to us, then they're sort of using it on the back end. We could also use it, and I would encourage our Attorney General to consider using those MST services and developing continuums as a diversion, as an alternative to system involvement altogether.
All right, excuse me, please, but what is MST?
Multisystemic therapy. It's an evidence-based practice. It has, when I say evidence-based, there is literature supporting, and it's reached a standard that that it's got high levels of credibility.
And is there something that we, the government, needs to do so that this service, this particular therapy can be used?
Yes.
You need a law?
No, we don't need a law. No, we don't need a law, but we just need people to use that service. So
we get them to use that service.
Like I said, I think we should encourage that the Attorney General consider using it as a diversion option. He has diversion authority. This is a great resource to divert young people that are having family issues. And if those family issues are driving their delinquent behavior, this is the opportunity to move them into that kind of service, a very specific service. And not get engaged into the criminal justice system.
Okay.
Likewise.
So you're actually informing me that as far as your facility, you do not see it necessarily becoming a alternative educational facility, because we're required to continue to educate our young people, no matter where they are, until they reach a certain age. So I'm trying to understand how you see your facility fitting into the grand scheme of things, as a young person has exhibited concerns about how they're growing up through their behavior. And what can we, government, as a part of the community, hopefully with their parents, really, how do we impact them? And so when they get to you, we understand there is perhaps a major issue of flare up that we're responding to. So I'm trying to understand what can you do as it relates to helping them to get on the better path of life?
Well, I think if you're getting to the programming that we use, absolutely, there are things that we are doing. Just to wrap up the conversation of
Yes.
MST, I do plan to use that service for committed kids. We do get some committed youth that are, I would say, on the lower end of community safety, right? They're not a big community safety concern. They just perhaps had multiple involvements or been difficult on probation. I think that that's a great option for those kids. We can go directly into that home-based service. We can also use it after a young person has completed a program as a support when they come back into the community. In terms of what we're doing, there's been a lot of conversation about trauma-informed care, but really training around our staff and the type of staff that we have. And we've engaged with a professional, Dr. Joan Galise, to help train our staff in trauma-informed care. And she is a member of probably the longest acronym, but it's like the National Association of State Mental Health Providers, NASHPID. And is somebody that was referred to us by our partners at Disability Rights DC. She is engaged with us. We are expanding our programming. I spoke a little bit about the programming that we're doing. Yeah, these are all things, but everything is interconnected in terms of what's happening in the community. So yes, we need to do our part, but it's a sort of system-wide effort that we need to see if we're going to be successful.
Thank you very much. I know I'm over my time, way over my time. Thank you for
No,
that.
you're good. There are more rounds if you want to stick with us.
I do.
I wanted to turn to overtime. In the fiscal year 27 budget, the executive allocated 13.8 million in overtime allotments for DYRS youth and family programs, representing a staggering $8.8 million increase from last year. Can you generally speak to this? And I have some follow-up questions, like why the need for such a large increase in overtime?
So the overtime that we have been budgeted for historically has been far short of what our utilization has been. And so we have been using supplemental funds or contingency funds in the past to make up for that difference. I believe that, we have our OCFO member here, but I think that there was a concerted effort among, at least I'll just speak for DYRS, to fund our overtime in line with
The actual numbers.
what our
Yeah.
actual utilization is. Now, that said, I think it's higher than what our utilization has shown. And I think that this is very much related to the conversation about credible messengers. And I'll let Dr. Baxter speak in just a moment. But we have requested that we take the overshot of that overtime budget. We believe that $11 million is the actual number that we would need, and use that to fund the credible messenger services that were reduced.
That is helpful. And where was the overtime payment for last fiscal year? Or, yeah, for last fiscal year, and where are we to date, if you have that number?
In terms of how much do we expect to expend for overtime, council member?
Where were you in actuals for fiscal year 25, and where are you today with fiscal year 26?
I think it's around 8.5 or 8.4 million for 25. And so it's been around that 8.4, in between that 8.3, 8.5 over the past couple of fiscal years between 24 and 25.
And where are you
And
today?
I think we anticipate, it could be above 10 million for 2026. And, being that there may be an increasing youth, we try to project out. So I think probably 11 million may be sufficient based upon what I see based on 26 needs. But if anything changes in 27, you never know. But I would agree with Director Sam that 11 million seems more within the lines of what the agency needs.
And what is driving that increase from 25 to 26? So even based on those estimates, you're looking at 8.4 million in 25 to 11 million in 26. What's driving the increase in overtime?
So what drives our overtime? Obviously, we've seen increases in the number of kids that we've had steadily over the last couple of years. But what really drives our overtime are staff that are unavailable to work, which I believe we are at, gonna realize 50 or 60 staff that are unavailable to work. And that could include people that are out for injuries or for other reasons. And another big factor is the intermittent use of PFL or FMLA. We have over 100 staff that are available to work, but that have some type of intermittent PFL or FMLA. And so that is,
You said over 100?
I believe it's 102 is our number. Is that correct, Lenny?
Now, I know the mayor in her budget for fiscal year 27 is proposing to adjust those leave programs to only, proposing to shorten the timeline. DYRS staff have routinely utilized callouts on June 15th of 2024. A former administrator's funeral led to so many staff callouts that YSC suffered a complete work stoppage. Under this new rule that the mayor is proposing, if the leave is foreseeable, staff must provide written notice at least 10 days in advance, which will make these callouts much less feasible. In addition, I think she's shortening the window of time that leave would be permitted. So I want to say it's 8 weeks, 8 to 2 weeks.
I believe that's for medical leave.
It's specifically for medical leave for family members.
For family
For
members.
family members.
And there's a change for who classifies as a family member.
Right. There's an adjustment.
So let's say hypothetically, the council endorses this adjustment. What impact would that have on the folks and on the intermittent leaves that you reference?
Well, first, it would reduce the time that you'd be able to utilize that leave for those purposes. But I think the other significant part is that currently, when they are on that intermittent type of leave, they only need to give us 1 hour of notice that they're not going to come into their scheduled shift. And that's where it becomes very difficult to plan. And so it would be very beneficial.
And does the mayor's policy change that window of time?
Yes, it does, because the requirement is for 10 days notice.
10 days, I got it, yes. So 1 hour, and I think we can all acknowledge that you can't plan and staff an agency. It's certainly one as important as DYRS with 1 hour's notice. I'm pretty clear-eyed that people are gaming the system. Now, I think I'm not supposed to say that, and my team is probably looking at me like, you're not supposed to say that. But I think people, I think people have real challenges, and that's why we honor leave. I support paid family leave. I support the leave policies. But when I look at numbers like that, over 100 people, that seems to me, the word is out. All right, this is how you stack your leave so that you get a paycheck and you don't have to actually report. Let me get back on track.
I think you're absolutely right.
if the council were to approve these adjustments to the leave policy, I think I've lost Mama Joe. I'm sorry. If the council were to adjust the leave policy, would it affect the people already grandfathered in? In other words, if their leave was approved last year, they're out on leave now. If the council were to approve this change, does it include them, or are we just talking about moving forward?
This would include moving forward. So the people that.
So if you are already on leave, you are grandfathered into the existing leave policy.
Correct, but it's based on a year basis. So it ends at a particular specific time.
And it's worth noting that the mayor is proposing this change for 1 year, which I liken it to kind of want to shake the tree and get the residuals out, and then we can resume, assuming that you may be able to recapture some team members that have been away from the agency for X number of time. If this policy were to go into effect, do you have a estimated number of staff that might return to the agency?
I do not have that number, but I could get that to you. But I think one other thing that's significant that you talked about is there's another change in her policy that will help us. So new staff coming in, currently they can take the PFL benefit on the first day that they're employed. And so one change that she did propose was a period of waiting period of 180 days. So we do see a lot of staff who utilize the benefit.
So currently on the first day of employment, someone can go on leave.
They can apply for the PFL, the paid family leave.
Understood.
And so the proposal is to make that waiting period for 6 months.
Okay. I support paid family leave, but something's happening here. And I think we just need to be honest that this isn't quite what is intended with the program. I digress. So overtime, it sounds like fiscal year 25, we're at roughly 8.4 million. This existing year, it seems like we're on track to be at about 11 million. And what is budgeted is 13.8 million. But Director, what I'm hearing you say is that overshot, you would support investing some or all of that into maintaining credible messengers.
Yes.
Understood. I'm going to stop there and I'll turn to my colleague, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad you're talking about paid family leave because that is in the Executive Administration and Labor Committee that I chair. And one of the issues that I've been concerned with is how many employee arrangements are we really attempting to address by changing this law? And you've helped me understand this. It's significant. When I think about the value of your agency and what you're trying to accomplish, and to know that, your employees are, that they're not really available, yet you need them in order for us to do what we have to do to keep our young people safe and engaged, et cetera. It is very, very disheartening to know. I did when we certainly did universal paid leave. I was one of the co-sponsors, believe in it. But when we talk about leave at our government employee level, it concerns me because, as you know, we all have the federal leave. We can, based on our time and place, we earn we earn leave, and we automatically earn sick leave as well as opportunities to just take leave. But then we also have added this little carrot for the district government employees, and it's costing us. It's a double cost to us because technically we have to keep the position available to the employee that's on leave. Meanwhile, overtime and the wear and tear on the other employees in that union or that particular unit is exacerbated, perhaps. And I look at it from an element of fairness. You know, we all work here. We're all a part. We all get this government paycheck. You know, where is it fair that someone has to fill in like this? I will not, if I go on record saying what my colleague said, but you can rest assured that there's a strong feeling that we have to be more intentional as to how we use the resources and particularly the amenities of our government. So thank you for that data. What I would like to know, as you were speaking about the family medical leave, can you help me understand what your numbers have been, let's say in 2024, 25, and currently are they escalating? Is the leave pattern escalating, or that would help us?
Although I don't have the specific numbers for those years, but it has continued to escalate year after year after year. I've been with DYRS since 2016. This is the
Wow.
highest I've ever seen it. We've never hit 100 staff utilizing
102,
it.
yes. Wow. Uh, so with this being the situation, how does this impact the behavior of our young people in the institutions?
That's a tough question, and I've never actually had anyone ask me that. But I do think that when we are drafting staff who have already worked a full shift to stay on, and they are on tired, they may have a shorter fuse, they may get uh, just not be as good as they would be if they were rested. And kids may pick up on that and react to that as well. So I do think that there probably is a connection to having staff that are working long hours or being drafted into those hours because of a very late call out. And I'm sure they're not, very happy when they're forced to stay because our staff have lives at home as well. And they may have, something planned with their family that they've had to cancel. It's not going to put them in the best state of mind to work with kids. So I do think there would be an impact.
What do you have incentives for staff to make the job their very own? In other words, to make the success of the programs that they're involved with something that they just cannot be away from?
So, we've been talking about some folks that are maybe misusing the leave benefits, but we do have a number of staff that are, and a lot of staff, and I would say the majority of our staff that are very dedicated to the work that they do. And we recently had a presentation that some of our young ladies at New Beginnings did for Black History Month. And it was a great presentation. The young ladies did a great job. But what was notable to me was that it was organized and orchestrated by our staff. They provided all the support. They provided the research and the training, and they came in on their free time to work with those young people. And after that performance, I had a number of other staff approach me that were there in attendance and said, "Hey, we'd like to do something like this with our kids. And I'll come on my free time, what little free time they have to work with those kids." So absolutely, we have a large number of people that are very invested, that care deeply about the kids that they work with, and are willing to go the extra mile. The tiny house project that I mentioned earlier, you may not have been here, council member, but there are some photos, and these are young people that are constructing homes and learning how to construct these homes. And the people that are providing all of the guidance are our staff. These are the people that fix the plumbing when it breaks, that repair the walls or do whatever. And they know the building trades, they know construction. And it was organic from them. It was my director that came to me and said, you know, the reason I came to work at this agency was because I wanted to work with young people and I want to do this program. And so there are shoots of really high quality people with big hearts that care deeply about our kids, and those are the ones that are making the big difference.
All right. Well, I would like to know so much more about your tiny houses project, especially thinking about workforce development and how do we move these young people into a new way of thinking about the world that is theirs. So we only have 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
I can give you a lot of information in 2
You can.
minutes.
No, you can't. No. You like to talk like I do, so that's not happening. So maybe I can come back. Can I have a third round if that's okay with you? All right, I really would like to do that because you're hitting on two things that I think are really critical from what little bit I've been tracking what we've been doing, and I call it the receiving home and what have you for years. Okay. And you're talking about how staff becomes animated when they're doing something. They feel they're really contributing, you know, a new breath, new life. And that's so important in order to keep the ship afloat, as I call it. You're also saying that young people, they like this. They like to. I think I read somewhere with some European prime minister that when he felt depressed, he just did, he actually did bricklaying. He just did it because it helped him to just concentrate and to think about, you know, the world and what else he needed to do, I guess. But this is sounds like a dynamite program, and I hope that you can expand it. And I'm sure my colleague will tell me that you probably need more money and stuff like that, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. And I guess really where I want to go with this whole thing is to understand that what you're doing is what we society are doing for our young people who are kind of like left out. And so if we're going to do this, there are pots of money that we already have. And if you have a subset of our school population, then a subset of that money needs to be in your facilities so that we can do what we need to do with them because they're not in the public school system. So that's kind of like where I'm kind of coming from. Likewise, workforce, if you're going to really train people to leave the institution and have employment, that's dynamite. That's what we need. All our residents want to be able to take care of themselves. So thank you very
Awesome.
much.
Thank you. And for the record, I don't believe in putting limits on colleagues. So you can ask as many questions as you have, and we'll have as many rounds as necessary. I will also say I want to multitask and get to the DPR hearing. So I'm going to ask another round of questions. Then I'll turn to you, Councilmember Bonds, and run, and then come back if you're good with that.
I'll stay as long as I can.
Yes.
I have a, I have a.
I'm only going to ask one round of questions.
All
at
right.
that
Okay.
hearing, by the way.
Thanks.
I did also want to acknowledge, I got a text from Councilmember Trahan White, who agrees that 102 people out on leave is kind of crazy. And so again, I just think it's something we have to look at. I am in no way impinging people's character or suggesting that all of those folk are out for nefarious reasons. But I think we can all agree that you can't effectively run an agency as important as DYRS when an hour before you might have any number of people calling out. So that is something we'll look at. And I have on the record, and I'll just say this for the public record, vouched for the mayor's 1-year proposed change for governmental agencies is different than the public version. And if my colleagues aren't willing to go with that, I have advocated for, let's just do it at DYRS. Because I realize something needs to change at the agency. So more to come on that. In response to pre-hearing question 2, DYRS reported that the vacancy rate was currently 7.1%. And I have a number of questions here, but this connects to what we were just talking about. Which positions are DYRS seeing most vacant? I know you share your Schedule A, but if you could walk us through that.
Absolutely. So our current vacancy rate today, just a snapshot in time. So today is 6.4%. But where we're seeing the most turnover and the most vacancies are in our direct care staff. So that is the YDR staff, the supervisory YDR staff, our nurses, medical staff, and our culinary staff.
And how many YDRs are vacant?
So it's pretty low for YDR vacancies right now. There's a total of 6 YDR vacancies right now.
And what about credible messengers?
So credible messenger staff are not employed by DYRS.
Oh, that's not on your staffing line item.
We do have credible messenger staff that monitor the credible messenger providers. Are you speaking of those, or because we procure?
Do you
for-
have vacancies there?
on internally?
Yes.
No.
Okay. DYRS noted in its responses that the clinical nurse 2 position and nurse practitioner positions are hard to fill due to the competitive market. I believe this has come up before. What strategies are you all leveraging? And if you could speak more to the challenges you're running into trying to hire for those positions.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to speak to that. So this market right now, there's a big demand for nurses, clinical nurses.
Yeah, we're all the nurses. We don't have them in our schools.
Yeah, it's a huge demand. So it's very competitive.
No, seriously, where did they go? I feel like after the pandemic, it's like we're missing so
something
many professions. I say that in part in jest, but I am aware of the challenge with the supply.
Yeah.
Yes.
So one of the unique challenges for the district in hiring nurses is that their pay is stipulated by the nurse's contract, which dictates the pay based on the years of service that they have or the experience that they have, which isn't necessarily the same in private industry. So that's one area that we have to look at.
It's
because
hard to be competitive.
It's very hard to be competitive when you're looking at, Children's, Johns Hopkins, and places like that. It becomes extremely competitive. The other part of it is scheduling flexibility now, because there's just the great need for nurses. There's a lot of flexibility outside of government.
Yeah.
And so right now we don't have that flexibility, again, based on the contracts, based on our needs, can't compete with that flexibility. So
if there was a way that we could supplement your budget for either signing bonuses or some type of supplemental investment for nurses, would that run afoul to the contract that nurses have in the city?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I would say that's something we did last year with CFSA in terms of their social workers, and it was hugely successful. We gave them a pot of money for a signing bonus, and they've been able to hire dozens of social workers. I don't know if that will completely solve the problem, but it's something that we can certainly look at. And can you just elaborate where in particular those vacancies are for those nursing positions?
Excuse me. So the vacancies are in both facilities. So there's, get this correct for you here. There are 3 vacancies at YSC for clinical nurse, and there are 2 nurse practitioners.
At YSC.
At YSC, and then the remaining.
And then what about New Beginnings?
It is, that's actually the total. So they're all at YSC, sorry.
They're all at
They're all
YSC.
at
The
YSC.
vacancies are all at YSC.
Right.
Yeah,
The 5
understood.
vacancies, yes, sorry.
Okay. In response also to question 2, the agency reported that there's 2 vacancies in the Office of Research and Evaluation for program analysts. Part of the bill that I introduced through the Care for Youth Plan, the Strengthening Capacity and Transparency of DYRS Amendment Act of 2025 was recently passed by the council. This would require the agency to take on some of those data analytic responsibilities that were previously managed by the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. I do want to acknowledge that right now the agency has been doing that based on a handshake agreement. This essentially enshrines that in law. The question that I have is, what is DYRS's plan to fill these positions? And if they remain vacant, what challenges might you run into to publishing this data on an ongoing basis moving forward?
For our Office of Research and Evaluation, we have selected the candidate. And
Oh,
we're
you
waiting
have selected a candidate.
We are waiting background.
Nice. That's progress. Great. And is it accurate to assume that that person or team would be responsible for managing the data systems that are on the website?
Yes.
Got it.
A
Okay,
small but mighty team.
that's what we understood, but we just wanted to make sure our thinking was right there. So great. Well, let me ask this. Should things go well, when might that person start?
Maybe 30 days with background check.
Okay. In response to pre-hearing question 10, the agency stated that it hired a management analyst to schedule predisposition meetings, but did not provide an answer to whether a pre-commitment coordinator had been hired. The agency stated it would be hiring a coordinator at the performance oversight hearing that we held earlier this month on February 9th. So my question is, has the agency hired the pre-commitment coordinator? And if not, why not?
We have hired the pre-commitment coordinator. She is on board and she is coordinating those pre-disposition meetings. And we have had a number of those meetings already.
So that person is on board.
She's on board and she's working. The one position that we have yet to fill is the attorney position that went along with it. But we do have a candidate selected. So the interviews are completed. She's been selected and we are anticipating a May 18th start date.
Okay. And with those people in position, what impact to the predisposition meeting, the creation of these individualized plans, like what should be the impact that we see come from these new hires?
So they'll be able to coordinate those predisposition meetings where we meet with, all of the enumerated parties that are in the statute and discuss sort of what options the department has for somebody if they were committed to us. So I think it does give a lot of guidance to the court and to the practitioners that are involved about what's possible. And I think it gives us a bit of a heads up and a little bit of an early view of what we can anticipate.
So that's a big deal. So over the last year, we've gone from we don't have enough staff, not sure we can do the Road Act, to hiring people with the vision and goal of actually implementing the legislation. And just to make sure I'm clear, when the coordinator and the attorney position is filled, for all young people in DYRS, we should stand up systems so that we're honoring the letter of the law.
Yes, and so those are the predisposition meetings, and I think the bigger, I'll say, success is in the pre-commitment unit. So that was the unit that we reallocated resources. We did not get resources, but we did reallocate staff to stand up additional individuals that would do those YLS assessments. So when we get a notice of intent to commit, the law triggers us to have to do a YLS assessment. And so we've added a number of staff. We do have a few vacancies in there. I believe there are 2 vacancies in that expanded unit. but it is a larger unit than we had pre Road Act. And so I say that just to say that, you know, even though that I did oppose the passage of the law, we are working diligently to implement it
I appreciate that.
within our resources.
And I'm gonna turn, but just to make sure I'm clear, there's 2 vacancies. So does that mean you now have all of the resources you need for the legislation, or in this budget cycle, should we be looking to invest more?
In terms of those Road Act positions, I think the best course of action is to let us implement with the resources that we have, and let's see where there may be pinch
Okay.
points. But at this point, the team is really pulled together, and they're doing what they need to do. You know, the one thing I would say is we pulled from the care coordination team to fill those pre-commitment positions. So that would be the area I would look to for support and see how we're doing there. But at this point, I think a wait and see approach is probably best.
Understood. Who is responsible for creating the individualized plans for the young people?
So that is a team effort. So it starts with the YLS assessment. That is the first component, which
That
will
pre-commitment team is owning.
exactly. So that's going to identify the needs that the youth has based on that YLS. That YLS then will be, if we're talking about a kid that goes to New Beginnings, if that's where they're placed, will be expanded upon by the team that is there, our behavioral health team, our treatment team, which is behavioral health, secure programs, all of the folks that work at New Beginnings will then develop that individualized plan for that youth in exactly the
And
way
is that team fully staffed, that behavioral health team?
have any vacancies in fully staffed.
Do they need more staff? Because what I'm hearing from folks is we're not seeing individualized plans.
Well, if you recall to our oversight hearing, we did bring Dr. Salidi, and she is here today again. The plan that is in the electronic health records that is HIPAA sort of contained and blocked off from most people seeing has that individualized care in there. And I think
So
that,
your argument is we are creating the plan, we just can't share it.
well, we could share it with council. We can't share it. We don't share it with most of our staff because it is a health record. What we do is a more generalized version of that for our staff. That's the success plan, which would articulate, here's what you need to do in order to implement this plan. But our behavioral health team is the one that is guiding that and how that works so that they can maintain.
Where did you get the idea that it's a HIPAA violation? So it was likened to IEP for a student in school today. We don't say you can't see a student's IEP because it's a HIPAA violation. Although I would imagine if there are some sensitive health things in that document, that can be redacted. But the document itself, I find it hard to square that we would say you can't share that or produce it generally because it's a HIPAA violation.
Well, and we can bring Dr. Salidi up and she can expand on this.
Okay.
But there is very
I'm coming,
sensitive.
Councilmember Bonds. I didn't mean to go down this rabbit hole.
Sure. But there's very sensitive information that is shared between the youth and the practitioner. You need to press the button.
Okay. Yeah, so the information that isn't put in the plans that are shared with a greater team like the YDR staff is sensitive information. So that's specific diagnoses or specific medications. That said, it's described in a way so that they know what behaviors they're dealing with. They're knowing what, triggers there might be. They might know that they're on medication. They just don't know the specific information. It's restricted.
Okay.
but-
All right. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Bonds. I'm going to run and come right back. And then we're going to jump back into the Road Act. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And I want the chair to know that I think he's doing a terrific job holding your feet to the fire and giving you a little bit of cool air every now and then too. So it's all working out very, very well. I too had questions about, I guess the plan is the progression plan that I heard earlier testimony. That is the plan that each young person has once they are in our facility. I wanted to understand a little bit about, you said you tailor each plan to each youth. So it's individualized. And it also includes the education, education component, what their needs are. Does it also include what their recreational expectations are, like outdoors, 3 hours, or, exercise? I mean, what can we look to when we talk about there are achievements at every level? I was very curious when I heard that statement.
Thank you for that question. So because it's individualized, based on what a youth's needs are or their interests, the information will be included. So for instance, every youth will have large muscle included. So at New Beginnings, large muscle included in their education, their day-to-day schedule. Oh, thanks. So that part would be included in what they're already doing. But beyond that, you might have a youth who really enjoys exercise. Like that is where they find what you were talking about before, about how some people do bricks. It's different. Part of what our treatment is helping youth find what helps them get there. And it's not the same, it's exploration. So that's partially what we do. So some youth really love to exercise. So their plan will have a little more time in the gym. That will be an incentive. Or they might be doing exercise, trying to push themselves on the units to do more push-ups or lead exercise groups. Whereas for another youth, it might be something like writing. I mentioned that before. So they might spend a lot of time doing more journaling or writing. So the part of the process is learning what helps them get to that place and then incorporating that in their plan. So that's why a plan will look different for each youth.
Thank you very much for that. I guess I'm also thinking that the plan, when we talk about achievement levels, help me understand what that might be. Just using as your example of a young person who wants to exercise, maybe they come in and they say, I'm not as fit as I'd like to be, or I want my muscles to increase 2 inches in diameter. I mean, that's something that I can understand, but surely when we talk about achievements at each level, I'm sure there's the achievement in behavior, managing their behavior, education, cognitive skills, getting along with others, de-escalation of anger. That's what I think you're talking about. But am I correct? Or and when you say there are achievement levels, are there numerical achievements? What does this plan really look like? And how does the plan inform that someone is really doing better and is ready to be with the rest of us in society?
I think it's a great question. You mentioned all of the factors that might be relevant for a specific youth. Some youth might come in, education isn't their issue. It's more about managing their anger when they get stressed out or being, I partially want to save this answer for when Councilman Parker comes back, only because he mentioned coming in and seeing a meeting. And I wanted to use my example to actually put some context to the meeting that he described. But in general,
well, you can repeat it.
Okay, I'll do that. All right.
Okay.
So he mentioned that he came in and he said that it was very subjective. This meeting that he went to where this youth was shy, it felt very subjective. And what I wanted to point out is that it was subjective exactly because we're not cookie cutter. If we were cookie cutter and that plan was simply don't get in a fight, go to school and follow your schedule, then the youth would have made his level. But for that particular youth, his actual, so he had reached some of those behavioral goals. It's good not to get into a fight. It's good to go to school. His main issue, though, his trauma response is that when he gets stressed out, shuts down, and then it builds up, and then he explodes and does things because his decision-making completely plummets. So his individual plan was, don't get into fights, go to school, do all that, but we want to see you increase your communication. We want to see you be able to tell us when you need help,
Yeah.
and we need you. So the reason it was subjective is because they had to assess from how he came in relative to his baseline. Has he been progressing? Is he talking more? So there couldn't be a set.
And excuse me, but that's what I'm trying to understand. What do we measure in order to know that the young person is quote unquote improving? And in that understanding, I'm trying to fathom how many young people, for instance, have went through this, having this plan in FY25, and from that number, how many progressed? And if you can look back to, I guess we've only had it for a few years, this particular approach. So now we're talking into FY26. In other words, you know, we do a lot of things. We believe that they are going to make a difference, but what are the measurable results? And how many start? Is it 100 that start and then 75 can progress? Or is it 100 that start and 10 progress? Because that helps us understand whether or not the prescriptions that we write really work.
So the measured success is different for each youth. So for this particular youth that I'm talking about who needed to improve his communication, his measure would be, is he actually going to his therapy sessions? Is he communicating with his staff? Is he communicating with his?
So I'm asking, how many do what is on the program?
So
this plan, and then you can say that they have achieved, that they're moving forward.
So all the youth that progress through the level system have arguably shown progress in the areas that they need to. That said, something you said earlier about, are they ready to come back to us? By the time they reach that level and have shown some progress, it's not as though they're completely changed. Their progress has to continue in the community. So all of the discussion here about community supports and treatment is, I'm in complete support of that, because while they might have gotten into a place where they're able to seek help a little earlier, or they're able to actually start using resources, they have to be able to continue that in a different environment. So
all right, so we are really saying that your facilities are a stop along the journey of life. That's what you're telling me.
Well, let me just maybe, I think, clarify, because I think I'm interpreting your question a little bit different. You know, we do have kids that progress and do well, and we have confidence that they're going to be successful. They're not always as successful as we'd like. And then we place them back into the community. There are kids that we don't have that level of confidence, but their commitment ends, and we release them back into the community because that's the end of their commitment, or they've hit their 21st birthday. I'd have to look back and sort of get a number. I don't have one in front of me, but I think that's what you're getting at, is how many are
truly am. I'm
being successful.
Understand if what we're doing is having impact, positive impact. Are we changing the lives of our young people? Or are we just a stop along the road and they may come back to us or they may move somewhere else? This is very important. You know, the other day when we were at the library, I asked the mayor, I said, and she was presenting this budget, I said, so like how many people have we moved the dial on? How many have we moved out of poverty? I am sincerely concerned. We spend 20 billion plus for the last 4 or 5 years. So what is it doing for the community, for the people who live here? I'm very serious about this. And being an older person, getting older every minute, you know, whatever, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned because I'll soon only have my little retirement money. And you'll still be getting some of that. And I'll have much less. So I'll be wondering, so what's going on with my money? And that's what I hear from our aging community all the time. How is my money helping? Is it helping? And so it's a very sincere request of trying to understand, are we really making a difference in these young folks' lives? And to that, I would be curious to know what we're doing, or if you're doing, or have any say or control as to those who go into the community residential facilities. How's that going?
Say,
Don't you also have a number of facilities, you know, like those that are on probation, I think?
So probation is a different system.
Okay,
It's court social services.
I see.
But we, in the community, we do fund the operation of shelter homes,
Yes.
which is intended to be for young people that are awaiting trial that would otherwise be detained, but can be housed
I see.
in a shelter home. So we do have those operations. We do contract for group homes as well. Those are committed youth that we place in group homes.
Yes.
But that's a much smaller slice of what we do.
Does that mean a longer slice?
Smaller.
Smaller,
slice.
okay, okay.
So
How many do we have in the group homes?
let me just take a quick
All
look at
right.
our pop sheet. I have that, but I gotta.
And are the group homes included in your budget?
Yes, they are. Okay. They are.
That's what I was speaking of. I didn't know the right nomenclature.
We have a total of 18 youth in group homes
Only 18.
as of
okay.
yesterday.
In how many different locations?
7. And that's out of 204 committed youth.
So do you count the 18 within your 204?
Yes.
Okay, great. And what is your agency's responsibility to these young people that are in these 7 sort of outsourced locations as it relates to education, recreation? Is it that they also are on a plan, a progression plan, and so there's some monitoring of these facilities? And they have
Absolutely.
individualized plans of action that
They
they
have
must
treatment
complete?
plans as well. They go to school in the community. They're not going to school in in our See Forever partner schools. So they are going to community schools, and they are, overseen or supervised by the group homes. So like
All right.
Tasha Bruce or
Yeah.
one of our other
So
providers.
what does your data show you as to the success of going through the progression plan process for those that are placed in these group homes versus what happens for those that are in your, larger stand-up facilities.
So
I'll say.
we're working on recidivism analysis that would look at these different populations. We don't have a breakout at this point that I'm aware of that would separate different committed populations.
Okay, but we've had these arrangements for many years.
Yeah, well,
So we never collected this data in this way?
we don't have access to that data because when a young person is released back into the community, if they commit a new offense, right, and they're not recommitted to DYRS, we may not know about that. And we don't have, it's not in our data system because we're not a unified system.
So, Mr. Director,
Mm-hmm.
when are we going to put this together
I'm
so
putting it
that it
together
makes
right now.
sense?
I am working on that as we
We
speak.
say that our kids are our future. We say that we want to have better outcomes in the general population with our young people. And you're one of the few locations where they come together and they get some individualized attention.
We are working directly with the courts to gain access to that information so we can do that analysis.
Well, if you think someone like myself can help you in any way, the door is totally open, wide open.
Absolutely. Well, I think
Because this is a travesty. It really and truly is.
it is. It is. And it should have been done years ago.
Yes.
Many, many years ago.
Yes.
But as I came here, no, this was something that we did not have access to. I have been in communication with the administrative judge, and he is now amenable, Judge Lee is amenable to doing that. So we are actually in the process of having our technical experts, our IT folks from both teams, review how we can do a two-way data exchange specifically so that we can do recidivism analysis.
And so will that be done through a law? Or will that be you all sign an MOU?
I don't think that the council could compel the court to provide us the data.
We could say that this is our position, and they frequently decide whether or not they are going to implement what we say.
Yes, and I believe that there is a piece of legislation pending with council right now requiring a recidivism analysis. And so, yes, if
All
that's
right.
passed, that would potentially help us.
All right, so my colleague, the chair of this committee, will, I guess, further inform me about that. I'd like to see that, please, since I'm sure it came to him, I would assume,
I believe it's his
or
bill.
judiciary, one or the other.
Yes.
I'm on judiciary, so I can get that, but I'm not on this committee. But I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you about it. I am passionate, but I'm also a little common sense about this. And trying to do what I can while I can do the cleanup.
No, I totally understand. And
So,
I know that you had some,
passion, okay.
no, I love your passion and I always appreciate it. And I know that you had some questions about the tiny house project that you wanted to
do.
ask.
Before knowing this, I came with the intentions of asking about if it was possible to do a workforce development project with your youth, and maybe get Habitat for Humanity involved to do just this. And when you were talking about the renovation and what have you, I was like, well, does that lend it? So this is absolutely perfect what you are already involved in. And if if there's a way to make it more robust and get more young people involved in this, I'm all for it and we'll do what we can.
If you have some connections with Habitat for
I
Humanity,
do.
please put us in contact. I know that Dr. Fish here has been an advocate of how do we get these houses to people that could use them. I think that they may be the kind of partner that we would need, because what we're doing is teaching the construction process. But we don't have the obviously access to land. Where would we put those things? That's where we would need a partner in the community that could take that to the next level. And that's something I would be very interested in exploring.
So now you're moving into this real world, and the real world is, do we think about a bridge program where you, again, a progression in the plan where you achieve, a certain standard, and do you then have an opportunity to have a stipend and a stipend account so that there's some incentive to really get it right, to get it straight.
I think that
That's
would
that's
be
where I'd like to see us go.
fantastic. And our kids that work should be paid for their labor, and they should be paid fair market value for their labor.
Well,
And
I can't go there yet, but
well, as an apprentice,
the age, yes, of
right?
course. And then of course, yes, as apprentice, yes. No, I think there's a lot of hope. I'm hoping that you will be able to get much of this accomplished. I think it would breathe new life into what we say we're doing for our young people. I appreciate
Absolutely.
that very
And
much.
I'll just add that we do have a sort of related program in the community through our vocational program and Credible Messenger partnership, which is called Volt Academy, and that's in the community. They are also doing a construction program that gets those same skills, and we have kids enrolled and involved in that as well. But I'm very excited about what we can accomplish at Oasis, because we have access to professionals, not just at our Oasis campus. We do have a licensed carpenter there that does teach our young people, including kids from New Beginnings, carpentry. But it's the practitioners themselves that we have on our staff. These are the folks that fix the plumbing when it breaks and repair the HVAC system when it goes down. They have certified, folks there that not only have those skills, but have that passion and they want to work with our kids. And I'll just add that our manager that leads the program is a former construction manager, and he built homes. This is really right up his alley, and I think it's a great opportunity to share their skills. They're anxious to do that, and they have been doing that. We've already completed one, as you can see.
Yeah.
And
great.
we want to continue to do that with our young people.
And so when you're saying that this training, it takes place on campus inside your facility.
That's correct.
All right. And so have you thought about how we can take our individuals, leave the premises, work on a work site, let's say in Northwest, Southeast, return back to the facility
So
and count their dollars in their little cash,
that's
account?
that's something we have been trying to explore, and we are putting some components together again at that Oasis campus. We do have
Okay.
2 homes that are going to be constructed there.
Okay.
That'll be right across the street from our carpentry program.
All right.
And we've had some
So
preliminary
who will live in those homes?
It'll be youth that are released.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I want to hear more about this and I want to come out, and haven't been out there in many a year, but very excited about this. It's just like new life, and thank you very much for what you're doing. Yeah.
Absolutely. I appreciate
Mhm.
your ongoing strong support. I know you hold us accountable, but you're coming at it from a place of love and caring
Yeah.
about
Oh,
the
yeah.
outcomes for our kids.
yeah.
And that is absolutely in alignment
Yeah,
with
and
us.
I'm trying to be a strong custodian of our dollars. I
Yes.
mean,
Can I use
doctor.
this time to plug, if you wanted to visit the Oasis, we're actually having a spoken word poetry event at the Oasis for families and youth, not only who are in New Beginnings right now, but also youth who've returned to the community and are coming back to perform. It's next Saturday from 12 to 2 during visitations. I'll send you a flyer. We would love for
Will
you.
you? Yes, please
Absolutely.
do.
We
Yeah.
would love for you to come.
Yeah, when I worked at Georgetown, we had one of our I was with the Center for Social Justice, blah, 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 okay, that we created. And one of the things we had was we took poetry, of course, then we didn't come to DC, we took poetry into Arlington County Jail and what have you, so.
It's the spoken word event, I think is going to be very powerful. We've
Yeah.
had one already and
Okay.
or two, I'm sorry.
So maybe we
I
can
guess
use
I only attended one.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
the young people put a tremendous amount of preparation into their work, and it shows, and they really are incredible. We actually have one of our young people who is leaving. I think she's already actually left our facility, that we're connecting with a community-based poetry um, uh, event that is being hosted by Busboys and Poets.
Oh, yes,
And,
yes. Yeah.
and because of the interest that she expressed and the outreach that I got from actually Reverend Motley has
I know
connected
Reverend
us.
Motley.
We're getting her involved in that, and we're very
Okay.
excited about that.
Okay.
And we want to give our young people an opportunity to show everybody really what their talents are, what they're capable of, and they're capable of so much.
That sounds great. There are many people in community, retirees that have skill sets, and they would just love to have an opportunity. So think about how you can bring community in to help and what your security need is and whatever. But I see this as a way of getting our young people acclimated anew to the environment in which they live. I
Council
think,
member
yes,
Bonds, can I add?
yes, sure.
Since if you are on a tour, if you could also look at the tiny house project that's taking place there, as well as the project that we have with our credible messengers and the construction in the community, because our next phase is to renovate senior homes. Right
Oh,
now,
my gosh.
they have renovated a home.
That's
and a
why I'm here
basketball
today,
court.
you know. I knew all of this. No, this is fabulous,
So
fabulous.
we would love to
Yes,
you to
yes.
view both of those projects. As well, we have an
good.
automotive program that is taking place at New Beginnings, where youth are receiving ASC certifications.
Excellent, excellent. I would really like to have the opportunity to meet with you, meet with your team, because on the outside of your facility, through some of the workforce agencies, they sound like they're planning to replicate what you're already doing. Isn't that something? And so I think we need to come together, because the need is definitely there, and let's see how these dollars are really spent.
Well, we'd love to
For the
host you.
community.
And Natalie will book up your entire calendar with things to visit. So
Well, we can do a lot, I think, in June. Yeah, in June. Once we, yeah. Yeah, we can do a lot after the, well, it's really ends up being late June, July. We can do it. Yeah.
Well, we'll follow up with
But
dates
we'd
for
love
all
to
of
do it.
those.
Yeah, my staffer is very much burning on this idea of apprenticeships and working with DOES. But I thought we saved that for when we do our tour and see what we really can do. Already you have informed me that there may be an opportunity for you to have additional resources that may help more of our young people become engaged, involved. And sometimes all they need is just an idea. At least that's what I heard from the youth hearing the other day. Everybody wants to earn money. And we ought to be
Absolutely.
thinking about that. This is the society we've created, and this is the society that they're in and know a lot about. Okay, well, your chairman is here, so I'm at 0 time, and thank you very much. But I've
Thank
got
you.
commitments now with
Oh,
your
okay.
team that I'm
Great.
excited about. Thank
That's
you
great.
very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Normally I would not run out of my own hearing, but as the Ward 5 council member, there are some very serious issues with DPR planning that I would be remiss not to have addressed.
Absolutely.
And so thank you for your patience. If you give me a second to find my place. What are the commitments? What did I miss?
So we did follow up on the tiny house project. And I believe we also invited Councilmember Bonds. I sent you an invitation to this, to our spoken word event.
Yes.
Not this Saturday, but next Saturday at Oasis.
What time is that?
12 to 2.
1 to 2?
12 to 2
12 to 2.
during visitation for families.
Okay.
And then to also, we have a community-based renovation project that is working with elderly folks in the community. And she was interested as well to
Understood.
See that.
Okay, I'm jumping back in. Let's go to the reentry division. We had talked about this before. I believe the goal was to, in January of this year, to stand up this division more formally. If I remember correctly, I believe late last year, before January, you had actually stood up the team. There has been significant discussion about the importance of transition planning for juveniles and the significance of their reentry into society. What is the update on this reentry division at the agency?
So what we've been working on with them is to develop, again, this is kind of going back to the Road Act and getting those reentry plans done within the first 60 days of admission into the facility. And so we have developed those procedures so that a TDM is scheduled within 30 to 60 days of placement into New Beginnings. And the reentry plan is the beginning of that planning starts there. Obviously, they still have a lot of work to do while they're there. And so this is something that would be updated over time, but we have stood that up. I did get some data since October. We've had 61 TDMs. So that number continues to go up as we push out these procedures and push for compliance. And then on the front end, we've had 82 YLSs completed. And to give you context, we've had 68 new commitments in that same time period. So again,
that's almost 100%.
Well,
if you had 61,
we had 68 commitments, but we had 82 YLSs done. But yeah, that's with the TDMs.
yes.
So that may not be a one-to-one because they may be committed to it. They may not all go to New Beginnings. So that's not necessarily 100%. So
we heard testimony earlier. I want to say it was Kreider, from Disability Rights DC that talked about, and I may have the wrong person, but the testimony was that the reentry planning is starting too late, essentially. It doesn't start in effect until a young person's on level 6 or 7. And what you're suggesting is that it should be starting, as the law states, within 30 to 60 days of placement. How can we square those two things? Is this more of an aspirational thing that it's starting 30 to 60 days? Are you suggesting that is what's happening?
I'm suggesting that is what's happening, and maybe the information is outdated from the person that testified. I don't think that was from Ms. Kreider.
Okay,
I think
maybe it
was a
wasn't.
different
And so
person.
my apologies. I'm trying to remember but we heard it today for sure. So you're saying within 30 to 60 days of placement, the young people are receiving a plan. We talked about those plans being held privately, not distributed. But as part of that, this reentry planning is beginning as well.
Correct.
Okay. If I randomly gave names of young people, I'm going to ask Mama Joe to give me some names. So that means we will be able to the committee will be able to ask for their individualized plan. Okay. So Mama Joe, if you could think of 3 names, I'll ask my team to come up with a name as well. And I don't want this to be a gotcha, but I do want us to lean in on the quality, the breadth, the depth of these plans, because I think that's a main vehicle. We'll handle that offline after the hearing. And I still challenge the notion that these plans can't be shared with advocates or PDS officials. I know that.
It's not that they're not shared, it's just a different version. So the protected part is, their specific diagnosis or their medication, but that information is shared. So if somebody is suffering from depression, their plan might not say depression, but it's certainly going to list the behaviors that everybody
So
needs
you
to
would
know
be able
about.
to share, here's John Doe's plan, and here's their rehabilitation plan, and here's their success plan. The success plan is what advocates would receive. The rehabilitation plan, I'm assuming, is what's confidential in the system.
No. What's in our system at New Beginnings is just the clinical treatment plan that a behavioral health licensed clinician would put in. The success plan at New Beginnings is the rehabilitation plan. We call it a success plan, and that is shared. That is what
And yes, we can
everybody's-
share with you all of that so you can see the difference between
I
what
got
is
it.
in that success plan and what is in that health record.
But the feedback I've heard repeatedly is that those success plans, the rehabilitation plan, whatever you want to call it, the document outlining the path towards rehabilitation tends to be more general, surface level, copy and paste from young person to young person versus very tailored to their needs.
So if you give us the names, we'll get them to you and we can
Okay.
talk about it. I'm
Okay,
wel-
awesome.
welcome the feedback.
I love it. I love it. Let's keep moving for the sake of time. So this reentry division, it is up and running.
Yes, it is.
And that is reentry at New Beginnings?
Yes.
Just New Beginnings?
Yes.
And 30 to 60 days within placement, as we'll see with these plans, this team is beginning its work.
Correct.
With the young person as they're planning to reenter society. Okay, and then there is a section here on the Road Act. Some of this we've already gone over, the predisposition meetings and the creation of the individualized rehabilitation plan. That's that pre-commitment team that is now fully staffed.
Mostly, yes.
Or it's hired for.
Yeah.
So how many predisposition meetings have been held this year?
We just started this month, and I believe been like 5 at the end of this month is when we began doing that. At the end of last month, excuse me, we just started this month.
So far we have 5 with the goal being by, let's say, the summer, what should be the expectation?
By the summer, we should be doing them for everybody.
For everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll say by June, well, no, this is already May. It's hard to believe. Let's be generous and say by July. The expectation is fair to say that all young people at DYRS will receive these disposition meetings. Now, the law was passed and implemented long ago, but what you've said on the record before is that you needed time to staff up, create protocols and systems. And so we'll look to July as a benchmark there. How many who's part of the predisposition meeting?
I'd have to look back at the statute, but it would be the care coordinator, the youth's attorney, the youth, parents. We invite court social services. I don't know if they're a mandatory member, but they are invited. Those are the ones I can remember, but there may be others that are part of that meeting.
Is PDS invited to these meetings?
Well, whoever the youth's attorney is, if
Or-
it's PDS or if it's a
So their attorney is invited?
yes,
Are parents invited?
yes.
And so far we've had 5. Actually, for the 5 that we have, we'll follow up also, but what kind of documentation follows that predisposition meeting?
I need to check with the team if we were going to lean on developing a transcript through Copilot.
Okay.
But I
let's
don't
add that
know
to the
if
follow-up.
that was done. We did get some folks that weren't comfortable with AI transcribing things, so I have to check and see how we're keeping minutes.
On the reentry support, can you just walk me through what that division is actually doing? So we heard testimony earlier about can we connect children or young people with the services before they leave New Beginnings? That is something I would imagine that reentry division is focused on. What efforts has DYRS made to ensure that young people are quickly re-enrolled in school upon being discharged or gaining employment or whatever that case may be? So can you just walk me through what that reentry division is focused on?
So I mentioned that they begin the reentry planning at that 30 to 60 day mark, and then they actually take over the management of the case from the community care coordinator. So they will actually manage that case because they're stationed there at New Beginnings. They will participate in the TDMs, and they will also, be there to meet with the kids and track their progress. And then they will be helping to develop that reentry plan along with our treatment team to get that kid back into the
And
community.
is that plan part of the same document as the individualized rehabilitation plan? Or is this a separate document?
I believe it's a separate document,
Okay.
but it will be based on that rehabilitation plan. It's going to have the components that the treatment team, and Dr. Saliti could probably speak a little bit.
But why
better
wouldn't
to
we
this.
just create a document where all of that information is in one place that you can see, here's the plan, here's the outcomes of our assessment, here's the plan, here's the reentry support, here are the people that are supposed to support said young person?
The reentry team, which are primarily care coordinators, they use this success plan, that's what it's called, that has all of that information in.
Okay, so, but you made a distinction between the success plan and the individualized rehabilitation plan.
No,
The success plan is the
Yes.
individualized.
Yeah, it's
in
just
your
there,
view.
there are components that are very specific to the youth, because we hear this all the time, that there isn't anything specific to this kid, it's generic. And I'm making the point that in the health records, there is far more specific information that we just don't include in that level of detail in the success plan.
Are the outcomes of the YLS included in that success plan?
The YLS is what drives the development of that success plan. So yes, that's going to be what creates the needs that we have to address.
Okay, so then you have that plan and you're saying on that document are the details for reentry as well, or the reentry plan?
Yeah, so it would happen successively. So as 30 to 60 days, they'll start talking and documenting on the success plan aspects of their reentry. So all the things you discussed, like where are they going to go to school, where are they going to live, all the different members of the TDM at different meetings would be contributing to that plan.
But I would imagine if we've only completed 5 predisposition meetings, these plans aren't really being created yet.
The predisposition meeting is before the case even goes to the disposition. Are
Yes.
you in fact responsible? So that's way at the beginning of the process. So we have been doing YLSs that have been driving success plans. That has been an ongoing thing. We're adding this predisposition meeting, yes, but kids do have plans, and it's not that they didn't before we started doing the predisposition meetings.
Okay.
The predisposition meetings are to give all of those folks, including I missed the prosecutor. That was the one party I did not include. What the options are if you were to commit a kid. The court may not commit that kid because they haven't yet made a decision.
Okay. I brought up earlier, I sat in on a petition check-in. I don't know if that's what you call it technically, where a young person is trying to see if they go to the next level. My reflection is it felt loose. It felt very subjective. The word I used was, it was based on vibes.
Right.
Like, do I think you go to the next level? And it didn't feel specific enough. Outside of the specific example, and I'm happy to elaborate on what I observed, but walk me through that petition process as it relates to the individualized plan that's created for that young person.
Sure. Actually, what you're talking about when you say it's subjective or vibes, what I explained earlier, because we've had a couple of criticisms. One said it's too cookie cutter, one that it's not individualized. If it was cookie cutter, just reaching those goals, you didn't have a fight, you went to school, that would be progress. You would move up your level. The reason that it felt subjective is because that particular use plan is that his ability to communicate when there's problems or when there's issues is a significant issue. So his actual needs, you mentioned that it's a personality character. Personality and behavior is actually a domain of the YLS. Personality characteristics are a need that we have to address. That's individual to the youth.
Even though his behavior was fine.
Behavior. So he was complying, he was doing what he didn't get into a fight, he went to school. But what actually drives his trauma response, what actually drives some of his maladaptive behaviors, it didn't maybe happen in that period, but was the fact that he shuts down and he can't communicate. And then it builds up, decision making gets poor, and then he has these explosions. So the reason the team is working with him is to be able to ask for help earlier, to go to your therapy sessions, to communicate better. So it's not just that he's shy, it's just that this is a particular issue that he needs to work on that we received from the assessments and the documents. So that is what they're working on him with. The reason it seemed subjective is because after a youth presents to the team, they'll have a discussion. They will look at behavioral anchors. They will look at data to figure out, has he met all of the points? So yes, he didn't get in fights. Like, that's really good that behavior is fine. But has he met his individual what we wanted to see in terms of his communication being better. So there will be a discussion amongst the team. And at that point, if it was cookie cutter, it would be an automatic 30 days or something like that. But that's not how they decide. They have a discussion to determine
And if they say he
relative.
doesn't move to the next level, is there a petition process, or is that young person empowered to say, I actually think I did meet my goals?
Sure. I mean, they would work. So usually the youth would get feedback to say, okay, here's why you didn't get your level. So for him, if it was due to his communication, which it sounded like it's because of how he was presenting, the conversation afterwards would be, maybe we just have you do an assignment so you could come back next week, or maybe we do need to see you coming to your sessions. Part of the issue was that he was refusing his individual sessions. So maybe we want to see you for 2 weeks, go to your individual sessions and start talking about some of the issues, start reflecting, and then you could go. So it's not that it's vibes, but it's very individualized to the youth and how they come in and what they need. So it's actually trauma-informed care and individualized treatment.
But that
in that
plan was
moment.
created, and I'm assuming it says you have these 7 levels you have to get through over a period of time. It seemed like there was a calendar given to the young person that they are clear on, here the benchmarks or goals that you have to set. He had a packet in hand. Here's which was completed, by the way. So
He was
the
working on it with his therapist.
Yeah,
if you
the
were- yeah.
packet was completed. His
Yeah.
behaviors were good, but I was still told he needs to come back in 3 or so weeks, which to me would seem a little demoralizing.
I think they were debating it. So there's a discussion that happens, like you have a multidisciplinary team who sees different sides of a youth, and then they have to have a discussion to individualize it. So it's not necessarily, I think somebody in there probably thought it should be 3 weeks, but somebody else probably thought it should be sooner, and they have to work it out as a treatment team to decide what's the appropriate, what do we want to see from them, and then share it
So
with the
who
youth.
owns that petition process at
It's
DYRS?
a multidisciplinary team.
But like, what team owns that process?
So that when you came into the unit, that's a housing unit. So that team is the one that's working with that youth, and that consists of the behavioral health staff, the
But
juvenile
no, if I
justice
looked in
counselor.
like the DYRS budget book, like what team owns that process? So we're clear on who's creating or doing the YLS. I'm kind of clear on who's creating the plan. I'm not quite clear who owns that petition process.
So because the petition process, it is a team effort. So the initial part, when a youth comes to us, actually the behavioral health staff review all of the evaluations, will introduce the youth to this team. And then there is a juvenile justice counselor, which is kind of like the care coordinator in the facility. That person kind of records everything, has their folder, but the team comes together to and the petition packet is in a folder that's with that JJIC, but incorporates all the feedback from the team.
Okay, so then that petition team, I'm still not clear, but let's just, for the sake of time, that petition team goes through its process. Then at some point, I'm assuming they are handing off the files to the reentry team.
And the reentry, the care coordinator, the reentry team is part of that core.
They're
It's part of that.
So those care coordinators that would be the reentry unit are part of the petition process.
Right. So they might not come directly to the petition because they might have other things to do, but they will meet with the team weekly. So if they don't come to the actual petition, they will have a meeting with the team maybe the next day so that the team could say, we were worried about his communication, and give feedback to the care coordinator who would then incorporate it to the reentry plan.
Okay. I mean, one reflection I have is it seems like we're expecting continuity, although there's 4 or more different teams or units dealing with one kid.
It's wherever the youth lives. So each housing unit has a team. So wherever they live, that's their team.
I get that. Let me ask it this way. So that care team or care coordinator team that's embedded in the unit where that kid lives, that's part of the petition process, are those all the same people that from the beginning to exit are involved in that young person's journey?
The only reason it would change is if a youth moves to a different unit for some reason. Like if a youth has a conflict has an altercation that can't be restored for safety issues and has to move to a different unit, then their team would change. But we're trying to keep it a single team from beginning to end.
And then I'm assuming I know the answer to this, but zooming out, who is overseeing or managing all of the units or all of the documents and plans that are supposed to be happening in these different units?
So that would be the JJIC supervisor.
And who is that?
Miss Glover.
I'm sorry?
Miss Glover.
Ms. Glover. So you would say was she in the petition meeting that
No.
observed? No.
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, she would be the one making sure that after the team meets, there's documentation of the different interventions that would be put into a plan. Because the JJIC is the one that, is
But
recording
I'm
and being
thinking there
recorded.
should be someone sitting in the agency that says this unit, they have their stuff, this unit is behind, or why are these young people over here meeting goals? and
Yes,
these
so
people over here are
the
not.
juvenile justice institutional counselor, which is what Dr. Salidi was describing as like a case manager. Those are the people that shepherd the process along.
And that's Ms.
So-
Glover.
Well, Ms. Glover supervises all of the JJICs, but it would be an individual JJIC for that unit that is responsible for ensuring that, okay, it's time to have this meeting. And what she's describing is that the treatment team is the one that's going to make the decision. The JJIC doesn't make the decision. They're just the ones to shepherd the process along. Not that that's all they do, but the treatment team is the one that's going to control what happens, and they do have discussion.
Where is the treatment team?
That's what she mentioned in that embedded unit.
So the embedded unit is the treatment team. The JJIC is case management or oversight.
Yes.
Okay. More to come on this. Let me ask it this way. Are there more resources, FT support needed in this space? So that we can get more individualized plans that have reentry planning a part of it, that young people are getting what they need.
I think that JJICs is an area that we are fairly thin, and certainly that would be helpful.
Okay. How many people are on that team currently?
Each housing unit. It's the behavioral health staff. It's about
Talking about the
6 people.
JJIC?
Yeah.
Oh, 3.
So there's 3, but how many units are there at New Beginnings?
6 units.
So there should at best be 6 members on that JJIC unit. They're hiding in the back. You all can come. Ms. Lyles can come up too.
Well, she is
So
coming
the
up.
question is, at capacity, how many members would be on that JJIC team? And how many folks are on that team currently?
So I can answer the question about currently. There's 3 at YC and 3 at New Beginnings, but I'll defer to Deputy Director Lyles for the second part of your question.
Sorry. Ideally, we would like to have 2 JJIC, 1 JJIC per housing unit. Per housing unit will be ideal, but to at least have 2 units to 1 JJIC would be manageable.
Understood. And remind me, how many units are at New Beginnings versus YSC?
We have 6 housing units at New Beginnings and 10 at YSC.
Okay, so we should at best have 16 folks on that JJIC team. And just to make sure I'm understanding it, these would be like air traffic control folk to make sure all the plans are moving, young people are progressing through their petition process. if I'm understanding
And
it
that they
correctly.
get to their different programs. They're responsible for, yes, they are air traffic controller is probably the best analogy.
Understood. And I know the staffing challenges that the agency has, but given that there's a shortage, because if you're saying you have 3 across YSC and New Beginnings,
No,
3 in each.
3 in each.
Okay.
3 in
So
each.
you have 6 total. I imagine if that air traffic controlling is not happening, we're losing line in sight into whether the plans are moving, kids are moving, whether they're getting to programming on time, because others are stretched thin trying to own what they're owning.
Yeah, it can be, there can be backups, and we do have issues sometimes with kids getting where they need to be, particularly getting there timely.
Yep.
Because it is that does happen.
I'm not looking at it, but are there vacancies in it? Like, what is the challenge here? Is it that you need FTEs for that team, or is it that you've been having trouble hiring for that team?
We don't have any vacancies. We get a overwhelming response
So
when we
if
put
we
it
were to
out.
try
for
to get to
bid.
16, we would need to add FTEs
Ye-
for that line item to hire people to support.
Yes, because we don't have any vacancies.
Understood. And then for the staff in the units, the staff that is overseeing the petition process, but also shepherding young people through their time at New Beginnings, let's say. So if you have 6 units at capacity, how many staff per unit should you have in each unit?
Talking about YDR staff?
Total staff.
So YDR staff, you would have to have 2. 10 youth on a housing unit, ratio is 1:8. So it would be 2 direct care staff at all times for that housing.
And if I remember correctly, we asked about YDRs and the vacancies there. What other staff in the unit is needed?
So we would need we talked about the JJIC, the
Yep.
YDRs. There is a behavioral health staff assigned to the unit.
And where are we with that? So ideally speaking, each unit would have its own behavioral health person.
I think that would be ideal.
So I'm seeing heads in the back nod, yes. So that would be 6 behavioral health folks. How many people do we have today at New Beginnings? And if you want, you could just pull another chair up versus the back and forth.
Just
I
sit
think
back
Lenny
there.
likes to sit back there.
We have, our allocation is 6, and that is what we have. We just hired, so we were down 1 staff. We just hired a staff. So right now we technically have 6, but 1 is out on extended leave.
So, 1 is out on extended leave.
Yes, so we
So on the
have,
books, you have 6,
Yeah.
but you really only have 4, and a 5th one is coming on board.
Right.
Okay, so now walk me through, if a unit doesn't have a behavioral tech, I imagine then that means one of you or someone is having to do double duty running back and forth between 2 units.
yeah, that is right.
Okay. So we need at least 2 YDRs per unit. Let's focus on New Beginnings. 2 YDRs, ideally a behavioral tech, ideally 1 JJIC. And right now, remind me the YDR count at New Beginnings. I know we talked about this before, but do you have 12?
Oh, yes. In
Well,
terms of.
We have far more than
we have
12.
one more.
We
Well,
need
do you
2 at
have
any
the 2
given
you
time.
need on the units?
Yeah.
2 YDRs that we need on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so
with
that's
YDR
fully staffed.
Yes, YDR vacancies, there's only 6, I think I reported. Agency-wide.
Agency-wide, understood. So that is largely taken care of. The behavioral tech, it sounds like we need 1 behavioral tech.
The mental health clinician, yeah, the behavioral health clinician.
And there's roughly 10 JJIC. And we're talking about in an ideal world.
Well, that was ideal. I think we could work with less.
Yes.
We could have one JJIC for every two
And if,
units.
let's say the agency was fully staffed with all these people, what would be different than what is happening now? So the behavioral techs, I'm clear, you wouldn't have people trying to play double duty between units. What else would be different?
Well, I think when we look at the JJICs, whenever we have a program, they have to maneuver things, get them there. If we had, like, for instance, we're doing the sleep research. When we need to have kids meet with those researchers, they have to organize that. They organize things like visitation. So there are slowdowns, and the way that we work around that is when, other people have to step in and do those things. So some things behavioral health steps in and says, okay, we're going to push this forward, even though that's really not our responsibility, or YDRs are assigned to do things. And so it
Operations would improve. And I would imagine these plans that people are saying they don't see, although they're being created, and we're going to review some, but I would imagine there would be less discrepancies about the plans because you would have more eyes and ears and people focused on the young people on the units to say, where is little Johnny's plan? Or this kid is supposed to go to this activity and we have capacity to get them there. So what I'm getting at is a lot of the challenges that we routinely hear, it may be connected to staffing. And
a smoother operation.
Yes.
Yes.
And I know there was significant investment in overtime, and I get why. But if we address the but the paid leave aspect of things, that's going to take time to play out. Versus overtime, would it not be more advantageous to also invest in FTEs so that we can more fully staff the agency long term?
Absolutely. When you think about overtime and how you drive down overtime, additional staff would be a solution I would always look at.
Understood. Okay. I want to come to room confinement. So that's come up several times. And I know we've talked about this. This has been something you've committed to working on and improving. In the oversight hearing in February, you said, Director, that the agency was in the process of updating its confinement tracking system. We heard testimony earlier that the witness was not aware of there being a updated tracking system. So if you can just share where we are with that, although we did hear testimony that there has been a shift in confinement practices. And if you could talk about that also.
Yes. So as was mentioned, we discontinued the use of putting kids in their rooms during shift change. And so Ms. Lyles implemented that fairly quickly. It does have some logistical challenges for our staff, but I think it is the right move. We're very supportive of that change, and we'll continue with that. In terms of
Sorry, if I could jump in. Can you elaborate there? Why do you think it's the right move?
Because we shouldn't put kids in their rooms unless we need to.
Okay.
For a safety reason.
I agree with you. I didn't want to assume why you thought it was a good idea, but are you seeing a decline in incidents as a result? We heard testimony from a YDR that even though it's beneficial, it's stressful for the staff. So how are these new practices playing out?
I think it's a change in practice. It's a longstanding practice that the agency's had. And so everybody is uncomfortable when we make those kinds of changes. And in that particular staff, before we rolled out the change, we did meet with our team, and I did participate on some of those meetings because we don't want to just explain that this is going to happen. We want to explain why it's going to happen. And he and I had a conversation. Of course, it was with everybody else that was in the room with us about, that, number one, it's the law. But more importantly, it doesn't benefit our kids to be putting them in their rooms. I think from their perspective, They thought, well, everybody needs to get a break. Everybody needs to have some time where they're not worried about something happening. But I don't think that there's any kind of like scientific evidence that that's true. I think that's just a perception that some of our staff have. And so we had to work through that process and explain why it's better to do it this way.
Yeah.
And they're coming around. They will come around, and if they don't, we'll take
Understood.
measures to ensure.
In your pre-responses, you mentioned that the agency needs 2 more months to bring the tracking system online. So that would put us in July. And what steps are being taken to get us to that tracking system?
So we have worked with our case management system to develop that automated report, but I will tell you that we are tracking the data now. It's just tracked in a spreadsheet. So even though we don't have the automated system up and running, we're tracking that data and we will be able to report that data.
And once you have this tracking system, where will that information live?
We'll live in our case management system in FamCare.
Okay. Will that be shared publicly in terms of confinement, room confinement data?
Well, we'll be reporting it publicly, yes.
Where?
I believe the statute requires an annual report.
Okay.
So we will be
But
doing
the
that.
data that you are willingly sharing on your website, is there any plan or thought to include it there?
You mean in like real time?
Yeah.
I don't believe that we have a plan in place to do that in real time.
Okay. If possible, I think that would be a notch in your belt. But the most important thing is that the agency come into compliance and producing that report and continue to make progress. Our committee continues to receive reports that the agency continues to use split floor time, which is a process by which some youth get to be out on the unit while other youth are in their cells or in their rooms. Is the agency including split time or split floor time in its room confinement data?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Was this Ms. Lyles's idea?
What's that?
The room confinement shift. And it's fine. And maybe
no,
that's
it's
an
not
awkward
about whether
question, but I just wanted to pinpoint. Well, let me ask that differently. What was the motivation for this shift?
So, I'll just tell you that when I first started and I was touring, I believe it was at YSC, I saw everybody going into their room, and it just happened to be that I was there around shift change. And I asked the then security chief why they were doing that. He says, well, this is how we've always done it. And I had told him, well, we're not going to do it that way. And I ordered them to immediately stop doing it. And we had a little bit of a revolt. And I think this was before Ms. Lyles was on board. And we had a number of challenges with security. And so I backed off of it to allow us a little bit of breathing room with our staff to work on some of those other bigger issues. Not that this isn't a big issue, but it was becoming a challenge. When Ms. Kreider testified at our, I guess, separately from our oversight hearing, but we had a little bit of time, immediately looked at the statute and realized, oh, that's actually not just a practice that I want, it's a requirement in law. And so I contacted Ms. Lyles and we discussed it and developed a plan to address it.
Again, I think give credit where credit is due. There is a lot of work to do, but I think in a number of areas, the agency is trying to move in the right direction. And I give the team a lot of credit for that. You all get beat up a lot. And I hear you all may have gotten beat up today while I stepped out, but
gently.
I appreciate the work, and we're going to continue working more urgently to get some of these systems in place. The annual report that the agency is currently not in compliance with, when will we expect that first report?
So we reported the data in our response.
Yes.
We can, put that into into some kind of other report form, but that is all of the information that we have.
Okay. I think to satisfy the reporting requirement, there would need to be a formal submission
Okay.
from the agency, and we can work with you all on that. If the system is going to be up and running by July, I would say ideally by the end of this fiscal year, September, we should aim to have that first report, which would be the data, but I would imagine also an explanation and contextualization of the data for people receiving that report. Other agencies have, it oftentimes comes from the mayor to the council, and then it lives in LIMS, our data system, so that people have access to it.
Okay.
Should they be interested. And we can talk more
We'll definitely
about that.
follow up and,
Yes.
and we'll do that formal process.
I wanted to switch gears to the juvenile curfew enforcement. Since the beginning of the year, how many juveniles have been brought to YSC for curfew violations?
The beginning of the year.
Or January 1 of this year?
I'll have to look at our data sheet, but I think it's around 60, 65. I've been keeping a running total, which is around 300 since we began the whole curfew process.
So about 65 roughly, and if you can follow up with a specific
Yeah,
number.
I'll get the specific number for the year. We could probably get it while we're.
How many, as well as how many of those young people are soon after released versus held? It is my understanding that the process is that they stay at YSC, and if for an extended period of time you're not able to reach the parent, at some point in the morning, there's a transfer of jurisdiction to CFSA.
Yeah, that's correct. So when they come in, if they're brought into YSC, the whole, if you want me to run, I can run through the whole process. They will go through intake. We will do a health check, so a nurse will examine the young person. We'll also be contacting CFSA initially before we make any outreach to parents to make sure that there isn't any custody orders, or if they've been removed from their home for any abuse or neglect, that we make sure we have the right people. We offer them a shower, clean clothes, and then we immediately move them into our non-secure side, which is right across from Mama Joe's office.
Yep.
And we have cots there, games, we provide snacks, and we contact their parents. And for most kids, their parents will come and pick them up. But if we can't find anyone to pick them up, CFSA will take custody of them
In the morning. I want to say it's around 6 a.m. if I'm not
I
mistaken.
believe it is 6 a.m.
And it's my understanding, I want to say only a handful of young people have had to have that transfer. 3, I think, was the number, or maybe it was 6. It's a small number of young people that have been transferred to CFSA.
We'll have to, check on the data, but yeah, I believe we'll have that number in the. Most of the time, parents pick up their kids.
Do the youth who are at YSC for curfew violation interact at all with other delinquent youth in the secure side?
Sorry. I got updated numbers. It's 47.
It's 47
for the fiscal year, 18 since January.
Got it.
We're looking at the calendar year.
And I think the number again that we received from CFSA is that there were 3 that were transferred from DYRS to CFSA. But give us your number that we can just cross-reference that.
Okay.
I'm
sorry, you're back.
When a young person is brought in for curfew, do they commingle with, I don't want to say detain youth on the secure side?
They don't go to the secure side. So the only time that they may possibly be in contact with anyone is when they are brought into intake to have that medical exam. But the medical exam is going to be in a private room. Is there any, Ms. Lyles, any opportunity for mixture there?
There's no opportunity for mixture. We make sure that no other kids are on the floor in the event that they are seeing medical and they're in a room with the medical professional.
When you follow up, if you can give the average length of time that young people are spending at YSC, if you have that information. And obviously, all of this is important as we're talking about youth curfews and what to do and et cetera.
I don't believe we have the number of hours on every kid. We,
Do you keep a log of sorts to say this kid comes in at 9 p.m., they're checked out at 2 a.m.?
I don't think that we're logging the time. We're logging, you know, the day that they come in, custody issues, did CFSA, you know, need to be contacted? I'd have to look at all the stuff that we're keeping, but I don't believe that we're keeping the actual.
And what happens if it's a young person not residing in the district? So let's say a kid from Maryland, they are brought into YSC. Has that happened? And if so, what is the protocol there?
You aware of any?
There has not been any from another jurisdiction since I've been there, but the process would still remain the same. We would notify CPS in Maryland of the youth being there, but they would still remain on the non-secure side until they were picked up.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson, I was just advised we are logging the time, so we can, but we don't have an average length of time. We'd have to calculate that.
Okay.
But we do have the time they come in and the time they leave.
And then does DYRS transport the youth? If a parent says, hey, I can't get over there, but can you bring them to me?
I don't believe we transport the youth.
Okay. What about the transfer to CFSA? How is that happening?
They come to pick up.
CFSA comes to pick up the young person.
Yes. And Chairperson, the number that we have for the fiscal year, maybe they're counting on a different on calendar year, but fiscal year, it was 9 that have been transferred to CFSA.
For the fiscal year. Yeah, I think the 3 was this year.
Maybe that was.
But maybe year. I have that wrong. But
yeah.
I know it was a small number. Okay. Let's go to grants. During last year's budget, the committee funded 2 grant pilot programs. One program was a pre-apprenticeship grant pilot and focused on preparing youth to get workforce apprenticeships. The other was a youth recidivism grant pilot that focused on preventing recidivism through robust reentry services. In response to your pre-hearing question 19, the agency reported that it currently has 1 active grant for the pre-apprenticeship pilot, the youth arboricultural career experience through the Green Futures Bootcamp. So if you could just speak about this program, why was it selected? How does it meet the goals of that intended grant?
So that particular grant, it went through a full solicitation process, and based on the proposals that were submitted, it was evaluated by a panel, and after ranking, the panel identified that that would meet the needs of the youth for the program that we needed as a workforce development program at New Beginnings.
And what is the program?
It teaches trades and technical skills in landscaping, arboriculture, and different trades with the Federal Aviation Administration as well. And the purpose is to connect youth with job opportunities when they transition back into the community. And that particular organization has a great deal of partnerships and have already started connecting with youth to give them those job opportunities as they're transitioning back into the community.
And how long is that program in partnership with the agency?
To the end of the fiscal year.
So through September, how many young people are participating in the?
15.
15.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal, I'm assuming these are 15 young people planning to exit New Beginnings, and you all are working to try to connect them to opportunities.
Correct.
Would you say that this grant has been beneficial?
For sure. I would say it has been beneficial. They're also
I
doing.
see head nods. Anybody else want to elaborate on that? So if we're thinking about, hey, should we put more money towards something like this? Like, is this,
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We would.
is it something we should be looking to have more programs versus just one?
Correct. And we're tying those workforce outcomes into the grant, the RFAs that we're writing so that we can have those
When you
outcomes.
say RFAs, that's a reentry plan?
No. It's the request for application. So
I
when we
see,
release
I
them
see.
as grants, we are making sure to incorporate those outcomes that we're hoping to see, the connection to the partnerships as the youth are transitioning into the community. So those are outcomes that are tracking and the grantees have to meet.
What are the age ranges of the 15 participating youth? Do we know that?
I believe it's 14 to 17. Uh, let me get
We
that
can get it back to
correctly.
you.
Yeah. Okay. Because that's something we should also look at. Services, programs, outlets for different age groups, different interests. That is certainly something we're interested in, but I'm glad to hear that generally the program has been successful and it's up and running. Did the agency allocate the full funding of 350,000 to this program?
Based on the budget that was submitted, it was 250.
250. So what about the remaining?
The remaining, the agency is using to support the pressures
Okay.
that we have.
So the agency swiped $100,000.
No, that one was only 300,000.
I have 350. It was 300,000.
300.
So you swiped 50,000. I'm sorry. But we will look to see how we can continue to support this, as I think those pipeline programs are very important. How many people applied for the grant? Do you know that?
I don't know that offhand, but I can get that for you.
If you can. That would be helpful. And then there was another grant issued for reentry support. And so where are we with that?
Okay, so that particular grant, so based on some of the mid-year reductions.
It was 350, brother.
Okay, so there were the process of mid-year reductions occurred, and so the additional pilot could not continue because we had to stop some of those additional services so that we could make sure we're supporting some of the pressures that we had, for example, in residential.
So mid-year, so you're saying that's when the mayor paused spending?
Correct.
So one grant moved forward, but the other, or is just when the timing of it hit?
It was a lot about the timing, and then we also had in our Credible Messenger program, we had an early termination of a program, and so we were able to reallocate those funds to make sure that the workforce development went forward because we value that program. We thought it was important. We had already gone through the solicitation process.
What is that program?
The arboriculture that we were just talking about. So we wanted to make sure that that program continued because we had completed the evaluation, the solicitation, and the selection process. So we were able to utilize the funds that we realized from the early termination of that Credible Messenger program so that could continue while we had to use some of the other funds that were outlined for the pilot to support the pressures.
Okay. It seems to me that respectfully, I don't know if I fully buy that, but I hear you. But it seems to me that the agency could be doing more around reentry. So I know you've stood up a team. It doesn't seem like you fully got there. We gave you a grant to support reentry and you didn't utilize it because, let's say, the mayor halted spending. Is this an area where we should look again to invest in? And if so, why? If not, why not?
So let me also just say that we did partner with two community organizations on a reentry grant through the Department of Justice that we're awaiting to hear back from. And so
I remember that.
we are trying to make it work, even though the funding isn't always where we'd like it
Yep.
to be, and try to find solutions that can continue down that path. I do think that reentry is important. And
But as a
so
grant, I'm asking for guidance. So should we like focus on FTEs? Should we try to identify more grant funding? Like how do we support you all with reentry?
I think that we have what we need to do good reentry work. What we need to do is work that process and develop those procedures. I think when I think of what's deficient for reentry, I'm thinking more about what's available in the community. So the community-based services for behavioral health sometimes are not, as robust as we'd like to see. I know some of our behavioral health team that works with our kids in the community will tell us, well, this one's good, but that one's not, but that's not what's close to our young people. I think that's where the real need is.
Understood. I want to turn to credible messengers. As you know, the Credible Messengers program was cut by $4.37 million by the executive in this proposed budget. I don't need to tell you all, as I've heard from you all, that Credible Messengers play a very critical role. We've heard that also from the folks testifying. How many individuals are impacted by this cut of 4.37 million? We know that number.
We're hoping that we can restore that funding. And
No, that's my hope too.
Yes.
I mean, $4 million is a lot of money. But how many people are we talking about impacted if we don't restore that funding?
So all of our committed population in total, in addition to, we have a facility-based provider who is also providing Credible Messenger services in YSC and at New Beginnings. So, and if we
So
look
that
at our daily
provider would be
population,
wiped out, and how many
All-
credible
all-
messengers are provided from that one provider?
from the facility-based provider, I
Yes.
think it's 5. I think we have 5 total.
5 total, yes, 5
At New
total
Beginnings.
providers.
Mhm.
One, no,
No, 5 staff. 5 credible I'm sorry.
Yeah, 5 at New
One-
Beginnings.
one credible messenger provider for both
Correct.
facilities. And then
I
we
got it.
also have 4 credible messenger providers in the community.
Right.
But for the one provider at YSC and in New Beginnings, there's 5 individuals
Credible messengers.
Correct.
on that one provider team.
Correct. And they also have administrative staff as well. So not restoring that cut would impact the entire implementation of the credible messenger program.
In addition, the Credible Messenger programs have family engagement mentors
So
in the
this is a
community.
rhetorical question. I'm not going to ask you all to actually answer this, but it makes me wonder, why on earth would the executive cut this if it's so valuable, if it's so essential to the support of our young people? Don't answer that, Director. But it's kind of maddening. And we will do what we can, but with everything cut across the government, it becomes increasingly hard. So I just want to be clear-eyed. We will do what we can to restore this. I'm not confident we can restore all of it. We will try. But $5 million is a lot at a time where vouchers are cut and grants across the government are cut and schools are cut and programming cut and DPR is cut. People in the public should just realize the real harm. These are more than just dollars.
Correct.
This perpetuates harm, and I'll get off my soapbox. But what I'm hearing from you is that the credible messengers at DYRS play a vital role currently working with the young people. Understood.
Yes.
I would add to that as well,
I was
Councilman
gonna say,
Parker.
voice from the sky.
Yeah. I'll add that with that the real cut number is about 4.5 million for a credible messenger. That 4.3 represents, some PS costs as Ms. Gilliard mentioned earlier. So those are just some shifts. So the real cut to the credible messenger for in that maintenance in persons of account line is 4.5 million from a budget standpoint, as opposed to 4.3. What you're seeing is just It says 4.3 million because it's taken into account the shifts in the PS part of that budget as well.
I hear that, but we're gonna have to go by the numbers in the budget book. So we ran into this issue last year, but my team is taking note of that. Let's turn to recreation. Director, in your testimony, you discussed a new partnership between the agency and DC United that will launch a pilot program for Title 16 youth. And can I just say, I appreciate that we're focused on our Title 16 youth and are not just letting them languish in the facility. What does this coaching and mentorship program entail, and when should we expect to see it start?
I believe it's going to start early summer, and the coaching and mentoring is around a lot of it's around conflict resolution, because when you're coaching a team of athletes, you're managing between a lot of folks that are potentially having different ideas about who should be the goal scorer, who should be playing in different positions. And so I think the underlying philosophy here is that, sort of the relationship between coaching a team and coaching in life, and how that translates to managing your own behavior, working with your peers, and dealing with conflicts, how you de-escalate those things.
And I'm assuming the coaching is one-on-one. It's not necessarily playing soccer, or will they actually be?
It's coaching them to be coaches, not to play soccer.
I got
It's
it.
coaching them to be coaches.
Understood. And when you say early summer, is there a month that we should look at?
Yeah,
Maybe July?
I think it's in my it is in my opening remarks. I can see. Which is July. Yes,
July.
it's July.
Okay. And are you exploring a partnership? This would be my last question, then I'll turn to my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, who just joined us. Thrilled to have you. Are you exploring having a similar program for non-Title 16 youth?
Yes, we would like to have a more expanded program. We chose the Title 16 youth because of their length of stay and the length of the program. But we're working with the team to see how we could modify it for our sort of other detained youth and their shorter length of stay.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there for now. And I'm going to turn it for a round of questions to Councilmember Lewis George, and then we'll jump back in.
Okay. Thank you, Director. First, I wanted to start with my facilities hat on and ask about some of the facilities things that have come up. From DGS only does, well, actually, when I came and visited YSC a number of weeks ago, a year ago, we talked about, and what I heard from students around DYRS was that, who were committed to DYRS, was that we needed to check on the facilities at YSC. And that space at YSC Service Center was an issue, and students were just sitting in their rooms for a long period of time and not being able to go into the greater spaces. From DYRS perspective, what are you all doing with our youth that are either are committed and ensuring that even at New Beginnings that they're having programming and they're not sitting in rooms all day, whether YSC or at New Beginnings?
Sure. So in terms of programming, we have a robust array of programs that young people are engaged in at both facilities. The biggest program obviously is going to be school for most of our kids. They'll be in there from the morning until about 2:30 or so in the afternoon. When we talk about New Beginnings, after school, they'll be doing their treatment programming. And, we also have recreation. Everybody gets an hour of large muscle activity every day.
What does that hour look like of activity that they get?
Well, it could be an hour in the gym playing basketball. We are implementing pickleball. We were just discussing our partnership with DC United on what's called the Twinnings Project. And so there's a number of different sort of recreational activities. We also discussed our tiny house project.
Okay.
And so we have a group of kids, and we can share this with you. This is not public information because it identifies young people, but if we could pass that up to council member. Oh, there it is.
Okay,
Got a
great.
Copy up there. This is a program that is orchestrated by our maintenance team. These are the facilities maintenance and operations team. They are experts at either building construction or plumbing, HVAC. Basically, the way that we've composed that team is to have specialists in different fields so that we have the internal capacity to meet our needs, but also the manager of that whole unit is somebody that came to DYRS so that they could work with kids. And this is a program that he developed and
Okay.
wanted to implement. And it teaches our kids the entire construction process from start to finish. We call it tiny houses because they're very small, but you learn how to frame out a wall, how to put it up, how to put up the drywall, how to put a roof on, plumbing, HVAC. And so they do get 2 certifications
Oh.
from that program. One
Are
is
those certifications like transferable to like some of the apprenticeships?
Yes. So OSHA 10, which is
Okay.
the safety certification for working on a construction site. And then there's a certification for HVAC called CFC. That's a requirement for a federal requirement for any HVAC person to have in order to work on that kind of equipment.
Okay. And then as far as our youth go in education, how are we ensuring that youth credits transfer back to their original schools when they graduate out of being?
So our education program, we partner with the Maya Angelou
That's right.
Academy, and they provide education services at both of our facilities. And all of their credits transfer back into DCPS schools or their charter schools.
Or their
if they
charter
go to
schools.
Charter schools.
Okay, that was an issue that used to not happen, and that was leaving many students far behind. So my understanding now is that those credits that they are able to be transferred to both their DCPS and DC public charter schools, so that they're not falling behind in their grades as a
Exactly.
result.
Yes.
Okay. We've heard a lot about staff issues, both morale, culture, retention. What is happening at DYRS around staff that has created such a issue in culture and staff retention?
Well, we have a good bit of turnover among our staff. That's absolutely a fact. Some of it is through the nature of the work. It is very difficult work, particularly for our frontline staff, the YDRs, which is where I believe we experience the highest amount of turnover. And we also have a good deal of mandatory overtime, which contributes to that burnout. And so we had a bit of a discussion earlier about what are the drivers of all of that overtime. A big driver of our overtime is staff that are unavailable to work. And a subset of that are ones that are using PFL or FMLA intermittently. When you use it intermittently, then you only need to provide the agency 1 hour notice that you're not coming into your shift. So you are technically available to work. We will put you on the schedule, but we don't
Right.
get a lot of notice, and that forces us to use the draft more often to bring staff in to cover those shifts because we have to keep mandatory staffing ratios with our kids.
Well, I guess given the amount of staff who are using this tool, because that's what's happening, people are using a tool. I think that goes back to, have you all identified what the cultural issues, reasons, things that are happening? Because it sounds like people are massively using this as a tool, and if I'm honest with you, to be out of what is a work environment that they don't necessarily want to be in. And I'm not one. That's a management leadership question, right? Because if you have constant staff turnover, you have to say, or constant staff using tools to be out of the environment. What do you all know, or what information are you getting information at exit interviews is what I'm asking. Like at exit interviews, what are exit interviews telling us about why people are leaving the agency?
Just bringing up my human resources director.
Okay, great.
To be able to address that more directly.
Thank you. So yes, we are getting exit interview data. And so most of the data is centered around staff having to work the overtime shifts.
Okay.
The doubling of the shifts is pretty much what staff are saying in comparison to with those positions when you come in are entry-level positions. And so as people gain experience, they become more attractive to other agencies in other areas. And so a lot of folks will leave
Okay.
because of that as well.
So is that extra overtime demand and demanding of additional shifts that is the main driver for why you're seeing staff leave the agency?
That's
And what about the opposite end of hiring? What is the barrier to hiring additional staff?
So one of the barriers to hiring additional, it's not a barrier, but just a process that we have to go through with hiring additional staff is going through the background process and criminal background process. And obviously, we want people working with our youth who are going to be compatible to the standards that we have and what we are trying to instill into the youth. So the background process can be somewhat of a challenge.
Across the board. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the issues that we're facing.
And then the staff that you do have, how are you training them and giving them the tools and the leadership skills and tools they need to be a part of the rehabilitation of our youth?
Lenny, we want to talk about the
Like
training.
positive rehabilitation of our youth.
So between Natalie and I, we can talk about it. So when staff initially come into DYRS, they are taken through an intensive 4 to 6 week training to address, the youth, the kind of youth that you're going to be dealing with, positive youth development, trauma-informed care. So they receive that initially coming in, and then we do recertification trainings or annual trainings on those same topics every year.
Okay.
And additional topics that may be requested by
As well.
the staff as well.
Okay. So they receive like training in de-escalation, training in, even in just like how to, it is a special calling to support a different group of young people who you have to try to inspire and really change a paradigm, a mind shift for them. And so I just think one of the issues, and not just talking about staff leaving and staff coming, is the quality of staff we do have makes a difference on how impactful rehabilitation actually is. And so I just wanted to understand what you all are accounting for, because you're gonna get, like, if you work, you're gonna get cursed at, right? Like, can you handle a child? Like, we can be honest, right? You're gonna get cursed at. Can you handle a child cursing at you? Do you have the skills that it takes? That's not everybody's ministry, right? But whoever's ministry it is, can you handle when a child says, I don't want to F and do this shit, or I don't want to F with you, or, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's real. And so I just want to make sure in recruiting people, we also are taking into account what it takes to support and train them to be able to deal with what they are dealing with on an everyday basis. And then also what kind of trauma supports you offer your staff, who at the end of the day may feel burnt out because they've given a lot of themselves and need to refill their cups.
So, part of what we do, because I wanted to mention also the managers, I didn't want to leave the managers out, because obviously investing in the management team is helpful to retention. And so we also poll our managers and provide significant training to the management teams across the board in order to retain
Gotcha.
staff. most recently, we have Management Week coming, which is in June. And so we pour into the management team to be able to support the staff that they have
Okay.
ongoing.
When I visited New Beginnings with my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, and we talked to some of the youth there, they indicated a want for, just to be able to play sports on the field, to be able to, just have more programming across the board. And they felt like that wasn't something that was listened to when they made those type of requests. That's why I asked how many hours of recreation they're actually getting, because sitting inside their different area, and we traveled to every area all day, wasn't really helpful, but they indicated a need for wanting to do some of that stuff. And I just was looking at, one of the things I was concerned about was the operating dollars for programming that DYRS was needing to spend on those type of things. And so has there been improvement in this budget, is there room for additional programming to be added for our young people?
I mean, we have increased the level of programming within the facilities over the years. Some of that is in partnership with outside providers, and some of it is working with our kids through our staff. In terms of, like outdoor recreation time, we have some limitations at YSC because of the physical plant. It is a, confined space, and we don't have very much outdoor space. At New Beginnings, we have.
Yeah, you have space at New Beginnings.
Yeah, we have a lot more space at New Beginnings. And on the weekends, kids have additional recreation time to be, either outdoors or in the gym. And so yeah, we want to have those opportunities, but we also need to recognize that there is a lot of structure to the day that we have to follow. So, when you look at the schedule of how every day progresses, they're going to start off in the morning doing hygiene, then we're going to do the first meal, and they're going to go to school. As you go through the day, there isn't as much time as people think that is just free time. Particularly when we talk about having group therapy sessions, individual therapy sessions, interspersed in all of them.
Okay. I understand. I just think that was the one thing they said to us when myself and Councilmember White was at New Beginnings, was that they felt like there could be an increase in programming, especially outdoors, and they weren't getting it. The last thing I have is one of the units I visited was getting a new shower. I believe it was a fully stainless steel that helped avoid mold and mildew, which was one of the top complaints we've heard. I also saw this happening during a tour of the DC jail. Have all showers at at New Beginnings and YSC been transitioned from tile to stainless steel faucets and tiling?
Can I get the answer back to you? I
Okay.
don't want to mix up YSC and New Beginnings. They were both under projects.
Right.
So
Yeah, when I remember all of them were getting the change just so to
Mhm.
reduce the amount of complaints about
I feel like, yes, New Beginnings is complete.
New Beginnings is complete.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. All right, Director, I know you've been at this for a while. I have a few more questions and I think we can get out of here. Director, in your testimony, you discussed a partnership with local pickleball coaches at YSC. Where are they going to play pickleball?
They'll play in the gym. So
In the gym.
They're going to tape off the actual dimensions of the court, and then we'll purchase the nets and the pickleball equipment. It's not very expensive equipment, but they were very clear that we didn't need a tremendous amount of space, and we could fit, I think, multiple games at the same time in, when I say the gym, where we have the basketball court, the indoor basketball court.
Okay. Let's turn to education. And I know we talked about this already, but for the record, what is the current status of the 500,000 one-year enhancement passed by the council last year for the education provider at DYRS?
We've finalized a modification to See Forever.
And that contract, that modified contract goes through what time period? Is that a
So-
1-year contract, multi-year contract?
So the funding will support, so the contract ends in July. We'll have another option year until FY27 July.
Okay. But though that one-time year enhancement was embedded in that contract.
That's correct.
What is the status of the technology enhancements that you previously spoke about, Director? So I believe before there was a plan to purchase laptops or iPads of some sort so that young people had a one-to-one device.
Tablets?
Yes.
Yes. So the integration is complete. And there was a meeting this morning to, I believe, test out.
Really, I'm proud of DYRS. I feel like y'all look at all this progress. We should make, yeah, okay.
We're excited about this.
I'm excited
We
about
have
it.
to partner with Octo.
You
so-
see how my face lit up? We started talking about education, my whole face lit up. Now the kids will have technology. It seems like a minor thing, but it's huge because now young people are going to receive more instruction on their dedicated learning level versus this one size fits all approach that had been the status quo.
We have many opportunities with these tablets, so it is exciting.
And is that one-to-one? Or walk me through, like, who would have access to the tablets? What is the thinking around the programming, et cetera?
So I would probably allow Trina to answer that because she's in the facility.
Okay.
I'm sort of the facilitator of making sure that the other things have.
While
been
she's coming
completed.
up, every youth will have their own tablet. So they won't have to
Across the
pick.
agency, or is it just at YC?
No, in both facilities.
Okay.
They'll all have a tablet. And in addition to the educational opportunities, we can also do additional family communications. So they're able to do secure video or audio calls
Look at
over that system.
We're moving DYRS into the new era.
Yes, that will give them
I love it.
opportunities in their free time to call a separate and apart from any of the phones that they're using.
I have
now.
questions about that, but let's stay here for a second. So the one-to-one tablets, just walk me through the programming. I'm assuming that youth will have these tablets during educational learning time, or will they always have access to these tablets? Is it a certain curriculum that's running on the tablet? If you could just elaborate a little bit more.
So Maya will be putting their education information onto the tablets. They've met with the vendor and their IT has met with Emilio, who we're getting the tablets from. And they'll have the tablets, not during school hours, but
Outside of school hours.
outside of school hours on the day room floor. If a kid wants to self-isolate, go in a room, they'll be able to take their tablet, listen to music, play games, do educational activities, because the goal is for them to be able to do education to earn movies or earn music or earn games, things of that nature. So that's kind of
It's
the
yet
concept.
another engagement tool.
Yes.
But now, so that's a little different than what I thought. So it sounds like you're saying they're creating their learning materials to go on the iPads.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. In addition to that, we're going to look into some computer-based programming that ideally you can load onto. So like a program like iReady, just throwing that out there. It's like a math-based programming where a kid, it'll ask, solve these problems, and then it'll tell them you're at this level, and it will automatically adjust questions based on whatever they're learning for their level. We could talk offline, but
I think it's got the flexibility to work with any kind of software package.
great.
Yeah.
And if there is needed enhancements for that in the budget, to be able to acquire any technology, we want to make sure you can do that. Yep.
I do want to be clear about the testing that occurred this morning was around our bandwidth, because when we have these multiple tablets online, we have to have the bandwidth. So that's what our IT.
And I'm assuming
department-
things came back to say the agency is good, or,
Well, we're undergoing,
oh, you don't know yet?
right, we're not
Okay.
sure. And we're also undergoing additional supports that are needed at both facilities to
So we
increase our
secured our
bandwidth.
education contract. We got computer tablets. What else is happening with education? What about the dry erase boards? That was something else, new dry erase boards. I think Maya was talking about that last year.
Dry erase boards
Or
was it
like
smart
the
boards?
Promethean boards.
So Maya can purchase those, or we support them if we need to. So
That's part of their contract.
yes.
Understood, understood. Okay. Parent engagement. I heard you say, Director, you hired a parent engagement coordinator.
Well, she was already part of our staff, but we reassigned her to that role.
And what is the purpose of that role?
Well, first, we wanted to convene our team and work with our partners to develop a strategy on how we better engage our families. So looking at every dimension of the work that we do, how do we do better visitation so families have a better visit with their young person? How do we do a better job with our care coordinators in working with parents on their treatment planning, or on behavioral issues that we're having with young people? Basically, any opportunity.
And is that agency wide? That coordinator is focused on parent engagement agency wide?
Yeah, I believe the committee is 25 or
27 members,
27
5
members.
subcommittees.
On the parent engagement committee?
Yes.
Okay. Is Parent Watch a part of the committee?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And the elders.
I'm not even looking to my right,
And the
but I
Elders
just
Council.
wanted to.
Parent Watch, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to make sure we included them.
Council member, the testing this morning went well.
Nice.
So we're good.
Nice. So you have this committee with 27 people, subcommittees. I'm assuming that is for the entire agency. So your facilities, but also distant placements, checking in on parent engagement.
Yes.
Okay. In response to pre-hearing question 11, the agency claims that it is undergoing a data optimization and training effort. At the end of this effort, DYRS says it would begin to populate parental engagement data in fam care. Now, it is our understanding that you already have the capacity to be able to enter data in the fam care if you wanted to. Can you speak to the need for advanced training or support in order to be able to use fam care to include this data?
Yeah, I'm going to let Natalie, but yeah, we have dedicated an individual who has expertise in fam care to lead that effort on the data optimization and to help train our staff in how to use all the tools in fam care. I may have stolen your thunder.
That's okay.
Is that the whole?
Covered it. Yep. Yes. We're fortunate enough to have someone who already knew fam care that is with our agency. And is
Okay.
now in the process of working through the data optimization, as well as already started training and sifting through data
Of how to record parent engagement in the fam
and
care.
anything that we're doing at this point.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And look, the OCF, I think, scored that and said you all needed 15 new FTEs to be able to do that. We knew that wasn't true. What is the timeline for the optimization and training?
Completion of data optimization, probably at least a year. Because we have to think about the fact that we're rolling out a plan and then training everyone.
But I would assume moving forward, while you're going to optimize the data, moving forward, you are capturing it in real time.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We have data in fam care. It's making sure that everyone is doing the same thing. Do all of the screens work for everyone? Are some things obsolete? We have to go back to our partner to make changes when that happens. So I'm speaking of all of that. That could take at least a year. But in the meantime, we are bringing in providers to train them. We bring in staff to get trained individually and work through the data and run reports to make sure that we're optimizing the data as we go.
Okay.
And I would add that it's going to be an ongoing effort. That's not going to end in a year in terms of changes as, laws change that may put requirements on us to collect information. This person would be the lead on doing that. And that's always going to happen. We're going to be an evolving system. So it's something that we're going to be continuously doing.
Okay. You mentioned, Director, in your testimony that Parent Watch and the Elders Council are subject matter experts for your family engagement initiative. Are they receiving any funding or support from the agency currently?
The Elders Council has been provided some consultant fees for, assisting
their
with,
work.
yes. And they will provide training as well.
Okay. And what about Parent Watch? I'm assuming that's a no.
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Let's turn, I have two other categories and then we're done, y'all. Oasis. Looking at the capital budget, there has been a $2 million allocation for Carl's Garage at Oasis. Everybody sings the program's work and credits it with doing great work. What kind of network upgrades are planned for Carl's Garage? Like, what are these $2 million going towards?
That's what I was getting ready to say. I don't think that the $2 million is just for Carl's Garage, because we also have to, again, previously I indicated that YSC and New Beginnings need network upgrades as well. So we've been working through those upgrades as well as.
So maybe that line item doesn't fully capture where the $2 million is going.
We have outdated hardware that we needed to replace to be compatible with Windows 11. If we did not meet that mark, our current hardware would be inoperable. So we had to replace.
So that $2 million is in part for the technology upgrades.
Correct.
Is any of it going towards Carl's Garage or the Oasis program?
I feel like that's mixed up in capital projects. I don't know if that's part.
Okay.
But I'll make sure I get you the right answer.
Okay. And then let's end with placements. While there's been a decline in the average number of days that youth wait for placement at YSC, the number has still been concerning other times of the year. In February, the average wait time stood at longer than 2 months. Is DYRS considering adding any FTEs to its placement team in order to keep awaiting placement numbers down?
We've already added an FTE to the placement team.
So you would say it's sufficiently staffed?
Yes.
In your testimony, Director, you discussed that DYRS has increased the capacity of beds at out-of-state residential facilities and local shelter providers in order to gain more clarity about the full placement picture at DYRS. How much does it cost to place a youth in an out-of-state placement versus New Beginnings or a local setting? And I know it's not cookie cutter like that because the costs vary, but if you could just contextualize it for me.
We have different rates that we pay depending on the programs, and
do any of you all have a comparison of an out-of-state placement versus a local placement? I remember testimony, I believe at our last round table, where someone said DYRS was paying $600,000 for 2 out-of-state placements when those young people could have been housed theoretically at New Beginnings.
Yeah, these are all private placements. Okay. I think we need to come back with some rates for you. Perhaps you're looking for like a per diem rate. What does it cost, or a per year rate?
Both. More so the per year rate.
Okay.
And what I'm getting at is there is a decision being made not to do more community-based placements. We've talked about that. But also there's a financial cost to the placement decisions that the agency is making. And in a tight financial environment, we should be looking at, well, do we really need to send this kid to Texas, for instance, when we could get a better bang for our buck here in DC or next door in Maryland? And so we just want to look more at the cost analysis of the placement decisions the agency is making.
Okay, I think we can put together that and compare it to what we have.
Yeah.
In terms
Let
of
me
the
ask this specifically. If you can give like average, an analysis of average placement costs locally being DC versus average costs out of state, and then outliers. Like what is the most expensive out of state placement versus what's the cheapest out of state placement? What's the most expensive local placement and cheapest local placement? I think that would paint a picture to what we're seeing.
And we can do that. I think the context I would put it in, though, is that New Beginnings obviously is a 60-bed facility, and so once that's full, that's full. We have over 200 kids currently committed to the agency, so we do need to use private providers. When we look at local providers versus out of state, there are no secure local providers. So that doesn't exist in terms of could we place somebody that needs a security level in a local placement. So those are the sort of constraints that we're working under when we look at these decisions.
Understood. I'm going to stop there for the sake of time. We've been at this for a few hours. I think we covered a lot of ground. As I usually do, I am going to give you the last word, Director, but there are some things to highlight at the agency. It's not all bad. But I think what we heard loud and clear from those testifying today, and I'm inclined to agree with them, that we should challenge the assertion that we should be adding beds to New Beginnings or YC. Now, there are still needs, and you talked about the PRTF needs of the agency in particular, which I think are very valid. But that is something that the committee will look at, as well as doing what we can to restore the cut to credible messengers. I'm still kind of dumbfounded why we would take such a drastic action against a valuable program there. But also I'm struck with the progress that the team is making. Again, I want to just couch this for people that say, oh, you're going easy on DYRS. Like, we know that the agency still has many challenges, but I do want to acknowledge the areas of improvement. And this isn't an exhaustive list, but the room confinement progress, moving in the right direction, the educational progress in terms of technology. And I know everything didn't work out with the contract as the provider wanted, but at least we have a solidified and verified contract. The progress with bringing on more personnel to be able to do those pre-commitment meetings, that's a work in progress. And the list goes on. Also on the data side, I'm hoping that practices are leading to the awaiting placement timelines and the drop in population, but time will tell if we're going to just see those numbers tick back up over the summer months. There will be some that will say, oh, it was cold, there was a decline, that's why the numbers are down, and we shall see. But I want to thank you for your engagement here. We, as always, will do what we can and follow up with the agency to make sure that we can represent the needs of the agency and the budget. And Director, I'll give you the final word.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker. And first, let me just say I appreciate your partnership in working with us to overcome a lot of these challenges. And as you mentioned, I think we've made a lot of progress. This is an agency that's always going to need a lot of attention and improvement. And so the way that I measure it is, are we improving? And I believe that we are improving in those areas that mean a lot, particularly around kids awaiting placement. There's been great progress there. We're not satisfied with where we're at, but I want to acknowledge that we are making progress in that area in terms of programming with our kids, in terms of the education, all the things that you mentioned. I think it's a team effort, and I appreciate your partnership. I look forward to working with you. And with respect to capital programs, I think that I hear what the advocates say, and I think, generally speaking, people are reticent to embrace a capital project for an agency like DYRS. But we also have the obligation to serve our kids and to meet their needs. And we know that there are deficits in the continuum that we have. And this is an opportunity I think we can address those. And I really look forward to working with you and the committee and everybody in the community on those issues.
Thank you. And so with that, we are going to prepare to adjourn today's hearing. Anyone who is interested in submitting additional testimony to our committee, you could do so by emailing Allison Bailey at abailey, ABAILEY @dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, May 21st, 2026. I would respectfully ask for those that testify today, if you could please submit your written testimony. That is helpful for us to be able to go back and revisit the specific recommendations that you included in your testimony. And with that, the time is 3:48 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.